One unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
How long has this garage door been broken? You know, you don't have to, move out and buy a new house just to get a garage door that works, right? We could just fix this one. If something is broken, you fix it. Faucet drips, fix it. Light bulb burns out, fix it. Dogs in heat, fix it. You figured you had to toss the whole thing in the recycling with your empty soup cans? Why are you not using an entire room in your house because of a lousy broken door? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians have the parts and experience to fix any garage door. Big, small, dented panel, rusty chain. We get your garage door working like new. You come home, drive right in, and snuggle up with that adorable litter of puppies you got. 'Cause I bet you didn't fix the dog either. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, and we'll come over and make it right. If you're lucky, the technician will take one of those puppies off your hands.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
There's a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the northbound Turnpike at PGA Boulevard. There's a crash on Boynton Beach Boulevard at the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. New year, new hiring needs? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword green at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
We are gathered here today to celebrate
an American institution.
An American institution.
The Boy Scouts of America.
Today is National Boy Scout Day.
National Boy Scouts Day.
On my honor, I will do my best
Boy Scout.
to do my duty.
You're quite the Boy Scout.
To God and my country, and to obey the Scout law.
And a Boy Scout is always what?
Always be prepared, Boy Scout.
Bring out the Boy Scout.
Let's go.
Color me happy. There's a sofa in here for two.
First time in an elevator.
Penthouse.
The Penthouse.
Wow, great view. I bet you can see all the way to the ocean from out here.
Penthouse, top floor. Got everything I need and a lot more. High ceilings, marble floor, and my penthouse.
Hey, Mr. Greek, can I get your autograph?
Hey, Greek, what's happening, pal?
I'm 6 deep behind a 4. You can't find me.
Oh my God, it's Greek!
Uno, dos, tres, 14. Turn it up, Captain.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Here's The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
You going with Madison? Captain.
Good morning. Welcome to the Penthouse. It's always a pleasure to have you here on the show. We've got 4 hours of radio magic for you. Haven't heard that one in a while, have you? Hey, Greek, how you doing this morning, buddy?
I'm good, Jimmy. A little rusty, but I'm back in the saddle. One day. A little rusty.
Knocked the rust off.
I got the rust off. I got into a fender bender yesterday. I'll tell you about it. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Big day. Always in here. Of course, we got Frances here. She's late, but it's okay. We're professional.
Damn it.
No, that's all right.
Again.
No, it's all right. No, actually, she's doing everything I should be doing in the studio. She's putting the lights on, which I like it completely dark. These are things you get to know about the Penthouse. I like it completely dark. Franny likes a little light.
What a coincidence.
We have a camera that's on us, and it's very hard to see when you're in the dark. People want to look at your face, Gina.
I'll let them pay for it.
What were you showing me,
yeah,
Jimmy?
really?
What is that?
I have a list of get to know the Penthouse questions that maybe we can get into later if you want. Good timing the way you introed that.
Yes.
It is the Penthouse. Today is a big day because we're going to announce our grand prize winner for the big TV, for the big game, sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. I was just there this morning for a meeting. I saw the TV. It is huge. We're going to do that about 10 after 12. Franny's going to make the selection.
Yeah, so I found a cool little thing. I sent you the email.
Cool.
Yeah, where it's at totally random. It's what we do here, almost the Wheel of Misspeaks. So we're going to have the Wheel of Names.
Yep.
And we will film it. I'll go live on one of our socials, probably Instagram or Facebook. So you can see that's absolutely legit, and it will be at random.
Yeah, so somebody's going to win today, and I'm also going to try to meet you Thursday afternoon at the offices of Monroe's, right next to where the club is.
You mean Friday afternoon?
Friday, excuse me. I'm a day behind.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're going to try to do that, and we'll have the grand prize winner. You also have a chance to win $1,000 13 times with the keyword from Rover. And at 11:45, we have another big, huge giveaway. So, man, we got a lot for you guys.
You know, you made a good point, too. We were talking a little bit about it before the show, Greek, and that is if you are selected as the winner, I know I'm kind of narrowcasting only to our 5 contestants, make sure you got a vehicle big enough to grab this thing.
Yep.
You know, I didn't think about it the one time when I bought my TV. It's like, wait a minute, where am I going to put this thing? How am I going to get it home?
Strap it to the roof.
Yeah, last time I bought a TV a few years ago, I had to get one of my buddies. He had to come with me. I couldn't fit in my car.
Sure, yeah, of course not. Yeah.
And it's the last thing you think of. You're just so excited you won. Then you get there, and then you're like, I can't fit it.
Yeah, or even, like that, you go to purchase one, you just think it's a TV. I don't know. You don't even think anything of it. Just take it out to the car, and
Don't fit.
Now what?
So yesterday I was at a light, and I don't know. I was stuck at a light, and I must have took my foot off my gas, and I bumped into this car. Fender bender, real small. So it was a Porsche.
Like no damage to anybody?
I didn't think so.
You didn't think so? I mean, you see it.
There was no damage to my opinion.
We go.
No, it was no. I was going 2 miles an hour. It was even maybe a mile, if that. Right. So I hit the car, and then I could see her. I couldn't see her face, but I could see her looking at me in the mirror, and I'm like, "Hey, sorry, my bad."
Yeah.
So she opened the door and she got out, and she's like, "What happened?" And I go, I hit my.
I don't know.
I said, I don't know. I said, my.
So what did happen? Are we going to get the real story, or we're going to sugarcoat this?
I said, I must have took my foot off the brake. So she looked at me. She goes, well, I want to check out my car. I said, go ahead. And then, people behind you beeping.
They're not
I was going to say, you didn't move, pull over. Okay.
No, we were at a traffic light.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I saw there was no damage. Like, I got out 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I was going, if I was going 2 is a lot. So she's like, look, I'm going to have to ask you. We're going to have to pull over. I want your stuff.
Oh,
and I look at her and I go, okay. I said, but there really is no damage.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Porsche, beautiful car. And I said, whatever. So we pulled over in the parking lot. And she pulls over and I pull over like that. And I get out. I go, look, I'm sorry. And she goes, well, I need your information. I said, okay. So I gave it to her. And she said, the reason I have to do this is because my husband would kill me if, I told him I got into a fender bender.
Okay.
And I said, yeah, whatever. And at that point, I'm like, oh, You're married?
So she was hot.
Bingo.
And
So
of
then Greek
course,
said. And Score got her info.
she got his info. Let's see if she utilizes it.
So my mind, the Pisces, I'm thinking 2 hours from now we're on the beach drinking champagne.
Of course.
Oh, is that how Pisces think?
She just got divorced.
Okay.
We're watching it. She had huge earrings. I was like, whoa.
Oh, she's a slut.
Are we talking diamonds? Is that what we're talking?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's not talking about
those
the hoops.
times.
Hey,
Okay.
I wear those hoops. That's the Puerto Rican in me. I love those big old hoops.
They were huge. I was like, wow.
The diamonds he's talking.
This is going to be a good payday.
And by the way, that's not my stereotype.
Oh, no, I've heard it before. The bigger the hoop, I've heard.
Anyway, so, and she said to me, wow, your facial expression just changed.
Oh, you're married. Oh, your husband. Oh.
I'll see you later.
You're like, I thought we were pulling over for something else. But that's
that's
unfortunate.
It was pretty funny.
Well, hopefully she won't be like, oh, my neck, because it happens. It happens. It happened to my husband. Same thing. Rolling super slow and whatever. Luckily, he talked to Jason Weiser, and he was just like, this is garbage. Like, basically, just we're going to handle this. We're going to drop it. She's got nothing. But it was the same thing. It was months later that she was so injured and she hasn't been able to go to work and she was just mentally just so like it was everything.
Sure,
like,
of course.
And it was like we were it was a Taco Bell line, not moving, and then he same thing, like slowly kind of rolled, acted like G-Man did, and so it's not like because there's cars behind us, she was in front of us. It's not like we could be like and slam on our brakes. And luckily, the places like that have cameras. But I mean, this woman went thick with what she wanted.
No, she seemed to be very nice. I hope that doesn't happen.
And she left.
Yeah,
she was just Matt was like trying to she was like, I got to get to work.
Yeah, she was nice.
So you didn't even exchange information and follow through that way, have a police report or anything like that.
They exchanged information like that, but Matt wanted to bring the cops in just in case too.
Right, yeah. Right, sure.
And she was like, "No police, I have to go to work." And she
at that point, she's
Taco
leaving the scene
Bell.
of an accident.
Yeah. She got her Taco Bell and left.
Yeah, she was nice. She said, I didn't think you were going to pull over. She was like, they're going to just keep driving.
Did police get involved with yours?
No, absolutely not. No. I mean, again, if it was 2 miles an hour, it was a lot. Yeah. And it wasn't. I was just coming out of New York Prime.
I hope that doesn't, you have the same issue, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I was worried. So I gave her.
You're coming out of New York Prime?
Yeah,
nice.
It was in the afternoon. I always invite you there. You can't come.
Oh, no. Well, I thought, I didn't think you were feeling well. I didn't know the doctor was over it.
What are you doing this weekend, Franny? Want to go to Fountain Blue?
I was
you
picking
can't go?
up gifts.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
No,
I was picking up gift cards for the station.
Got it.
It was $4.35.
Got it. Okay.
Anyway, God, I can't tell you the rest
They
of
check
it.
your temperature. And you're like, a medium rare? Perfect. Got it.
I'm not going to say anything. I do appreciate texting me yesterday and saying, how do you feel? Whatever.
I said, feel better. Hope you feel better. Seems like you felt great.
I feel awesome. I'm doing great, actually.
I had a mental health day.
Making rounds.
I was very depressed.
Everybody else takes them. Nothing wrong with it. Everybody else
I know.
takes
I didn't have mental health day. So anyway, she was very nice, and that was it. But I just, I don't know. I was like, really, we got to pull over? There was no damage at all. I was, 2 miles an hour. She's like, no.
Yeah, but I understand maybe, like, God forbid she goes home and she sees something that you guys didn't know, or her husband does, and he's like, what happened? And that the fact that she didn't say.
Yeah. Well, no, she was nice. She was, I didn't think you were going to follow me.
Well, hopefully everything's fine. Hopefully nothing happens. And luckily you guys are both okay. I mean, it was just a minor fender bender.
Yeah, so I gave her our GM's card.
That should go over well.
I said, here you go, give me a call.
Oh, wow.
I said,
imagine getting that phone call. Remember we had that fender bender? What?
I was like, what?
What fender bender?
I live up north. I never go to Boca.
Boca? I'm not in Boca.
Oh, when he hears Boca, he's going to go, I must have been Greek.
Coming out here,
right away.
That's a giveaway. Dead giveaway, really.
I should have gave my plumber card. No. If she was single, I would have gave her my American Express card.
That's my name on it.
Jimmy. But I was like thinking 2 hours later on the beach, candlelight. Who do you like in a Super Bowl? I asked her, who do you like in a big game? She goes, I sort of think the Chiefs. What do you think? I said, I like the Chiefs 2 plus the 2. She goes, that's an odd question. What do you like?
Yeah, right?
We got to get to the real stuff here.
I said, that's right.
Yeah.
Remember this weekend, guys, it's like March Madness. You could ask a girl, who do you like in a game? It's a good icebreaker. Just like March Madness, you could ask somebody, how's your bracket? What do you think?
You just rear-ended me. What do you like in the Super Bowl? Oh, it's your husband's car? Here, let me get back in mine and take off.
Oh yeah, one of my buddies was like, "You're so shallow." He goes, "If the girl was just regular," he goes, "You would have been like, see you later."
I don't think you would have. I think you still would have pulled over.
I always do.
You wouldn't have had the thoughts about walking on the beach and drinking champagne. That's just
Kick saving a beauty. Thank you.
Only difference.
Little strawberries. Yeah, we pull over. I go, "Do you like strawberries?" She's like, "Excuse me."
What?
I'm like, "Wow."
What are you talking about?
Are those diamond studs real? Because if they are, wow. Hope you and your guy break up soon. 877-927-6969. I was with my stepson the other night. I had dinner with him, and two of his friends stopped by. And I can't believe guys 16, 17, and then I see some guys at the cigar bar 60, 70, and everybody talks about Taylor Swift. It's unbelievable.
Oh, all the different ages?
Yeah, and that's my thing, like all different ages, and it's crazy. And there was a report that they were saying, this is just speculation, that the NFL was thinking about maybe paying her to come to the game because there are many times that they show her and they think it would be better for the game if she was there. Now, it's a Super Bowl, and that's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's a ridiculous mindset to have. It would be better for the game.
Yeah, because they show her so much.
If she's there.
Yeah,
that's so stupid.
And I was like, dude, who is going on? Oh, there's Carmine from Wild 95 outside our studio. Hi, Carmine. Really not a big fan of Carmine right now. He's been telling me for a long time that he picks all these winners in hockey, in the Hard Rock.
Yeah, and I thought you guys were going to go in. You said you were going to front him, or you were going to go in financially on a bet with him.
Yeah, I did.
Sounds like he did.
Is that what happened?
Yep.
Is that why we're mad?
Jimmy,
because he lost.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and then I love you, Jimmy. You know me so well.
Sounds like he did.
Yeah. So he's like, "Oh, it was this, it was that." I'm like, Carmine, no, you lost. That's it. That's it.
As long as it wasn't the Rangers.
No.
Because, again, and for those that don't know, Carmine's a Rangers fan, so that's a bet with the heart, not the head.
No, he took the Panthers.
That's the joke behind
The
it.
other night.
Got it.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. So I was trying to explain to him. I said, look, it's like when I do things with poker events with guys. Like, I'll put up the money, but if we win, we got to get my money that I put up back. It only makes sense.
Yeah, sure, of course.
I'm not going to just give you the money. And I said, I'll pay the bet if you lost. So he lost. He goes, Creek, I wasn't feeling it that night. But I'll call you over the weekend when I really do.
I wasn't feeling it.
Wasn't feeling it, huh?
I'm like, thanks. You might have wanted to tell me that before you put the bet in, Carmine. A lot of crazy bets. Prop bets are crazy. One of my buddies bet Mahomes. He asked me my advice, and I told him on odds. So he bet it 17-1, big money for Mahomes to score the first touchdown.
Okay.
So he could win probably.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he put big money on it.
Interesting.
So, yeah, he said, he goes, Greek, you'll get a huge tip if it wins.
What was the number?
17-1.
Oh, wow.
And I think he put 5,000 on it.
Wow.
So it could be almost
I might put $5 on that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, again, everybody has their own zeros, right? Set of zeros.
I don't have any.
But
the zero ahead of the 5.
Even $50 is good. It's almost $1,000.
Yeah, but those are pretty good odds for him. I mean, because
he never scores.
But he doesn't do it a lot. That's the thing. He doesn't quarterback sneak. Yeah,
it's never rare. It's rare. Brock Purdy, maybe, but him, never. They always give it to Pacheco from the two.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, so maybe he's scared. But again, he's an odds guy. He goes, who do you think odds-wise?
And they seem to pass an awful lot in that situation. Goal to go.
Yeah.
And poor Purdy, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed it so much in his face that people. Well, no, I don't know if it's this, but I'm noticing people are basically stating how much the suites and to get in the Super Bowl are more expensive than what he makes a year.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, the other night, yesterday at the press conference, the day before, one of the reporters told them, "Do you know who you look like?"
Oh, I didn't see this.
Did you hear this?
I didn't, but I saw. Go ahead.
And he handled it well because it was something like you would never expect. They said, "You look like Lee Harvey Oswald."
And he does. It's one of those things that, like, I was today years old, and when I discovered, they're right. He does look like Lee Harvey Oswald.
I got to do a side-by-side.
Oh, no,
I got to do it.
I mean, again, that's a terrible thing.
Have they done it? Have they done a side-by-side?
I don't know if
they need to.
Yeah,
I did it in my mind. It's like, oh my God, he does.
Yeah, so he took it very well, too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was just something you would never expect. Obviously, who wants to look like...
He does.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
He does. They got a side-by-side.
I hate to say it, but...
Who the hell wants to look like him?
I mean, it's not his fault. It looks like that, but
it's amazing what reporters will come up with.
But that is true. I mean, that does take balls to bring that up.
Because I would never even think to say that. Like, because you would think the interview would go south. You know what I mean? Right away. But he took it well. He really did.
Do you remember what his reaction to it was?
I don't remember
Or
exact
did he just
reaction.
laugh?
No, he didn't laugh. He just took it very well. He was very complimentary, but not thanking him. But I mean, throughout the whole interview.
Oh, thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Matter of fact, I'm a pretty good shot too.
Yeah. Oh, imagine if he said that.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine if he said, "I'm glad the game's not in Dallas." It's just crazy.
There you go.
Yeah, they said he didn't seem amused by it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he took it good, but he was just like, it's shock. You don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? If somebody said, "Hey, you look like George."
Hey, you
Clooney."
know what? You look like Hitler. Oh, great, thanks.
Definitely not a compliment.
No.
No, it's not.
And he even said he was like, "This is my first time hearing it," and so yeah, but now
that'll
that I
stick.
looked it up, I was like, "Wow."
That'll stick.
Oh, it will.
Yeah.
Sadly, it will.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You know how many Chiefs fans are making their posters right now?
Oh yeah.
For the game.
Oh yeah. It's just unbelievable what stuff that comes out. Those are media days, and they talk to the media, and just crazy amounts of stuff. And the Super Bowl is, again, the hype is unbelievable. CBS Morning Show is in Super Bowl today. I'm shocked. I've never seen that.
You know what was on last night? And it just seems kind of weird to me because if I'm not mistaken, The Price is Right, the game show, that's not on Channel 12, correct? That's on Channel 5, isn't it? Because every now and then it's out in the...
I don't.
Or is that on CBS?
We're always here. I don't know. It's been years since I've watched The Price is Right, so I'm not sure. I thought it was CBS.
It is? Okay. I don't know. I haven't watched it.
I don't know.
Well, then I guess that makes a little bit more sense. But anyway, they had a prime time show last night. And it was all Super Bowl themed. It was all,
cool.
They had different,
CBS.
Okay, it is on CBS.
Uh-huh.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was, anyway, it doesn't matter. So, Drew Carey, the whole thing, they gave away some prizes last night. A Porsche.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it was just, all kinds of Super Bowl tickets and the whole thing, like, hotel stay and tickets to the game and then the VIP experience and all that stuff. Like, was in some of the Showcase Showdown stuff that I noticed. But, I guess they really bumped it up, obviously. It was a primetime show for it, and it was all based around the NFL.
I'm shocked they did it this morning because, again, when they're there, it's Eastern time, so they're there 3 in the morning live. They were broadcasting from the Bellagio fountains, Gail King and all them.
Cool.
And I was just surprised, get the tie-in. It's on CBS.
I mean,
Sure.
I get it. I mean, we're only a few days out, and I don't know if you saw this yesterday. I know you guys did, but that dude who climbed on top of the Las Vegas Sphere.
He couldn't get tickets for the game.
Is that it?
Well,
I was like, this is a nice view.
Maybe I
I'd
can
the
see
game
from here.
Yeah. So, and this guy does this, all right? So this is his shtick. His name is Maison des Champs, and he's an urban climber. He always scales tall buildings, and he does it in protesting something, right?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. He's an activist.
Yes, to make a statement. And so he was booked into the Clark County Detention Center and is facing multiple charges, including destroying property of another greater than $5,000. So I don't know if something happened while he was up there, and conspiracy to destroy private property. But he was arrested in Vegas back in 2021 for scaling a high rise too.
He did
he did this one, right? Wasn't it for somebody who was pregnant?
The other one I think he did years ago was the Pyramid Casino.
Okay.
That one. But again, it's going to, raise red flags of security of how does this guy pull up, get his stuff out and climb all the way on top without even anybody's noticing it. They called the cops, but he was already at the top of the spear, which is not a great thing.
Yeah, they said that he did a similar stunt in Phoenix during the Super Bowl last year, too. So this is his thing. He posts videos on Instagram. He climbs these really crazy structures. He's a real deal Spider-Man because I'm thinking, all right, high rise still difficult, but that sphere?
Yeah. How did he even,
that's got to be insane. How do you scale that?
Yeah.
Well, but have you seen it up close?
I have not.
If you see it up close, you'll see it should be, I don't want to say easy. But it's the way, so even though it looks very solid from the distance and everything that we see, and of course it's round, but it does have bars that go all the way around it, and those lights on there are a good, I don't know, I want to say they're anywhere from 10 to 12 inches. It makes up each one. It's like sort of like a pixel on a television, right?
Okay.
So, but we always see it from a distance, so it looks like one, the whole
sense.
thing. But if you see it up close, you'll understand why he could scale it.
Because I was thinking it's like, glass, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I was saying, how does he...
Like you just think, like a television, like a screen. It looks like a screen from a distance. So, you would think, well, how does he, I
hook
can
it
understand.
That's what I was wondering, too.
How does he hook on? And again, even more so, you got to figure security. How the hell was this guy able to do that? You know?
Yeah, I don't know how it's chained
I think it was
off,
during the
how
day.
That's what it did look like it was during the day, but I mean, somebody who does this, I want to can't say professionally because I don't know if he gets paid for it, but does it quite often. He probably scopes out whatever he's going to do, knows the best time to do it where he won't get caught. I'm sure.
Yeah, one of my friends called me yesterday afternoon.
But he didn't do a good job because he got caught.
Well, yeah. Well, he wants to get caught. I guess.
I was going to say, right? I mean, that's not.
Yeah, he called me about 7, and he was out there, and he talked about it already, or 8 o'clock, I think. And he goes, "Yeah, some guy was on a spear today." He goes, "They shut everything down. It was crazy."
I'm sure he doesn't want to get caught initially.
No.
Like he wants to get to a point where he's in a position where it makes news and headlines, and here we are talking about it. So.
Yeah, everybody's talking about it.
So he's pro. I believe he's pro-life, and that's what he brings attention to is that cause. But this one specifically, he was trying to raise funds, and he posts this on his social media, and that's how he gets people to do it. He was trying to raise funds for a pregnant woman who's experiencing homelessness, and so that was what this specific one was about, and trying to garner some attention, which he absolutely did.
Next time, tell him have a fundraiser.
Weird way to raise money.
I know. But he does. He probably goes on his social media and is like, if I do this, you got, and
People
will you
pledge
guys,
to it.
yes, will you pledge to it? Or, and that's how we do it. It's like that kid who said, every 50 followers, I'll eat a full of peanut butter.
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear about that kid? And then he started
yesterday.
getting thousands of followers. He's just like, I can't eat all this peanut butter.
Yeah.
And even his mom was helping him. Like his mom was like, so far I spent $150 because she thought it was a cute thing. And she, just harmless in the beginning. But then when the kid, he thought he was going to get like a few hundred followers.
Yeah.
Then it started reaching the thousands. I think even maybe 100,000 or
Oh, my
whatever.
God.
And the mom was like, I've spent $150 on peanut butter already just so he could do this. And the kid quit. And I was like, dude, you can't quit. You said that you were going to eat a spoonful of peanut butter for every 50 followers you got. Do not let these people down.
Just get a tiny spoon.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the only way you can beat that system, right?
Like a small caviar spoon.
Yeah, exactly.
I just happen to have one.
Here it is. I promised.
I just happen to have a caviar spoon with me.
Yeah, like almost that's very similar to the ones that people collect.
Yep.
Anytime you go on vacation or something.
Baby spoon.
Yep.
It is the Penthouse. We're getting ready for the big game. Don't forget about it. And we're going to give our big announcement today for our trivia. I want to thank, again, Jimmy and Franny for doing a great job all week. And I want to thank all of you guys, too. You went 50%. I would have bet against you. I got to be honest with you. I didn't think you'd go 50%, but you did well. But 5 lucky people today are going to have an opportunity to win a 75-inch TV sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. You'll get to pick it up tomorrow, and I'm going to try to be there also with you. It's tough, but I'll try to meet you at Monroe's. And so much more going on today. We're going to come back with This Day in History, a trifecta, and a first round of Get to Know the Penthouse. We'll be back. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
And we found out, we missed out. They did a resurrection of...
Jesus.
No. Happened a long time ago.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
There's a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the northbound Turnpike at PGA Boulevard. There's a crash on Boynton Beach Boulevard at the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Temperatures getting low, but demand remaining high? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the big game is this Sunday, February 11th. Doors open at 6 o'clock, drink specials all night long, and food specials, and beautiful cheerleaders. And if your team's not winning on the scoreboard, guess what? You'll be winning on your scoreboard with the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach. It's the big game party at Monroe's of Palm Beach, and the sexiest cheerleaders in the world will be there. It's this Sunday, February 11th. The big game parties at Monroe's of Palm Beach. Hut, hut, pets!
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, Fallon's, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines? You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When's the best time to plant a tree? It was 20 years ago. When's the second best time to plant a tree? It's now. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I remember years ago being sent home from elementary school with a small tree in a styrofoam cup. I know some of you can relate. If that was planted, it's now bigger than you are. Your finances are the same way. The best time to get started, or the best time to get a second opinion, is now. And with time and patience, imagine how big your financial tree could be. 20 years ago, if you invested $1,000 in Apple stock, it could be worth over $500,000 today. That is a big tree. Do that for you and do that for someone you love. Call Trajan Wealth today and help us help you plant that financial tree. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000. Or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food, not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com.
Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. For victims of drunk and drug driving,
Our grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast.
I am so looking forward to that game.
NFL Total Access.
That's another mini storyline to watch.
NFL Now.
This could be the dangerous team.
And many more. The free iHeartRadio app in the NFL, getting you the insight and behind-the-scenes stories you need for the big game. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Big day every day here in the Penthouse on Real Radio. We're going to announce our grand prize winner for a 75-inch TV. Thank you, Monroe's, for putting it all together. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And now it's time for this day in history and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
Not surprised, but a little surprised. I want to see how he gets treated by the fans next year. Nick Saban is going to join ESPN College Game Day. I wonder if he's going to get a lot of boo.
Shocker. He might in the beginning. He might. And I love Game Day. It is one of my favorite programs. I love waking up at 9 o'clock for College Game Day and starting it, watching it. And
not a fan.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
You're going to see, you know what we are, because they like to, we're going to see how he truly is. We're going to see if he's funny. And I'm curious to see what he's like off of the field. I think he's kind of funny, but it's scripted on the Aflac commercials.
Right.
But
Well, true.
But they're scripted.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about
He doesn't
this
need
one.
the money.
He doesn't.
So he must need something to do.
But I think he will get booed in some cities. Yes.
I think he will, especially SEC.
Yeah.
And certain places, like if they're up in Ohio State or, whatever.
And if he ever picks against Alabama.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he won't.
Oh, they pick games too.
Oh, they do the picks at the end, yes. Yeah.
So he signed that deal. And there was speculation the SEC network was talking to him, but I don't think they had enough money for him. And he's going to go to 4-letter network. He'll be on game day. So
now, is he, because I just read a little bit about it. I didn't go into it, and you might have, G-Man. Is he replacing anybody?
Not that I read, but Lee Corso, who's been there for years.
Yes, and he's up in age,
yeah,
of
and
course.
he's been a little sick.
Yeah,
so,
but he's the best part of game day. I love him, and I know he's not going to be there forever, but I love when he puts on whatever mascot head.
Yeah.
He's so good.
He came up with that on his own years and years ago, and now it's tradition. Yeah.
I love him, but you can. He's kind of losing it a little bit.
Yeah, Belichick was on last year, the last game of the year, when they played Navy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was in it. Then he put on an old helmet and everything like that, and he was okay. But, I don't know how Saban's going to be. Saban's, and it's tough for like him, and next year will be a new thing, too, for Brady. When you have such great success to actually go on, you don't want to come across pompous. Like even Brady this year in his podcast when he said, the competition's not great in the NFL. A lot of players got mad. He said it's mediocre. And again, it's who's saying it.
Well, that and I'll be curious to see, because I have a feeling there's a difference between being kind of an analyst there on a panel versus being on a podcast as a guest. I don't know. I just have a feeling it might come across a little different. for some reason, I picture Saban doing pretty good. I think he's got the chops, the acting chops, those little cameo appearances you see him in like TV shows and things like that. He usually does pretty well. So I don't know. I think he'll be okay.
And he's been on game day before because they will take coaches if they're playing that day and have them on as a guest or whatever.
I want to see the signs,
especially
in the
if they're doing game day at that university.
Saban sucks.
Yeah, I was going to say. So
yes,
and
that's happening.
Since you both watch it a lot more religiously than I do, I mean, every now and then I grab some of it, but. Do they ever have like profane signs in the back, or do they like just immediately go and find them and rip them right out?
I've been part of game day, and they you don't get everybody in there. You got to get there super early. And they have cameras going back and forth. So it can be something that's caught on there because they're on like lines, almost like a zip line. These cameras going back and forth. So if they catch it, they catch it.
I mean,
and nobody's checking to see what signs you're bringing in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean the one sitting basically right behind them, right? Because the camera's on that most of the time, right? I mean, the ones that go around in the crowds from time to time, there's nothing you can do about that.
They could catch it in the beginning because, like I said, it's basically first come, first serve there. And they could catch it in the beginning and then realize, and then get those people out. But I don't know if I've ever witnessed that.
You could have one sitting right behind him that says, Saban's the best. And then you have it, and then you go back, you flip it on the other side, Saban sucks.
Well, that's okay. But if there's like foul language is what he's saying.
Well, it's more like that, right? I mean, because we're talking about college kids. I mean, you can't tell me it hasn't happened.
And interesting, because I like game day, but game day is the one that got all their Emmys taken away from them.
Yep.
Remember, because they had the fake producers so they could give their talent.
Mm-hmm. And then they also, with the Fort Lauderdale Network, they really blew it up to everybody. Winners of 17 Emmys and this and that.
I mean, they did win Emmys. They just added people on the production team so they could give out more.
Yeah, which is not great or really too good. We'll see. I mean, again, he might be good. Who knows how he's going to be? But that was announced yesterday.
I don't want to say it, but I'm with Jimmy. It's hard. I think he will be. That's hard to say, but I think he will be.
Yeah, setting rivalry aside. I mean, now.
Yeah, the only thing I said was that it's hard when you have that great success when you're speaking to the audience and everybody, you got to watch what you say. And then again, it's hard because a lot of these coaches, he's very good friends with. I mean, that's the one thing when you start, anything. Suppose you just all of a sudden you start saying, well, I didn't like that game plan or this sucked and that's it. And that's the hardest thing. Even Tony Romo has said that. He goes, when I first got on, he was, I got a lot of pushback because, he just retired from guys that I played with and this and that. And they don't like it. Yeah. And they just don't. That's how Barkley and Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley are not friends anymore. And they were friends for 25 years. They haven't talked in 10 years because Charles Barkley, slammed Jordan a little about not being a good owner. And Jordan was like, really? We're done. And they haven't talked in 12 years. So that's one thing. I mean, you don't never know what's going to come up, but maybe, I don't know, and you could just say, hey, Franny, I'm just going to let you know they're going to talk to me Saturday about you. This is what I'm going to say. Because a lot of that is all scripted, so it's not like off the shot. So I might say, hey, you know what? I don't think your offensive game plan is so cool. This is just my opinion.
Yeah.
But like Jordan, I would have never thought that. Him, Michael Jordan, uber successful, 6-time champ. What do you care? But it was Barkley was his friend, and he said he's not a good owner. And Barkley has talked about it many times.
I can see that.
Yeah, we're not, but he's doing his job. Yeah. You know what I mean? But
and I know.
But I'm saying, you would think, and Barkley has talked about it many times, I want to make amends. I put out Jordan, no, you're done. So, I mean, I think that's one of the things that's hard to do. Even his program, say Alabama starts out bad next year. And they're 2-4.
Yeah. Could you imagine him starting to badmouth like the coach, and or even worse? Well, I would have done this.
and
that can get sticky. I can see that.
When you first start with game day, it's going to happen. You're going to get hate from because these kids, these adults. Desmond is it Desmond Howard? He played for Michigan. I'm sure when he goes to Ohio, he gets booed to hell. Yeah. Herb Street was Ohio, right? And I'm sure. So probably in the beginning, you're going to get that hate, especially from those rivalry teams. And then it'll die down.
It will.
But I think he'll be able to handle the hate. He's used to it.
How many times has Lou Holtz said something bad about Notre Dame? Over the years, I mean.
Herb Street, it was so bad for him. He played for Ohio State, grew up in Ohio. He had to move out of Ohio. He has 4 kids in school. It was you should read our article about it if you ever want to read a backstory.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was for his children and him.
He had to move out of Ohio, but he represented Ohio State.
People didn't like certain things that he said about Ohio State.
Oh, during game day, like if he went against them or something?
Just in general, he just said that he really, and I saw an interview with him one time that he had to move out of there. This is years ago.
Sure.
But people could be brutal.
Yeah, I follow him because he's got like 5 golden retrievers. He just got a new puppy, and he brings the one with him, his older one, all the time. Travels, has like better life than most people do.
And he dresses good. He's cute.
He's
So
cute.
whatever.
That's all that matters.
Of course, that's all that matters. Dogs and he's cute.
So last night, the Miami Heat played the Spurs, and they won 116-105. Hero was the hero with 23 points. Heat have won a couple games in a row. Now Sunday, Sunday they have the Boston Celtics in Miami. Last time Celtics came to Boston, they tuned the Heat. So that's going to be a big game on Sunday. That could be the first of your trifecta on Sunday. Maybe the Heaters, the Chiefs, and the over, but we'll see. But that game's going to be there. And Gronk said that the Chiefs are on the verge of a dynasty, whether they win or not. He loves the team, loves what they have achieved, and if they can win the 3rd Super Bowl in 5 years, he said you got to look at them as a dynasty. He spoke about that yesterday with CNN, by the way. Gronk also has his big party this weekend at the Encore on Saturday. And it is funny when you watch people like this morning, CBS News, and I was early this morning, I was out and about, and the TV was at the car wash where I was, and people were like, why are they wearing coats? And, people have the thought, Vegas, you know what I mean? It's hot. I said, it's cold in Vegas this time of year. People forget that. And even people who went out there, I have one of my friends who went out there, and there's so much technology, the weather, and he didn't dress properly. He goes, I'm trying to buy a coat. I'm freezing my ass off. But it's cold. You're in the desert, at night especially. So 5 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be a little chilly mode. And that's your first trifecta of the day. Now over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this day in history.
Full tank of gas in this bitch because we're going way back. 437 years ago today in 1587, Mary Queen of Scots lost her head, literally. This was the day of her execution. And why was she executed? Well, she did try to kill her cousin, Queen Elizabeth I of England, so there is that. 114 years ago today in 1910, well, you heard it in the open of the show. Today is Boy Scouts Day, and this is the day that they were founded. Since then, more than 110 million Americans have participated in the Boy Scouts of America programs. 100 years ago today, 1924, the first execution by lethal gas went down in Nevada State Prison in Carson City. 88 years ago today, 1936, it's the first ever NFL draft. 2-day draft, Greek.
What year is it?
You're not going to get it. I wouldn't expect anybody to know that.
What was it?
1936. It was the first NFL draft.
1936.
Is it a
remember?
weird piece of trivia you might remember?
No?
It's the year of my prom.
Who'd you take? Juan?
Denise. Who turned into Juan.
Oh, wow. Nice.
As the night went on. Let me think. 1936. I don't know.
Jay Berwanger from the University of Chicago. He was the first pick, and he was taken by the Eagles.
And fun fact, first ever Heisman Trophy winner, too.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, nice. Ooh, a little trivia there for this weekend to get some extra potato chips.
46 years ago today, in 1976, can they be Lay's?
It'll be whatever you want.
You like Lay's?
Thank
You don't
you.
like the Ruffles? You don't like Ridges?
I do like Lay's.
Yeah.
Classic nor'easter happened. I believe they call this the blizzard of '78. This took place up in the New England area, and some areas of like Rhode Island and Massachusetts got 55 inches of snow.
That's a lot of snow.
Damn. Keep shoveling. 41 years ago today, 1983, the great one, Wayne Gretzky, set a record when he scored 4 goals in one period during an NHL All-Star game. 38 years ago today, 1986 was the year Spud Webb won the NBA Slam Dunk Contest at the impressive height of 5'7".
It's amazing.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
30 years ago today, 1994, remember when Jack Nicholson smashed that guy's windshield with a golf club?
Oh, yeah, that was bad.
Today's the day it happened. Jack eventually reached an undisclosed settlement to avoid a criminal lawsuit. 28 years ago today, 1996, Cleveland agreed to drop its lawsuit after the NFL announced that Art Modell could move the NFL franchise to Baltimore, but he'd have to leave the Browns name behind. 3 years later, Cleveland would get a football franchise back, but They haven't had too much success since then. Finally, 15 years ago today, it's hard to believe it's been 15 years, Adele won Best New Artist at the 51st Grammy Awards. And that's what happened on February 8th. Our history.
Thank you, Jimmy. Do it once a show to reflect on the day we're in. What is today's date? Is today the 8th?
Yes, it is.
Sure
is. 8th. All right. So today is February 8th, getting ready for the big game on the 11th. And if you don't have plans for 2:14 for dinner, you might be out of luck. A lot of places are already sold out, so maybe you can make some moves or figure out something. And don't make the Super Bowl affect your love triangle for Tuesday night.
Love triangle?
Yeah, whatever you're
so
in.
you got a threesome going on?
I know.
All right.
What's happening?
Polly, want a cracker?
One of my buddies goes, if I lose the game, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm like, dude, don't do that.
Oh, for Valentine's Day, you mean?
Yeah. Because you lose all your cash, and then you're like, what do you want to do? Peanut butter and jelly? Popcorn? Yeah, so don't do that. Make sure you guys are a little bit ahead of yourself and making plans already. And remember, roses are expensive, but there are a lot of places where you can get them inexpensive. Franny gave you a couple places, Costco.
Yeah, somebody, what was that where somebody said that they got
2 dozen.
2 dozen
or
for
50.
I think it was, 50 for $65 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was Costco.
Okay.
I thought you said Costco.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Somebody texted us that, yep.
I mean, you could have 4 girlfriends. And give,
it's awesome.
And give
Sounds
two
like
to
too much work.
If you can afford 4 girlfriends, you can afford the good roses.
This is true. But you don't want anybody to think they have an advantage. I gave the other one a dozen, too. I love you all the same. So get to know the Penthouse. Jimmy's got a couple questions.
Oh, you want to do a couple?
Let's do a couple, and
All
maybe
right.
we'll do a couple later in the show.
Just sprinkle them throughout.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
Okay.
All right, so these are some questions that I just saw. It's like, they get to know type questions, and I tried to pick ones. There's a couple on here that you probably might know a little bit, but if you haven't listened in a while, or if you're a new listener, you can find out some information about your favorite host, co-host, and producer here on the Penthouse. So here is number 1. What is your favorite game show of all time? Greek?
Game show?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't really have them, but let me think.
Franny, do you have one in mind?
I have daytime and primetime.
Oh, wow.
Such a topper.
How about that?
I have daytime. The Price is Right, my daytime. And the Match Game is my primetime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a...
That's the one I try to get into, remember?
primetime.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
had
right,
a couple of
yeah.
interviews and didn't make it. But yeah, those are my 2.
Well, I'm not going to say that game because they didn't take you. What was the first one you said?
No, what do you like?
I don't even watch them. I don't watch
You
them.
never did
so
as a
you
kid
never,
or
you never
anything,
had
or-
one. You
No?
never
No, I really didn't.
Any
Okay.
of them?
I mean, I
Because
really-
mine had varied. When I was a kid, I loved Hollywood Squares, but I can say ultimately those are my 2 favorite. What about you?
Hollywood Squares, that was a good one
What was
from
fun,
way
right?
back, but it was a little bit older for me. Like, I just not quite there. I had to
They
I watched
brought 'em back,
reruns of
though.
it type thing.
Yeah, but they've always had newer ones, and I think they even have it now too.
And you can see some of the classic stuff, like when Paul Lynde was the center square. I mean, probably the best one ever. I really like Pressure Luck. And, because again, I'm talking about when I was a kid.
Is that No Whammies?
Yeah, the no whammies, no whammies, stop. And then, but they'd always do those little silly dances when the whammy would get. And I don't know, that amused the hell out of me as a child.
Yeah.
So these are some get to know the Penthouse questions. So how about this one? Going back again to the child. What is your best childhood memory?
Got one?
And I'll tell you what, since I've already answered these myself, so I'll do that because I know I'm putting you guys on the spot. You haven't seen these questions. You don't know what's coming. Probably, I would say, overall, my best childhood memory is when we would take vacations and we would go camping. We had a travel trailer, and we would go to different areas. A lot of times, even down here to Disney, we stayed there a lot. We went out up to Maine or Tennessee, something like that. But those were my favorite childhood memories.
Yeah.
And you could say vacation, but that's we specifically
of course.
did that.
I always, I have a few. I used to love going on the boat with my family in Lake Lanier, and we would stay the night, and we'd find a little island over there, and the kids would camp, and my parents would stay on the boat. I love that. But truly, my parents were so much fun. I lost my dad at a young age at 13, but I just remember them just always having a party or a good time, and I would love that. And they would always be at our house over there, and they would have their friends over, and it would turn into everybody busting out the guitar and the maracas, and it would turn into a big sing-along and a big Puerto Rican party and doing the pig roasts and stuff like that.
Ooh,
I remember
nice.
that. That was always fun times.
That sounded like fun.
Yeah. How about you?
I would say anytime, as a kid. It was only a few times, but one time I went to go see the tree in New York with my mom and dad. My parents were divorced, and my my parents divorced when I was like 4 or 5. But there was one time.
Okay, so it was a time when they weren't together, but the three of you went together.
Yeah,
or 4, was Stevie there?
No, he didn't go.
Okay, so it was 3 of you.
Yeah,
Okay.
he used to take me every year, and then one year she came with us. I thought it was a nice time.
That's nice.
And to see him, but I always liked the holidays with him and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm glad we went into that kind of thing. Because then you can go childhood, other things that maybe happen to your child. I'll never forget the first time I went to Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like something, as a kid, you're like, wow, Yankee Stadium.
And I have a lot of, and people who've been through traumatic situations in their life, they know, like, I don't remember a lot of my childhood. And they say that that's one of those things that your brain does to protect you from things.
Yeah.
But it's true. My sister will say stuff, and she remembers everything. And I'll be like, what? When? What? That really happened? She's like, you don't remember that? I was like, no. So
I've had that, but I blame it on the booze.
Which is good.
Blame it on the alcohol.
Fireball. From your dad passing?
Yes,
Is that the idea
because there's a
behind it?
lot of
Because of
stuff
that,
from before then that I do not remember.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
What is your I don't think I have that on here, but what is like your earliest childhood memory? I didn't write that one down, but it kind of goes along with that, right? So it just triggered that question because of that.
Yeah, I don't remember like stuff from very, very, very young.
I think I've told the story, but there was a time when we were, I think I was in kindergarten, and it's like the only childhood, like elementary school type of story that I remember. And Mac, and then too, I had a crush on a teacher. Of course, I did. And we were doing a thing where, like, what are your eye colors? And just making a chart or something like that. But I purposely said that my eyes were a different color just so that she would look closely. I kid you not. It's dumb as it was.
Casanova.
I'm sitting there like laying on her lap. She's looking into my eyes, and I'm in heaven.
That's such a Greek move.
It is. It's sort of a story you'd hear from him. But
it is.
no, it was.
That's such a Greek move. What about you, G-Bad?
Earliest childhood memory.
I remember coming to Florida. My brother came down here for a baseball camp. And Stevie was like 12 years older than me, and we came together, the 4 of us.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
I think I was like 5 or 6, and I remember coming down to Florida and staying at the Fontainebleau, and he had a camp in Fort Lauderdale, a baseball camp, and we stayed. So that was like my earliest childhood memories I can remember.
Yeah. I think mine probably, the one that comes to mind, and I think the reason why it stuck in my head because I was traumatized, was I'm maybe like 4 years old, and I've seen pictures in our photo albums from this vacation, and it was Disney.
Oh, that's nice.
And the Disney parade was going through, and we're all waiting in line.
All right.
And Captain Hook came over to say hi to me, and I lost it.
start
You would
crying?
have thought it was the devil. Yeah, because he's Captain Hook. I watched the movie. He's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy.
Oh
yeah.
my God. I was like trying to run away from him, and it was that I remember. I do.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think these are great questions, and maybe we'll do it again in the 1 o'clock hour.
Sure. I got some other ones too that
Yeah, of course.
they're are fun as well. I tried to keep it on the light and fun side, so but yeah, we'll
All right,
get
good,
to
because
know.
I was about to cry after. I just
Yeah. I know.
Thanks for bringing
I
up
got-
the memories.
I got Franny in trauma, already in trauma mode over here. She's
I feel like I'm in
she's
therapy.
rocking. She's going,
Yeah, like, hey, sometimes you need to get this stuff out, so thank you.
It helps. In the 1 o'clock hour, when did you realize your life was going nowhere?
Yeah. Do you have a couch I can lay on?
when I walked into work this morning. That's it. It was done.
When I took out my keypad, it is the Penthouse.
Key still works.
On a Thursday, grand prize winner today, we're going to announce for our 75-inch TV by Monroe's Palm Beach. Franny's going to do that at 10 after 12. We got some Florida stories. What do we have coming up?
Yeah, so I talked about this yesterday, but I have more details about the guy who decided to take his truck for a surf in the ocean yesterday. I know this dude's been everywhere.
Oh, boy.
And then a guy racked up a bunch of money on his not his company, the company he works for's card, and I'll let you know what he decided to purchase. And then we also have a woman, and we're still talking about these, using COVID funds for something, or a place, we'll say, that G-Man likes to go to quite often. I'll get you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Got something to say? We'll listen.
Hello.
Call now. 877-927-6969. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it.
You like that? We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
There's a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the northbound Turnpike at PGA Boulevard. There's a crash on Boynton Beach Boulevard at the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. At Lowe's, save big when you buy in bulk. Save on bulk purchases of select insulation from green fiber and more. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-919-3200. That's 800-919-3200. 800-919-3200.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add 1 unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food and not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Get ready for the big game and a big weekend. What are your plans? Or do you do something every year and you're like, hey, this is what I do every year? Usually my friends and I would go to Gulfstream before the game around 12, 1 o'clock, sit there, lose a ton of money, and then come watch the Super Bowl and lose more money. So it's a perfect day. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
So in a scene that looked like this guy was training for Florida Man games, I wonder how those went. Were those in January in St. Augustine? Curious. I have not an update about that, where they had the Florida Man event going on.
That's right. They did, didn't they?
Yeah, I totally forgot about it. But there was a dude, I mentioned him yesterday, and the best part is that this guy is so happy about what he did. And you can see this Jason dude, his name is very hard to, I'm not even going to attempt to, in his Dodge Ram pickup truck. And man, this is a perfect commercial for a Dodge Ram because he is driving in the surf of the water and it is going. And then he just continues on. And it's up to the hood. And so everybody's watched the video. We're like, man, that should be a commercial for them because that thing is still going. And this guy is just in so much trouble. Not only did he bypass the closed beach access gate, he was driving in the ocean, which you cannot. And the reason why it was closed is because of severe wind. But he said that basically he just wanted to take his car for a surf. Is what he wanted to do.
For a surf.
Wanted to take a dip in the water.
He did.
It was hot.
Yes. And when deputies finally got a hold of him, that's exactly what he told him. He wanted to drive on the beach, and then he told deputies that it's not my fault. The truck don't surf.
Don't surf?
Yeah. And of course, we're like, yeah, but you should be driving on the beach when the gates are closed anyways, or in the ocean. And he was like, I can get in trouble for that? And they're like, yes, you can. Yeah. And this was all caught on their body cam footage, all of that audio. So fun stuff. And then we have a dude who racked up $31,000 in charges on a company card. Warren Alexander Johnson is his name. And Do you guys want to guess what he spent that money on?
The ladies.
I was going to say women.
This is a tough one. I don't know if we've ever had anybody spend money on this.
Clothes?
Ooh.
No, we've had people spend money on that.
Drugs?
We've had people spend money on that. Think outside the box.
Bright line.
Super Bowl tickets.
Pets?
No, he spent money because he wanted to make more money. He spent money on scratch-off lottery tickets.
Oh, nice.
How much did he win?
$31,000 and on company card charges to purchase scratch-off lottery tickets.
Oh, my God. Did he win anything or no?
I don't know. You would think with that much, right?
Gotta win something.
They said it was $31,693 was spent between several convenience stores. So at least he spread around the love. He also reviewed the tracking information they did when we were doing this for the company, the investigator, for the company vehicle that he drove. And they determined it did correlate with the credit card charges to all those convenience stores.
Man, he didn't win anything with $31,000.
I don't know. I don't know, G-Man.
I think they would have put in the article like he won $1 million.
You would think, right?
Yeah. Or he just didn't say anything, and maybe the money somewhere else because he was like, if I get busted,
Yeah, I
I
didn't
put
win
this
a
in my
dime.
bank.
Not one.
Nope.
Not even a free card.
So, I mean, you would think with that much money and scratchers,
That's
gotta hit
sad.
something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I play 2 or 3 and I don't get a number, I'm throwing my, phone. I can't believe it. 31,000? I mean, even if he played every 150, that's a lot.
You know he did.
And then we're going to go to Boca Raton, Florida, where they saw a Florida woman will spend more than 5 years in a federal prison. She just recently pled guilty to money laundering nearly $2 million in those fraudulent COVID-19 relief loans that so many people did. Yep. It looks like that Maritza Hermoso said that it wasn't just her, it was others, but she is the one that we're talking about, conspired to defraud private lenders by filing the false and fraudulent loan applications. And as many did, she just spent it on so many things that she shouldn't have. And people are like, all right, speaking of dogs, she got a Pomeranian puppy. She got a Cadillac Escalade, brand new, with all the bells and whistles.
Oh, that's nice.
She decided to get some cosmetic surgery done to herself.
Of course she did.
Yes.
There's 200,000.
They said that she. They said that she.
She'd be ready for jail.
She also disguised her misuse of funds by laundering the loan proceeds through multiple unrelated business accounts and withdrawing the money in cash. So, so this was something that happened in 2020, but she has finally been sentenced. And then next up in your What the Florida. Thank God he didn't shoot a kid, but he did shoot their basketball. And he's, get off my lawn. There's a Lake County man has been arrested after he said threatened a couple kids with a gun and shot their basketball while they were playing. It's because it kept on hitting his fence.
Wow.
Deputies responded to a home 8 o'clock at night after a parent of one of the children reported that the kids were hiding in the back room of the home because they said that they had been threatened with a gun. When deputies responded, they made contact with Dale Barnes, who admitted to getting into an argument with the kids earlier that day. He said that he was sitting on his porch and the kids were passing a basketball back and forth and the ball kept hitting his fence.
Yeah, little Rugrats play somewhere else.
Yeah, just kept on hitting his fence and he's like, it's directly in front of him and all I could hear is bam, bam. So he walked to confront the kids. He said, I was angry. So I pulled out my .22 Magnum and I shot the basketball.
That's sad.
That's a little,
one time.
extreme.
Yeah, that's sad. One time. That's
He
all you
said,
gotta do.
then I put the gun back in my pocket and
I like
sat back
that
down.
one
Yeah.
Only shot it
Like
once.
But I love it. But it's so casual. He shoots the ball. He goes, I put the gun back in my pocket and I sat back down on my porch as the kids ran away. I could just imagine him like a rock. He's got to be in a rocking chair,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Gotta be
Rocking
in a
chair.
Boom.
Yep.
And he gets back.
Can of PBR.
Yep. Gun in pocket, goes back to his rocker.
Why am I picturing Clint Eastwood in this? No offense, Clint. Love you.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But it doesn't matter if you shoot a basketball, you're still in trouble for that.
Jesus.
Yeah. They said that this guy does have a history of being a very angry neighbor, they said, and yelling at their children and threatening them. So he was placed under arrest and charged with 2 counts, each of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And that is your What the Florida.
It's crazy. Years ago, we were kids. We used to play baseball at this one lot. And if it ever went to
Was it the Sandlot?
No, it wasn't.
Ooh, nice.
But
Nice pun.
yeah. If it ever went into this one guy's house, we never went and got. Well, we just did.
Well, that was like the Sandlot with the dog, Beast. Remember, every
but that
time
was
we'd go
the
over the
dog.
yard, and they didn't want to go over there because they thought a monster lived over there.
It was this guy, he was just miserable. He would scream at us, yell at us, and just like we were like, okay, hell with it. And then we got so bad that when things would happen, we would just start buying 2 or 3 balls.
That's funny. Yeah, we have
Let it go.
We have a little kid who lives on the other side of us, and his balls are always in our yard. Like I think he just purposely just throws them in, and so we just throw them back. We just toss them back.
Probably has a crush on you.
Our issues are the kid's like 4,
Or Matt.
maybe the kid's like 3 or 4. But the problem is now we're starting to notice other things in our yard, and they always have people over. And I think a lot of people live in that house. I think it is like grandparents,
Right. Oh, okay.
kids,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of people do because they have a ton of cars in their driveway. But now we're starting to notice other things. Balls is fine; it's a kid. But now chicken bones. Yes. And the only reason we know is because the dogs are finding them and they're really bad for them. And so we're yanking them out of their mouth. And I was like, what are they just, are they having
That's
their parties?
being malicious.
Are they having their parties and just
Tossing
eating their chicken bones and just tossing them?
That's
yeah.
bad.
This is the same neighbor, though, that Matt was like, hey, can you cut your mango tree
that's
because
right.
it's ruining our yard? Well, I'll have somebody cut it. And the guy's like, I'll do it for $400. So Matt paid him. Same neighbors.
That's being malicious.
Same neighbors, but they're always so friendly when we see them in the driveway. They're always like, hey, what's going on? What's up?
Yeah. So here's some chicken bones for your dogs
and then
to choke on.
And then they toss their leftover chicken bones over.
That's not nice.
I know. I agree.
You can make a citizen's arrest.
That's what I would
Should
do.
I? Citizen's arrest?
I go over there. Yeah, have the cop scheme playing in the background. What you gonna do?
Have a little siren
What you gonna do
on.
when Franny comes for you?
That's right. Have a siren on your car like Elvis used to do.
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Yeah,
whoop,
but
whoop.
I'm going to have to pull you over for chicken bones.
What if our new neighbor's kid was like that? And again, stuff coming over in the
Yeah.
yard, be one of those where he'd like his dog, he'd be out with his dog, right? And the dog would start barking and he'd be like, trying to get the dog to hush. He's like 6, 7 years
Okay.
old. And then the dog would hush. And then a couple seconds later, he'd egg it on to bark, but kind of quietly. Just like
Being a dick.
someday this kid's going to be in prison.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Yeah, and with the kid, I don't think anything because, like I said, he's like 4, and we just toss him back, and that's it. And then
But the chicken
and it's
bones,
not that was this. This is
Does
new.
it happen more than once?
No, this is a new.
Or is it
This is a new occurrence. It's happened a couple. Well, I don't want to say it's happened a couple times. Maybe it was one day.
Okay. All right.
But we've caught her, one of our dogs specifically, multiple times because obviously we take it, we throw it away with different ones. So maybe it was just one sitting, and maybe they had a guest over who was just a jerk and didn't care.
Throw
Was
it
just
over the-
tossing
That's
their
terrible.
bones.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Throw it over the fence? Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? What are you, a school buddy?
Some people are school buddies.
Yeah.
Because like I said, we've been there for 3. This is just recently happened.
You got to make a citizen's
So
arrest.
maybe it's somebody who went over because like I said, they have people over all the time. Maybe they just had some kind of asshat over their house who just doesn't give a damn.
It's not
We're just tossing their bones.
It's not right.
Oh, I agree. It's terrible.
When the Super Bowl goes on, pull out their electricity.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, just
Like I said, I don't
snip
want
the wire.
I don't want to blame them yet.
6:30.
Unless I catch them specifically. It could have been, as I mentioned, somebody who came over for one of their parties or barbecues that they have.
Right as the ball's going up.
Let's
Boom.
let's hope it doesn't manifest because again, obviously that can harm.
Yes, yes.
So here's it's going to sound like a good story. Scott Mankey of Bangor, Maine, went to the beach with his metal detector one day. Did a little bit of searching. So that day he dug up a tungsten ring.
Okay.
Didn't think too much of it initially. Had it laying around, kept it for about a month or so, and then he decided to clean it up and see if it was, worth anything. Put it on the Facebook Marketplace, and some people started to inquire about it, and it was. He got, some obviously just people like joking around type thing. But eventually somebody did recognize this ring. And he went back and forth with this woman. Woman replied to him saying, I think that is my ring. She told him the initials that were on it so that, he could verify it. Sure enough, it was. At this point, I'm going to let Scott tell you the rest of the story.
I go, when do you want to meet up? I'll return it. So then she finally tells me, she's like, well, it's my ex-husband's, and he tossed it in the river, apparently. She was like, thank you for being a good Samaritan, trying to do the right thing. But honestly, it's the ex-husband. She hates him. She's like, you can either toss it, keep it, or sell it.
Wow.
Keep it. I don't want the ring back. That bum,
that's
he threw it in the water. You keep the damn thing. So in the end, he kept it.
Well, good for him.
How about that? Huh?
At least he tried to do the right thing.
You hear these stories
nice.
where
Yes.
people return a ring from 50 years ago, and all the people are, oh my goodness, I can't believe we found my wedding ring from so long ago. We lost. Keep the damn thing. I hate the guy.
I tossed it on purpose.
It's my ex.
That's funny.
I always hear so much disdain for people's ex. I mean, both sides, men and women. And like I said, it reminds me of the whole thing with Taylor Swift. It's crazy. But, man, even like the other day, one of my buddies with his ex, and it was like 11 years ago, he went off. And they don't have kids. And he was just like, he goes.
You don't need to have kids to be pissed off at somebody.
And I said to him, I go, sorry. Because he's involved in something I'm doing this weekend. I said, I'm sorry. He goes, it sounds like this just happened. He goes, no, 11 years ago. I was like, wow.
maybe you want to get over that.
Yeah, holding on to it for a while.
Yeah.
So I know you saw this, Jimmy, and I had this yesterday, and we're going to get into it because it's funny because some of these things I were like, I'm just finding out and reading this. And these are some things that, should be obvious, but went way over people's head. They didn't know until it was pointed out to them. And this was a Reddit thread, but I saw this yesterday on BuzzFeed. And so this one, all right, we're going to talk about. And if you have anything that you were today years old when you found out about, let us know. How the American bail system works. Said, I thought it was a sum of money you paid to avoid jail. But I was surprised when I realized you actually get the money back if you show up for your trial.
Right.
Yep.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
But luckily, I've never had to deal with that before.
The one where you give money to avoid jail? I mean, we call that the government.
I had no idea.
And it's 10% of what the bill is. Like when they say $100,000, it's $10,000.
Okay.
So,
yeah. No. We've talked about that before.
No,
too.
I'm saying for people who don't know, that's what it is. But when you get, like somebody gets a DUI, when I went through it with a friend of mine, it was $1,000. When she went to court, we got the money back.
Okay.
So, and a lot of people don't realize that. They just think it's like goes to fees, which is a good silver lining, huh, Jimmy?
Yeah. Oh, look, I get that money back. But no, I was kind of surprised for that one. I didn't realize that there was a group of people that thought, well, they pay that money, the bail money.
I never thought about it.
And that's it. They get, because they do get out of jail, right? So, for the most part. But, you actually have to go back and trial, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But I didn't know about it, but I never thought about it. So I guess that's why.
I didn't know when I put up the money. I didn't know that.
You thought the money was gone.
Yeah, I thought that was like a court fee or something. I had no clue. Never been arrested. It wasn't me.
Well, the whole idea is that you'll show up to court. That's
of course, but I didn't know that you get the money back.
Right.
I was shocked.
Yep. This one, I just learned yesterday when I read it. I recently learned that goodbye is a shortened form of God be with you.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That was a new one to me.
Which people in ye old England would say to each other.
Goodbye.
So yeah, it's shortened verse of God be with you. Goodbye. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that, but I'll use it tonight.
Yeah. So I know I just rear-ended your car, but did you know?
God be with you.
This next one too. I didn't realize where this came from.
I don't know. Are you on the BuzzFeed list? I don't know where you're at.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so go ahead.
Well,
I don't know if we're on the right
one
one.
with Howdy.
Oh, okay.
Because it's the same. It's kind of along the same lines. That hundreds of years ago, Howdy came from how do ya, or how do ye? I guess from back then. So it's basically it's a hello. That's how they used to say hello. And same thing with the goodbye. I didn't realize it was short for something. Howdy is the same thing. It's short for another gesture to say hello.
And I think a couple people are like, you're on an island alone with some of these. Like this person was like, I was 25 when I found out that the jugs of washer fluid outside the gas station aren't free. I was walking out of the gas station with a buddy one day, grabbed a jug of washer fluid, and he asked me, "Did you just steal that?" I was like, "No, dude, it's free." Turns out it's not. I sold washer fluid for nearly 10 years. I did not realize it. They thought the gas station was handing out washer fluid. Oh my God, this one too.
I gotta tell you, I was with a girl one time. She did the same thing in her car.
That's
same
funny.
thing.
It's free.
And so she goes, "Could you put this in my car?" And I was like, "Okay." And then I said, because we got gas, and we came out. I go, "Did you pay for this?" She goes, "No." I said, "What do you mean no?" She goes, "They just give it to you." I go, "They don't give you this."
Yeah.
She goes, "Look at all the boxes."
Is it the mindset because at the gas pumps they got the washer fluid in there with the sponge type thing? Is that the mindset to where it's free?
I guess I don't know.
She didn't have much of a mind, this girl. Great body, but still, she's like, "Oh, I thought it was free." I go, "No, we got to pay for it, sweetums."
That is funny. That is funny.
This one, my girlfriend posted the other day, and I was like, man, I didn't know that either. And I had to Google to see if it's correct. I was at least 50 when I learned that the little piggy who went to the market wasn't going shopping. Did you know that?
What was he doing?
So according to this, this little piggy went to the market, this little piggy went home.
Yeah.
So the first pig who went to the market is actually going to the market to get slaughtered.
Oh, I didn't know.
The little piggy staying home refers to the pig not ready to eat yet, and that must stay home to mature. And like there's more to it.
Right.
And we would do this as little kids with our little toes.
Which was but what poem was it from? I didn't write that one down.
This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy went home.
Right.
This little piggy went wee. Right. I don't know if it's from a poem, but we used to do it.
In the article that I read, it's from a poem, and it's like I'm not really familiar with the poem, but I remember that's what I remember
As a
from,
kid with your toes.
With the kid with the toes.
Your mom would do that
with
too,
your
or
toes,
that's what. And we would do it. And it was like so cute. It would make us laugh and tickle. And we're talking about pigs going to the market to get slaughtered.
Yeah. So
who knew that?
So there's that.
Yeah, it's so disturbing. We have here that with reindeer. Somebody said my high school science class, we were watching a video, and it was then that I realized reindeer are in fact real creatures.
Yeah.
He's like, I just thought they were
made
mythical beings for the purpose of pulling Santa's sled.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the ones that fly are not real.
Yeah. They don't actually fly.
Yep. Somebody, same thing. I was 50 effing years old when I learned that bats are not in fact blind. Because you always used to hear blind as a bat, right?
Yep.
This one, I just realized it was called metal music because it's harder than rock music. That's what metal. Get it, right? And this one is like one of those obvious. The best time to start saving for future really was all those years ago. Do you have any on there that stand out?
The Mad Men. I'm not familiar with that show. So the Mad in Mad Men is for Madison Avenue.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what that reminded me of too is Mets. I don't know how many people know the story of it being the Metropolitans, right? Is that
Years ago.
in a sporting, world you might, but outside of that, just a casual fan,
No, when somebody says
or
it
Knicks and Knickerbockers.
Yep. When they say it means old school, that you were a fan years ago.
Yeah.
Because they were called that in the very beginning.
Yeah.
The New York Mets.
It's what Mets is short for, right?
Yeah.
Metropolitans. And then, of course, with the Knicks, and because I looked this up, I wasn't 100% sure. I would have guessed it if I had to, meaning, Knickerbockers, and they are, pants, right? And it's funny because Knickerbockers is the plural for knickers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yet knickers has an S on it, much like pants.
Mm-hmm.
A single pair of pants always has an S. Pair, it's weird.
Yeah.
Isn't it that weird
It
thing?
is.
Like it's a plural on a plural.
It is weird.
They don't do that anymore with the Knicks, but they did in the 70s. Marv Albert, he joined us tonight for the Knickerbockers game.
Right.
Yeah, because you don't hear
But that's
that.
what Knicks is short for. You know, I mean, it's Knickerbockers. They don't really go by that much.
Interesting.
It's just the Knicks now, but that's what it is short for.
Yep.
So that's what that Mad Men kind of got, led me down that road, no pun intended.
Which I heard is a very good show. I haven't watched it yet either. And then a couple dopes, too, that you're like, come on, kid. Somebody thought that pasta was rice was chopped up pieces of pasta. They said that they thought that's what rice was. And then this one made me laugh, too. They said that my car key remote isn't, in fact, broken, but the battery just died. So they thought forever they would go to be like, I need a new battery, I need a new fob. And they're like, oh, no. Just a battery. You don't need a whole new fob.
Somebody who was a little bit older when they realized it in the song I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, that Mommy wasn't actually having an affair. Daddy was Santa Claus in that particular case. And then this was probably this was probably my favorite out of it all. They have a local plumbing company, and their name of the company is called Abacus, with their tagline being "You can count on us." Well, this person didn't know what an abacus in real life was.
Yep.
So, and then they had like part of the image of their logo is an abacus, and they eventually learned, well, an abacus, that's how you count in, other languages.
I got to know if somebody had an engagement ring on, they were engaged.
Yeah.
I mean,
Who would think?
Who would think
Who
that?
would think?
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're about 35 minutes away from somebody winning a 75-inch TV. Compliments of Monroe's of Palm Beach for the big game. We'll be back with a trifecta and then a giveaway at 11:45. Man, all we're doing today is giving, so I hope you're ready to receive. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
And we found out, we missed out. They did a resurrection of
Jesus.
No. Happened a long time ago.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
There's a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the northbound turnpike at PGA Boulevard. There's a crash on Boynton Beach Boulevard at the turnpike. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Shop deals on LG at Lowe's with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $75 on every $750 you spend on all major appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 2/28. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com for more details.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How long has this garage door been broken? You know, you don't have to, move out and buy a new house just to get a garage door that works, right? We could just fix this one. If something is broken, you fix it. Faucet drips, fix it. Light bulb burns out, fix it. Dogs in heat, fix it. You figured you had to toss the whole thing in the recycling with your empty soup cans? Why are you not using an entire room in your house because of a lousy broken door? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians have the parts and experience to fix any garage door. Big, small, dented panel, rusty chain. We get your garage door working like new. You come home, drive right in, and snuggle up with that adorable litter of puppies you got. 'Cause I bet you didn't fix the dog either. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, and we'll come over and make it right. If you're lucky, the technician will take one of those puppies off your hands.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
This is the Greek here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Well, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different.
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed, you probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why is that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
That's great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Nothing says I love you like romantic, timeless jewelry. Even better when you can save an extra 20%. Right now, at Diamonds Direct, all fashion favorite jewelry is 20% off. That's earrings, bracelets, pendants, bands, colored gemstone jewelry. Get 20% off Diamonds Direct's already unbeatable prices. Special financing, too. Get her something she can enjoy and appreciate for years to come. A fashion favorite from Diamonds Direct. Boca Raton, and Aventura. Shop in-store or online at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't let ED ruin Valentine's night with the one you love. Simply Men's Health is here to help. Simply Men's Health can help by giving you one free ED treatment, but you need to call now. 561-459-5356. 561-459-5356. Simply Men's Health. You deserve great sex again.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
After that 7-game losing streak, the Heat are turning it around. They've won 4 of 5 since then, including last night with a victory over San Antonio. The NFL Players Association says the 49ers practice field at the Super Bowl is substandard. They filed a complaint. The Niners face the Chiefs Sunday. DraftKings line is San Fran favored by 2. At Hockey Night, Panthers trying to bounce back from Tuesday's loss to the Flyers. They host Washington. I'm Matt McCoy.
The superbly versatile all-electric EQB from Mercedes-Benz. It's impressively techy and surprisingly roomy, with available seating for up to 7. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at MBUSA.com/EQB.
Hi, it's Jimmy from the Penthouse, and when Greek and I want to stay ahead of the game, we put on the iHeart Radio app.
That's right. Breaking news on pop culture, sports, entertainment. You get it all once you download the iHeartRadio app. And the best part, it's free, baby.
Don't live in the past. Get the latest music, news, and opinions in real time, just like Real Radio, with the iHeartRadio app, free in your app store.
We stay connected by listening to the iHeartRadio app, and you can get it today. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Were you listening to our conversation? Because that's exactly how I feel right now.
No.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
That rah, I was like so perfect with just a bitch fest I just had. Not towards anybody in here.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was telling G-Man a story, and I was like, rah.
Is that why my ears were burning?
No.
Not about you either. Not about you
It
either.
wasn't about you.
No.
No. She was on our platform.
Not about anything at work. Not about anything at work either.
I got to do a video later, and I want to ask her to put mascara on my face.
It's
now
not
I'm afraid.
mascara. It's eyeliner.
Whatever. Now I'm afraid.
Why are you afraid? Just one person. Just one person.
It is the Penthouse. Man, I gotta fix my mic. On a Thursday, big giveaway at 10 after 12. Somebody's winning a 75-inch TV thanks to Monroe's. Franny will pick it, and you guys will be watching the game. Awesome. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey.
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, Nick Saban is joining the Fort Lauderdale Network and College Game Day. So if you love the show and he's going to be on there and you think it sucks, you don't like Saban, here's the news. You got to get used to him. He's going to be on every Saturday morning. Saban announced his retirement last year, and now he's going to be on the Fort Lauderdale Network on College Game Day. I did not read in the articles I read that he was replacing anybody, but he is going to be on starting next season. He'll bring his knowledge of the game and all his thoughts. So we'll see what happens, if he's going to be like another, ornament on the tree, or is he going to maybe tip the tree over? I don't know. But some people look forward to seeing Saban, and I'm sure some people will not. Georgia fans probably be like, boo, when he gets down there. And Gator fans, anyone in the SEC.
Yeah, I was going to say everybody besides Alabama.
I think everybody's going to be like, you suck.
Miami Dolphin fans.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
Especially Dolphins fans. I mean, that's where Carla gets her hate for him from. It has nothing to do with college. It's the fact that he said he wasn't leaving and then he left.
Adios, amigos.
So Saban's going to be there. Not a total surprise, but a little surprised. Doesn't need the money, but I guess he's a little bit bored. He'll be bored. He wants something to do and stay around the game, which he loved for years. Last night in the NBA, the Miami Heat played in South Beach, and they won 116-104. And Hero was the hero with 23 points. Heaters on Sunday playing the Boston Celtics. Now, the last time the Celtics came to Miami, they crushed them. It was bad, really bad. They shot like 60% from the field. We'll see what happens this Sunday as the Miami Heat take on the Celtics. And today is also NBA trade deadline by 6 o'clock, so you might see a lot of guys get moved around during the course of the day. We'll see what happens. And as of this morning, the line has gone. Hard Rock app, I believe it's 1.5 Niners over under 47.5.
Hey, a little money coming on Kansas City, eh?
I think I saw that this morning. I could be mistaken. Or is it still 2?
Well, we'll take a quick look here. And drum roll, please. That's still 2 on here.
All right.
And still 47.5 on the over-under.
All right. Well, don't miss the action. Get in the action with your Hard Rock app. Make sure that happens, you guys. And the line is 2 and 47.5. And that is your lunchtime, early lunch, perhaps, on Trifecta. Peace. 877-927-6969. Give us a call if you got something big for the game going on, maybe something new, maybe a tradition you have that you've never done before, but, a tradition, that you do every year. You're like, hey, my friends and I usually go down to the track before the game, lose a lot of money, then come back and lose the Super Bowl. I can't say lose the Super Bowl. I can't say that.
We have a today years old situation on the text line if you want to hear that.
Excellent.
At 47142, and it's from our girl Sarah. Today years old when I learned. When I was a teenager, I had a friend who refused to. Sorry about this. But when I was a teenager, I had a friend who refused to wear tampons because she thought if she did, she would no longer be a virgin. So I guess, yes.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. And then somebody said, did Greek just say that he was asked to put washer fluid in someone's car? Surprised he knew how to open the hood and didn't put it in the radiator.
He didn't do it. She just asked.
I didn't do it. She asked. And I do know how to do that. I mean, there are a couple things I could do. I can make peanut butter and jelly. I can make coffee, which is amazing.
With the Keurig.
With
the little thing. Boop.
That's it.
And I have a feeling, I have faith in you that you could do it if you had to do it with the actual old school way of filter. And,
maybe.
Yeah.
And the only reason I did the coffee is because I 3 years ago, whatever it is, I got 5 of them for presents. So I said, well, let me just figure this out.
You got 5 Keurigs?
I did.
What'd you do with the rest? Sell them off? Give them away?
No, I actually have.
They're in a closet somewhere.
Re-gift them?
Yeah, I have 3 actually, and I did give one to somebody in my apartment.
Okay.
In my building.
Should bring one here to work. That one's garbage.
Oh, if you
the
want
one that we
to.
have there?
Yeah, if you want me to, and it'll make you like me more, yeah.
Will you like me?
Have you seen that one? That one is so old. I don't even know what's going on the inside of it. But, the George Clooney Nespresso. Jason was nice enough to bring us an espresso machine over there that we can utilize.
Oh, that is so nice. He's a nice guy.
It makes such a difference.
I don't know why you don't like him.
Oh, my God.
Why do you hate him so much?
You guys are jerks. I love that guy.
Wait, you talk bad about him?
I love that guy.
Jimmy,
Best co-host in the world. Oh, does that hurt? Just
Not
kidding.
at all. I know you have to say that.
They make you say it in the contract. The Gator contract.
Doesn't bother me. I know it's not real.
But that other one, because that always puts grinds in your coffee. That's why I never use it. The one that's in the kitchen.
Yeah,
that,
like
that
it's so
Keurig,
old
yeah.
it does, right?
But there's one over at the other kitchen.
Okay, I'm telling you.
I think
If you're a
anyway.
coffee person, I don't mean to hijack, try that Nespresso. You don't even need to put anything in it. it's like no sugar or anything, and the way that it comes out doesn't
really?
even need like to me it doesn't even need like cream or anything. It's just
Now,
it's like silk.
He made
it's so
one.
good.
He made one for me the one day, and I had a sip of that. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
and
it's
strong.
espresso.
My nuts went up into my body.
yeah.
Oh my God, that stuff was strong.
It's so
but,
good.
But I think it was the particular flavor that he had, right? So I think there's other ones in there because I want to try them.
Well, you probably did the short, and then if you do tall, then you get a little bit more liquid in it, so it won't make it as strong. But a short, I mean, it's basically a shot of espresso is what you're getting. Yeah.
I would try it.
It's
I mean,
good.
I never had it. So, do you know how to use it?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
I'll teach you. How about that? That you can do it.
I love
It's
spending
very
time with you.
Time together.
It's
I mean, we actually maybe, and you know what? I'll film it. We'll actually do a video together
oh
of the
my
show.
goodness. It's just like you think of Keurig. You put it in a pod and you hit a button.
I would rather you show me.
Yeah. Come teach me. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Because Jason won't do it. He's such a bad person.
No, he might, actually. He might hold my hand. He might. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Getting ready for the big game. The thing about the Super Bowl is you want to get it right because there's only two teams.
All right, so you want to we got a couple of officials. All right, so the Madden NFL, right? So they do that every year where they play the
predictions.
I forget who the damn is it Activision that still owns them, right? So they did Madden NFL, the video game, and they predict that the Chiefs will win the Super Bowl.
Man, so did the moon. Everybody's picking the Chiefs.
Yep. The NFL Madden video game made its annual Super Bowl prediction based on the simulation. They say the Chiefs will beat the 49ers. By the way, the score was 30-28. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes will be named MVP. There's nothing, big there, right? So it's worth mentioning, though, that Madden has been wrong the last 3 years.
Okay.
So obviously they're either going to make it 4 or break their streak. Now, there's also a Reddit user that this guy, as Greek would call him, he's a 13.
I think I saw this.
Did you?
He's lost a lot,
His Reddit name is I'm_this_guy, who claims that he's chosen the wrong team for the last 16 years.
So just go against him.
Yeah, that's the idea behind it, right? So it might be a good strategy to find out who he's picking, and he's putting his money on the Chiefs. So that would mean, if you go by him, obviously that would mean a 49ers win. He says, don't overthink this. The better team will win. The Chiefs are an absolute machine in the playoffs. I bet against them twice in the Super Bowl in the past. And to quote The Who, I won't get fooled again. So that's why he's basically betting on the Chiefs this year, is just from past failures. The San Francisco 49ers are slate favorites, and, we've been talking about that. So I don't have to get into that part of the article. So there's a couple of, both of them are saying the Chiefs, but one guy's the 13. So maybe you want to go against them. I don't know.
I mean, the other guy, Madden's saying it, but they've lost 3 years in a row. Right?
Yeah, Madden's lost 3 years in a row. Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So that matters, too. All right, I think it's time for our giveaway at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. And I believe today we are giving tickets away to Tortuga.
What is today? Today
Thursday.
is Thursday. Cognizant Classic.
Nice. Good guess.
Yes. Pair one-day passes. Great guess to the Cognizant Classic.
That's just Greek's way of trying to say, please say the word for me, because I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yes. Formerly known as the Honda Classic PGA National, February 26th through March 3rd.
The Cognizant must be pissed.
All right.
I'm not the only one who does it. Everybody.
It's just, it'll get there. Eventually it'll stick, right? You got Rory McIlroy playing, Ricky Fowler, and tons more. Tickets are on sale now, but why pay for them when you can try to win them? We are going to play Who's Most Likely To. And then also, go to realradio921.com. If you cannot call us right now and you can register to win there, give us a call, 877-927-6969 if you want in on a pair of one-day passes to the Cognizant Classic.
And we will be live there Wednesday and Thursday at the Tito Stillhouse Lounge. Francis and I, for, 15th year. We'll always have a great time. You guys come out. And remember, this is free to get into the Tito's Stillhouse Lounge.
Yes, you got to get the passes into the Cognizant, but you can walk right on in.
Yeah, which is
you got to
great.
be 21 though, right?
Of course.
Yep, 21 or older to get in there. It's a good time, and it's near the Bear Trap. The view's just as good. The party's good. The DJs, the girls are pretty. It's a fun time.
Yeah, it really is. So if you get a chance, stop by Wednesday and Thursday. We'll be there. We're excited to be back with Tito's, and we really have a great time. So you guys can come by if you want to say hi and check out. Like Franny said, it's a perfect view. There's no doubt about it. So it's about 11:50 in about 20 minutes. It's going to go very quick. We are going to announce our winner of the big game trivia, 75-inch TV. Thank you to Monroe's in Palm Beach. So if you're one of the 5 guys who are entered to win, I would be paying attention. Jimmy will call the winner anyway, so if you do take a knee and fall asleep, or maybe you're working, we're going to give you a call. But that's going to be at 10 after 12. We're going to announce our grand prize winner for the big game giveaway, thanks to Monroe's of Palm Beach. Wanted to do something big for the game, and I think a 75-inch TV is fantastic. And you can pick that up now Friday at 4 o'clock. Doesn't have to be 5, and I will be there at Monroe's offices waiting for you to give you a lap dance. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready, and we are starting today's contest with Frank. Frank's on the line, and Frank, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about you?
We're doing good, Frank. Who do you think is going to win the game?
I'm going to go with San Francisco.
All right, good. I hope you win. Good luck to you and the 49ers. What game are we playing today? I think.
Who's most likely to?
Yes.
Who's most likely to? We're going to go to get a pair of one-day passes to the Cognizant Classic. By the way, you can go any day, too. You know, you don't have to, it's not narrowed down to one day or another. You can pick whatever day you want to go to. And yes, we're going to play a little game called Who's Most Likely To. Franny's going to read a scenario, Frank. We are going to vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for. Franny, are you ready?
I'm ready to roll, Frank.
All right, let's get a little tunes going here.
All right, just let me ask the question and give us a moment to vote here in the Penthouse, and then Jimmy will cue you for your answer. So, out of Jimmy, Greek, or Franny, who is most likely to name their private parts?
All right, we have our answer, Frank. Out of the three of us, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to name their private parts?
I think that would be you, Jimmy.
Wow.
Absolutely,
Nice.
100%.
Be correct.
Now, for a bonus,
What's the
its
name?
Big Daddy?
I don't know about that.
I don't know if I've ever said it. All right, great job, Frank. Now I'm going to put you on hold. If you can hang tight for a couple of minutes, when we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with those tickets to the Cognizant Classic 2024 going on February 26th through March 3rd. All right, buddy?
Congrats.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, nice job.
Jimmy, do you have a name?
Yeah.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a name?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
I always thought it was Little G.
I know that because our former host, Johnny C., his did.
Mhm.
And he was
Yeah.
very open about that. We knew his name was Animal, remember?
Animal, yeah. Yep. From the Muppets.
From Muppets.
Mhm.
I forgot that. I really forgot.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. All right, interesting.
I kind of stole mine from Andrew Dice Clay.
Okay.
He named it Joey.
Is yours Joey?
Yeah, Joey. Come on, Joey, work with me.
Oh, my God. You want to meet Joey?
What was it? He had that one bit where he's like, he's going to the bathroom in the morning. He got the morning wood going and goes up to the store. He's like, come on, Joey, work with me.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, there's my buddy.
That's fun.
He's going to be at the Palm Beach Kennel Club,
Yeah, I
isn't
was
he?
going to say, yeah. Or he was just in the...
Or was he there
Boca.
already?
No, it was the Boca Black Box.
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah? Okay.
Different name.
Yeah, it is.
You might want to work on that.
Well, no, it is. It is the Boca. I was like, is that right? Well, because no, I'm thinking airplanes, black box, but the Boca Black Box. Yes,
I'm thinking something
he was
totally
there. He was there.
different. Me too.
He was there last weekend.
Well, he's not going to be here this weekend. He was there last
It was because we were like, oh, cool, Palm Beach Kennel Club. He was in. Gosh darn it! It's going to
West Side
drive me
Story?
crazy. No, it'll come to me.
Porn?
Super Bowl?
No. Gosh, I'm totally brain farting. He was in Half Baked.
Half Baked.
He's the one who gets arrested for feeding the horse. Harlan Williams.
Oh, that's right. That's
Jesus.
right.
I was like, why?
Wow.
Why?
That
Just
one-
work it out.
Yeah.
Yes. He was at that Palm Beach Kennel Club because that's when we were doing the things to do during the weekend.
Okay, cool.
Dice has been there before.
Yes.
And,
Oh, yeah.
and I thought they said he was coming back. So, and that's
Funny.
why I
And he
kind of
might
put
be.
the
Yeah,
together.
he might be. He was there, I think, Christmas time or New Year's.
Uh-huh.
Dice Clay at the
Right.
Palm Beach Kennel Club.
Right.
They got some good acts over there.
Yeah, and he's been there a few times.
Yeah, a couple years ago, we had him on for an interview.
That's
He
right.
was going to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Nice guy. Super nice guy. Another one of those, you never know what they're going to be like in real person until you talk to
Sure.
them. And, I get one of the privileges of my job is I get to talk to these guys off air. So they're not, there's no act going on. They're not in comedy mode or anything. And, they're always so nice. And he was another one who was just awesome. Drea De Matteo is the same way, from The Sopranos. She
Very
was
cool.
super, super nice.
Yeah,
I'm looking coming up there. They got big names like Adam Carolla and Pauly Shore is going to be there.
Holy smokes.
Pauly Shore, he's doing the Richard Simmons movie, right?
Looks just like him.
And I don't think he's not happy about it, though.
That's what I
Richard
heard,
Simmons is not happy. He came out of nowhere because, he's been kind of recluse. He's been not talking for years, and he came out to say that he is not happy about this.
But then he blessed it after the fact.
Did he?
Yeah,
okay.
after the fact,
I didn't see the blessing part.
But Dice Clay, I want to tell you, one of my buddies bumped into him in Boca.
Oh, yeah?
Last week.
Okay.
At a local coffee place or something. Said nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
And sat down with the guy 5 minutes. It was just very friendly and nice. Didn't bother him like autograph or picture, but he just said, hey, I'm a big fan. And he said he was super cool.
I'm curious, too, what his act is like now because, he went through, obviously he was a very dirty comic in the 80s, and he was known for it, too, to have that very New York, Philadelphia type of, hey, cool guy, collar, leather jacket, and, Masonda, real jerk, right? Real guy's guy. But, and then he got clean, right? He tried to go clean and do that, and it just didn't work. And then he came back, and I thought he was still he went back to more of a dirty routine, and I'm curious what his act is like now.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously
famous for the poems, obviously, for all those years.
He fell off, his career. Did a lot of movies.
Yeah,
he
did
was in
a couple. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stars Born, he was good. He was in Entourage for a while. But, I mean, this is a guy that, you might not realize it, and even today, I mean, he sold out Giant Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 80,000 and not one night. I mean, and that was at a time when, that was not happening.
Yeah, it didn't happen. But there's one HBO special that I really know him from is when he was at in Philadelphia, where the Eagles were at the time.
Yeah,
right? That was a Spectrum, right, at the time.
Yeah. I mean,
and he sold that out, and that was his HBO special one.
Yeah, you don't see comedians doing it. Sebastian Maniscalco, he'll do it. He's playing The Garden coming up in March. But it's rare that you get a comedian that could sell out 20, 30,000 people, which is a ton of people.
Yep.
I mean, you think of an improv has 800 seats. They do 2 shows, but even the Hard Rock Theater, that's
I was going to say, that's 7,000. Your big acts are going there. Hard Rock.
Yeah, Hard Rock. Yeah, but I mean, improv is 1,200 people when it was open.
Yeah.
But Dice Clay was one of the first ones that would sell out stadiums. I remember people call me for him. Trying to get tickets and asking me through my dad. And I was like, Giant Stadium. I was like, wow. And at that time, the biggest thing in Giant Stadium in the 70s, 80s, whatever the hell it was the Cosmos and him. The Giants sucked. And the Jets didn't play there yet. So I was like, but yeah.
Jets were still on Long Island.
Yeah, they were still at Flushing, I think.
Okay.
It's a Shea.
Yeah.
But he's had an up and down career, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think he's funny.
He fell off, right? Ford Fairlane was not, he tried to do his act in the movie, and I think that's what made that movie not so big of a hit, and then he kind of fell off after that, if I recall correctly. But it's good to see him back and nailing it. He's obviously doing well because he's been touring for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty similar to his personality. I think he is. You know what I mean? Not the vulgarness or the language, I think, but that's him. That's who he is.
Yeah. Cool dude.
But like I said, this guy said he was super, super cool. And
that's
really
awesome,
nice.
right?
Yeah. He
Get
said
to meet celebrities like that.
He said he was a little intimidated because he was sitting by himself and he didn't want to bother him. But he said he went over quietly and just said, hey, I'm a big fan. I don't want to bother you. And he said, sit down. And he said he's talking.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he said he was cool. I meant to tell you that, too, because I know you're a Dice Clay fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said he was really cool. It is the Penthouse, and we're going to come back. We're going to come back with some fun facts. And then after that, our grand prize is going to be announced. Somebody's walking away with a 75-inch TV for the big game. Thank you, Monroe's. And remember, if you don't have any plans, get over to Monroe's Sunday night. Watch the big game there. Doesn't matter what's on the scoreboard. You'll be a winner with the beautiful ladies. It is Jimmy, Francis, and the Greek. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
There's a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the northbound Turnpike at PGA Boulevard. There's a crash on Boynton Beach Boulevard at the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with a huge deal on deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now and save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get free and fast delivery to your door. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach, and the big game is this Sunday, February 11th. Doors open at 6 o'clock, drink specials all night long, and food specials, and beautiful cheerleaders. And if your team's not winning on the scoreboard, guess what? You'll be winning on your scoreboard with the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach. It's the big game party at Monroe's and Palm Beach, and the sexiest cheerleaders in the world will be there. It's this Sunday, February 11th. The big game parties at Monroe's of Palm Beach. Hut, hut, pets!
Have you been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident? If so, Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida injury lawyers, will help and fight for you. Our purpose is legal power. Our mission is huge results. If you've been injured in an accident, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Pick up your phone and put in GiveMeTheVin.com. Highest money, quickest offer, $2,000 to $200,000. Top car buyer in the United States is GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests. Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines? You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Simply Men's Health. No more excuses in 2024. Get treatment now for ED from Simply Men's Health. Get one free ED treatment if you call right now at 561-459 459-5356. That's 561-459-5356. Simply Men's Health. 2024 means great sex again.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at realradio921.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for our big game giveaway. Woo! Ice cream. 75-inch TV, man. Who doesn't want that? Talk about the big game, and you get to get a nice TV on a Thursday. Woo! Well, Friday, actually. Get ready for the game. Thank you, Monrose. Way to put this together. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for some fun facts about baby oil.
It's fun facts. So today is a couple of days, February 8th, and I mean holidays, National Potato Lovers Day. If you like opera, it's opera day. National Kite Flying Day.
Let's go fly a kite.
If you were listening to the beginning of the show, you may have heard Jimmy play the intro. That had Boy Scouts Day involved in it.
Yep.
Fat Thursday.
Fat Thursday?
Mm-hmm. And today is Propose Day, also known as Engagement Day.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Well, guess what? You're stuck because I'm giving you some interesting facts about engagement.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I want somebody to say no.
Uh-huh. Nearly 40% of engagements happen from the end of November through the end of February. 40%. We know. We talked about it yesterday. December is the most popular month for an engagement with a proposal rate of 19%.
Makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And you save money.
40% of couples choose their ring together.
Oh, that's cute.
Mm-hmm. The average time spent looking for a ring, how long do you think?
6 weeks?
I'm going to say a month.
3.5 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Average time spent planning a proposal?
6 months?
6 months, yeah.
4.4 months.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. Average number of rings that are looked at before purchase? Be 26.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
Yep. They say a majority of grooms, 72%, report facing some challenges throughout the engagement ring purchasing journey, most notably not knowing if they're getting a good deal, right?
Of course.
Not having a firm knowledge about diamond terminology is another big factor they have when looking for a diamond. Got to be able to trust the place you're going to. You want to make sure you're not getting screwed.
And her style, which is really important because she's going to wear it. If she doesn't like it, I mean, it's really something I think you should ask. You can surprise somebody, but if somebody doesn't like it and they ever say to you, I don't like it, but yes, I think right away you start like, what do you mean you don't like it? You know what I mean? So it's hard.
Yep. And then just a couple more things. Why do people ask for the father's permission? Why do I have to do that? If you tend to propose, right? You don't normally propose on a whim and then slide the engagement ring on their finger. Some people do, but true to tradition, to first visit your partner's parents and ask their father's permission.
Respect.
Uh-huh. But they say that this is a beautiful ritual that's been going on for years and years. Do you think people still do that? Do you think it's as common?
I don't know about the younger generation. And I guess it depends your age, too. I mean, if you're in your 50s and you get engaged, you might not. If the parents are around, obviously. But I think it's a nice thing to do respectfully.
Okay.
I think it happens more often than we might think.
Yeah.
You know what I've seen a
Because
lot
I feel
of.
like a lot of traditions are kind of going away, but
Yeah.
you could be right.
Yeah.
You know what I've seen with a lot of guys that I'm friendly with? If the girl has children, they'll ask the children.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen videos on that. Yeah.
Like, Mom and I have been dating for a while. I want to let you know I'm thinking about, asking her to get married and want your blessing.
Especially when Dad's not around,
Yes.
right? It's I don't know if it's always that way, but yeah, I've seen that too. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
And if you're thinking about doing a big production or doing it on the Jumbotron, you may want to rethink because 81% of singles would rather have a private proposal.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yes.
Especially if you don't know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, because if it's no, you're like, what do you mean? That could be embarrassing. You get upset. You tell everybody, watch it. I'm doing it today at the Marlins game.
Yeah. Oh, she's gonna love it. Oh, I spent so much money, X number of dollars, and it's gonna be abundant.
Actually,
it's gonna be in between the 6th inning and 7th or something like that, right?
Yeah, actually, we found out. Remember, it's not that much money.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I think it's a couple $100
yeah.
or something like that. And they'll put it on the scoreboard.
Okay.
Same thing like with a birthday. Like if you go to a game, I want to wish somebody, my wife's birthday or something like that.
That costs money?
I think it.
I think it does.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
I know nowadays, like sometimes they have like hashtag this, and we might mention your pic or show your picture, your name. Like if you're at a Dolphins game or something like that, they have a time.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that they do that. Do you believe this? That most people would rather have a romantic proposal over an amazing ring.
No.
And it's not many. It's 56%, so it's not much. It's basically halfway. But I was surprised by that number. A magical proposal over an amazing ring. And then
Not
Greek's world.
Not the shallow people I got engaged. They want a ring that they can pay their rent for 12 months when it goes bad.
And then finally here, guessing game again.
Not surprised, even a little bit.
How long do you think the average engagement is?
A year.
Before you get married.
Year and a half.
14 months long.
There you go.
There you go. And there
Right in
you
between.
go. On a day of proposing, National Propose Day.
That's nice.
It's so nice.
Go up to a total stranger today and say, you want to get married?
Just say it just like that. Just yell it.
Yeah, see how that goes over.
Maybe a fender bender.
All right, so I'm going
Rear ender
to
first.
I'm hopping on our Instagram, Real Radio 921. If you're not on there, why not? We have so many fun things up there. Jimmy does a great job with videos. They're really a good time. But and G-Man does too with Brian Mudd. So follow us at Real Radio 921. Now we do have an option to go live, and that's what I'm doing. We're going live because what are we doing? What are we doing, G-Man?
Right now, somebody's going to get picked to win a 75-inch flat screen TV for the big game with Monroe's, which is so nice of Monroe's. You got to thank them, obviously. Jimmy and Franny, who do a great job. And, I don't want to say it to him, but he does a great job every day. You got to thank the Greek. But it is a 75.
I thought we were thinking I was going to go Jimmy, and I was like, oh, wait,
I said Jimmy and Franny.
Oh, okay, all right,
I did. Pay attention.
Every day.
So right now, Franny's going to spin the wheel. She's the most trusted one out of the three of us. Jimmy's a close second.
I'm not doing it because one person keeps coming up over and over again on mine. So,
and
obviously, my computer is balanced to one individual.
Okay, so I'm going to show you.
It's pissing me off.
If you are.
What a teammate you are.
If you're, all right, so here, I'm going on my computer. This is how we're doing it. We found a way of doing it instead of doing it on a hat. Now, if you look, I want to confirm our finalists: Paul, Mike, Evan, Brandon, Brian. Is that correct? We're confirming. Paul, Mike, Evan, Brandon, Brian.
Okay, I didn't. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared.
Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Before we went along with this,
because I had it over here. Okay, so yes.
Okay.
Mike, Paul,
Yes.
Evan, Brian, and Brandon.
Yes. Okay. So if
Those
you
are
look,
5 qualifiers.
you guys can look, and no shenanigans here. So I put in their names 3 times. Paul, Mike, Evan, Brandon, Brian. Paul, Mike, Evan, Brandon, Brian. Paul, Mike, Evan, Brandon, Brian. So we would have their name. So it's equal on this wheel we're going to spin. And this is completely at random. So I'm going to click on spinning the wheel, and we will find our winner for a 75-inch.
Oh, Jimmy drum roll or what?
TV.
Yeah, I have to drum. Ready?
Okay. And the winner of a 75-inch flat screen TV is... It looks like Paul is our grand prize winner.
Great job, Paul.
Congratulations.
Way to be.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner.
Great job, Paul. Now, just to be clear,
Thank God.
Jimmy didn't want Evan. Just to be gin clear, you can pick it up tomorrow after 4.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me say.
Yeah, get
Jimmy's
there
gonna say
between
hi.
4 and 5 at Monroe's. Their executive office is right next to Monroe's. I will be there to meet you too. We'll get in touch with you, and hopefully you'll all work it out, and then you can pick it up tomorrow after 4. Try to make it before 5 because I got a pedicure appointment, and I got a lot of things going on for the big game. So I don't like.
And even Evan's on here right now, Instagram Live, and he's a good sport. He said, "Congratulations, Paul. You're good sports."
Evan's a great sport.
He is.
He really is. He's a great guy. I mean, Jimmy didn't want to win. I don't really care. But Jimmy didn't want to win. Kidding. But yeah, Monroe's and Palm Beach want to thank you so much. Paul is the winner. And again, just to be clear, you can pick it up tomorrow after 4 o'clock. Their executive office is to the left. You will see it. I will be there. If you can't get there at that time, please contact Jimmy. I think Jimmy's trying to talk to him now. Paul, the winner. And then we'll go from there. And then we'll go into Monroe's, get a lap dance, a little Benihana, and have a good time. So great job, Franny. Great job, Jimmy. Thank both of you for your help for putting this contest together. Jimmy did a lot of work throughout this whole thing, get everybody's names and stuff. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, Greek, and big congratulations. And as a matter of fact, I have the winner on the line right now. Paul is on the air. Paul, congratulations on winning that big 75-inch screen TV. You got a good place to put it?
Oh, yeah, in my living room, having a Super Bowl party.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be over at 6.
All right.
Nice.
Starts at 5. Get there at 5.
All right, sounds good. What are we having?
So can you make it tomorrow after 4 at Monroe's?
Oh, yes, I will be there. It might be like 7 or 8. Is that okay?
7 or 8 o'clock?
Yeah. I got to work.
Oh, okay. I will have to call them and make sure they're ready for you at 7 or 8. Yeah, because their offices might be closed then. So I will take care of it. Jimmy has your information?
Yeah, I have his phone number. We can. I'll give it to you off air, and the two of you can hook up.
Yeah,
and,
we'll figure it out, Paul. And if you can't get it this weekend, it doesn't really matter.
No, I'll be there.
He's like, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Well, congratulations. Thanks, first of all, for listening to Real Radio. We appreciate that.
Now, I know that, it's this is almost a shallow question, but how big of a TV do you have right now? So is this going to be a nice big upgrade for you?
I have a 64, so yeah.
All right.
Excellent. Okay, well, that's awesome.
Yes, it is.
Congratulations, Paul.
That's great.
Hey, Greek, thank you. Timothy, thanks. Franny, great spin. I appreciate it.
Awesome on the
That's
clicker
great.
over there, Franny.
Yeah, that's a great way. I mean, what a way to kick off the weekend. Tell your friends and family I want a 75-inch TV from Real Radio. We appreciate you listening. Thank you so much.
All right, and don't forget, my ass is not a cantaloupe.
Oh.
Oldie but a goodie. I love it.
Wow.
That's not what I heard.
Wow, you've been listening for a long time.
Congratulations again, Paul. Take care. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, great job. What a great job.
How about that, huh?
Man, a good listener for
Yeah,
years.
Nice and don't you love it when you hear that nice enthusiasm too?
Yeah,
behind it,
you should be.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, when you win something like that, I'd be jacked up. Be like, man, 75-inch TV? Are you kidding me?
Well, and he gets to meet you.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about the real prize.
That's
the real prize.
I don't know if I can be there 7 or 8. I got a pedicure appointment at 5. But I'll make sure it's all handled. He gets his TV.
Why don't you go ahead and do it early, and then you can change it. So you can be there on time to meet Paul.
I don't have the gas money to go back.
Yeah. He's broke. Don't you hear him?
Got it.
Don't you hear him every day?
I mean, things are tough, Franny. I'm no baller. Are you kidding me? I got to cut back. Saw my accountant yesterday. He's like, Greek, man, you better just change it up a little. You got to start charging people
My
for
ass is not a cantaloupe.
Oh, yeah, that's an oldie but goldie.
That is.
What year's that from?
Oh, geez. Hold on. I can look that up. I have it recorded in the system in 2009.
Wow.
I think it's earlier than that.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, God bless. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. We appreciate it. Congratulations, Paul, for winning the TV. He's got to be so jacked up and very excited about it. Don't forget, if you're going to bet on the big game this weekend, make sure you're betting on the Hard Rock app. That's right, the Hard Rock app. Don't miss the action. Get in the action this weekend. Franny, do you think you might dabble in the Hard Rock app?
Maybe.
No, so far this year, you're 1-0, right?
Yes, yeah, but I haven't done much betting on it. I think I've only placed 2-3 bets on the Hard Rock app.
But when you were away, didn't you bet at another?
Oh, yeah, I bet in Boston.
You won?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
you're hot.
I used I believe they have DraftKings out there, and
All
that's
right.
who I utilized with them.
Can I rub on you? I need a little bit of that luck.
I don't know if I'm that lucky.
No?
I don't know if I'm that lucky, but we're definitely going to dabble in squares as always.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
That's cool.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's going to be a good time. Remember, have fun with the game. Enjoy. Maybe make a friendly bet. Dan Marino had a nice story he talked about yesterday on a podcast, and a lot of people might not remember this, but years ago he did the movie Ace Ventura down here in Miami.
Oh, yeah. Laces out.
And he said that he made a decision that cost them millions and millions of dollars. They asked him to get a piece of the movie. He said, no, just give me a flat pay.
Okay. Right.
For whatever day. I don't know what it worked for.
So it was one or the other.
Yep.
It was either a flat fee or a percentage of the movie. And he figured it was a silly comedy, so it wouldn't make that much money.
It's what he figured. He
Right.
said it cost him millions and millions of dollars. The movie made $107 million, and he said in today's terms it would be $220 million. So that's huge for him. He said it's no big deal, but he just said, you know what, if I did that, then it would happen.
Yeah.
Happened to my dad years ago with New Kids on the Block. He had an opportunity. He was involved with Adidas, and they offered him a check or a percentage of something with New Kids on the Block.
Okay.
He went with the cash in hand.
Yeah. Well, boy bands weren't real big, right?
They were just coming up.
Didn't they sort of really break the mold?
They were
Kids
one
did.
Sort of, you know?
I would say so.
Yep. And actually, they were talking about him years ago on Arsenio Hall. They went to a warehouse in South Carolina, a big Adidas warehouse, and he was the one who was taking care of them for the day. And they talked about it like, yeah, we went to Adidas and South Carolina, took whatever we wanted. And it happens sometimes. But yeah, he was talking about the movie. $107 million, that's a ton.
Yeah.
You're going back. Yeah.
Millionaires crying about money.
Yeah. 1% problems.
Yeah,
You know,
really.
Jimmy, you know what I'm talking about. The lobster's not fresh today. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that he did mention he got to scale whatever it was, 4 or 5 days. I don't know how long it took. But he said, yeah, I didn't think the movie, he goes, I just took a shot. But he could have got a gross percentage and forget how much money that would have been.
Was let's see, I'm trying to think at that time, how big was Jim Carrey?
What were the years?
I don't remember when he came out.
That's a good question. Here, I'll look that up. 'cause
But for Ace Ventura?
Yeah.
I mean, that was, I think, when he
It was
became a
huge.
household name, because he was in other movies, and then, of course, in Living Color, and
Yeah.
people who watched that, and he did
Ni-
Earth Girls Are Easy and a couple other ones.
94.
Yeah.
So I think he was pretty well established by then.
No, but
yeah.
I think Ace Ventura launched him
It
into
helped.
stardom, and then he got The Mask, and then he got Dumb and Dumber, but I think Ace Ventura is really what put him in the forefront as being a big star, because if you look at the other movies he's done, his filmography, you're like, okay, maybe I've seen them. I've seen a couple of them, but I don't think that they're as big as that.
Mask was after that.
The Mask
Yes.
was after that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I
Dumb and Dumber was after that.
That was after that? Okay. All right.
Cable Guy was after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see it in the movies. I remember seeing it on HBO, and I didn't think it was anything like the movie. I might have went with the thing, too, the scale.
Ace Ventura?
Yeah, I didn't think, you know what I mean? But
Oh,
I went and
it was a
revisited.
great movie. I loved
Revisit it.
at the time. Yeah.
I loved it too. I could quote so many things, and I watched it.
Finkel, Einhorn. Einhorn, Finkel.
Yes,
Finkel,
yes.
Einhorn.
I watched it, a couple of them. I went through the sequel too one day, and the whole time I'm watching this, going, just wanting to love it as much as I did when it came out in '94, just wanting to love it, and I was like, this is not a great movie.
Not a fan, huh?
I mean, I loved the movie, but considering I was 12, my sense of humor is a bit different. But I'm curious, Jimmy, if you go back, if you think the
To
same
watch it
thing,
again, whether
I'm
I'd
saying,
like it.
Clearly, I sat through it, so there were some things that did make me chuckle, but it wasn't as amazing
Didn't
as
hold
I
up
once,
for you,
as
huh?
I once thought it was.
I do remember specifically. Because didn't they have a 2? Wasn't there a sequel?
Well, yeah, and that's
to
why
it?
it was Call of the Wild or something like
And
that.
I didn't like that one.
And
I
that
wasn't
one
a
made
big
me
fan of
laugh.
that
He,
one.
like he looked like he was getting birthed out of a rhinoceros's ass.
different. It's tough to top on a Thursday.
Well,
Stuff like that made me chuckle.
What are you doing tonight? I don't know if you can top this. I don't know if you're into this or not. But 877-927-6969. Maybe you have something for a tradition for the Super Bowl. My friends and I go to Gulfstream early
I
on.
traditionally don't watch my team play.
Okay.
Jimmy doesn't watch his team play.
A lot of people don't, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'll be doing a video later at Atlantis Motor Group, and you guys can check that out later tonight or tomorrow, picking the game. If you listen, you do know who I'm picking, but it'll be different. Being at one of the cars at Atlantis Motor Group, we'll be doing that today.
So I don't know what this is. And Jimmy, you may. Oh, you do. When Jimmy's off the phone, we have a request from Sarah, and it's something that Jimmy played yesterday, but I just don't know. I think it was a Michael Che joke from SNL, I think. So we'll see if he can do this. Jimmy, yesterday when we were doing the show, you played a couple of Michael Che things. And I'm curious, was it this? Because our girl Sarah B texts at 47142, and she said, Greek just said that's an oldie but a goldie. Is that a goodie? Right. And she was laughing. She's like, also, can you please play that condom joke for Greek if you can? Do you know what she's talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, she sent me the audio.
Oh, she's the one who did. Okay.
Yeah, so it was like I think about a minute and a half or 2 minute clip from, was it Weekend Update?
Weekend
or something
Update.
That they do, the two of them do on Saturday Night Live. And she sent it specifically for the condom
that's
joke.
Funny.
But I really like the other joke on there, too. I think I still have them.
Yeah, they're both pretty good.
It's going to take me a minute to find it.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Woo.
No worries. But yeah, they were. He played a couple clips from SNL.
Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, from
It's
Weekend
been
Update.
good the last couple of weeks. Very funny.
I love their segments. And Weekend Update, even before it was them, every time they do it, whoever's been in those two seats normally does a pretty damn good job.
Great.
But they have good chemistry. Is it Colin Jost and Michael Che?
And J-Lo was on last week, I believe. She was a musical guest.
She was, yep. I
Yeah,
saw that.
the show's been really like this year. Having a couple of weeks ago, Dakota was on. Johnson, she was funny.
She looks great.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she was on, and Justin Timberlake was the musical guest.
Yeah, what a lineup that was. Yeah, but Saturday Night Live crushing it this year. I don't know how the ratings are going to be, but I've enjoyed it when I have.
I catch it after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly and her husband got a nice guest on today. I don't know who she is, but she's pretty easy on the eyes. You guys check it out.
Oh my God, it's so distracting.
It's all that matters.
I keep the TV on just in case like some breaking news happens, but Greek just watches it for the pretty girls that hop on.
Like we need more distractions.
I know.
Like the show needs more distractions.
I'm like, all right, I need to turn it off.
No, don't.
I know.
Super Bowl week. I can't seem to find it right now, but I can get it on the break.
Okay, no worries.
It is the Penthouse. We did have our grand prize winner. Paul won. Congratulations to Paul.
Paul just called back too, and by the way, and said that he will be there between 4 and 5.
Awesome.
So
I wonder
he
if he
can
talked to his boss. He was like, yeah, get the TV.
That's awesome. I'm great. And I'll also give him a Monroe's chapstick that they give out. So I'll have one for that.
Nice. What flavor is
you
that?
You mean there's something from Monroe's that I can put on my lips?
I think there's a lot you can put on your lips from Monroe's, to be honest with you.
Their food is delicious.
Yeah,
it touches your lips when you
beer.
The beer does. Yes, tequila, whatever. There's so many
Thank
things.
you.
There's a lot there. A lot of lips there. Don't forget, they're having their big game party. And that's going to be Sunday night at 6 p.m. 1, 2, 3. Give us a call when we come back. We'll do a trifecta. Maybe you have something you do every Super Bowl. Maybe it brings you good luck. I don't know. I used to have more fun when I used to lose the Super Bowls, but lately I've been winning, so I really can't bitch anymore, and it's not as much fun.
Yeah, it sucks.
But I'm winning again because the Chiefs are going to kick the Niners' ass. Just kidding. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Channel3000.com, which probably
sounds fake as hell, doesn't it?
Probably more of a local thing over there.
Tune into Channel 3000.
I've never had a cable box go that high. Channel 3000.
I would be a real son of a bitch. You're like, oh, God, channel up, channel up.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Drive times on 95 up to speed. Turnpike looks good for the Thursday drive. Make sure that you slow down for pedestrians on your commute. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food and not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations, Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Peace!
Hey, it's Franny. Love is in the air, and GimmeTheVin.com would love to buy your car. When's the last time you checked the value of your used car? Cars, trucks, SUVs, even exotics. Whether it's average, rough, or clean, $2,000 or $200,000, they want it. And you'll get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds. Strike a deal, they'll show up at your house, check in hand. No wonder why they're 5-star rated with the Better Business Bureau. Selling your car is simple, fast, and easy at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's the Greek, and there's a big game this weekend, and a lot of people are going to have bets on the game. But don't bet on your retirement. Give Trajan Wealth a call today. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Trajan Wealth will dedicate the time needed to listen to your goals and educate you on options. They will develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation. Offices in West Palm Beach. That's 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Big game this weekend. You might have money on it, but you don't want to bet on your retirement plan. Go with the team that'll give you the right plan. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer WetJet works fast, too. Swiffer WetJet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer WetJet and just spray, push, all clean.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, Jackson Hewitt, yeah, from the rooftops. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
Hi, it's Jimmy from the Penthouse, and when Greek and I want to stay ahead of the game, we put on the iHeart Radio app.
That's right. Breaking news on pop culture, sports, entertainment. You get it all once you download the iHeartRadio app. And the best part, it's free, baby.
Don't live in the past. Get the latest music, news, and opinions in real time, just like Real Radio, with the iHeartRadio app, free in your app store.
We stay connected by listening to the iHeartRadio app, and you can get it today. Pace.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. I almost said Friday, but it is Thursday as we get ready for the big game. We had our giveaway today. Paul won the TV 75 inches. Everybody be friends with Paul. Oh, my God. I just want a Grammy. You think Paul gets any calls from his friends? Hey, you got a new TV?
Yeah, well, he said he's having a party.
That's right.
Party's in his house. Be there by 5.
That's right. Be there at 5.
No idea where it is.
Well, we can't give you everything.
Look it up.
You look it up. Jimmy's in the Penthouse.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And, of course, she's here. Frances is here.
Hello, hello.
Of course she's here.
Of course. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't do the show without you. I've said that many times.
Yeah, you have.
One day I can fake it. I mean, I can't do it forever. I'd be crushed. I'd be crying in a corner. Let's do a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
Miami Heat won last night, 116-104. Guess who the hero was? That's right, Hero. He dropped in 22 points, led the Heat in scoring. And today also is the NBA trade deadline. And also tomorrow night, I believe, the Lakers are going to unveil a statue for Kobe Bryant. Take a guess how many statues they have outside the Staples Center, Jimmy, for the Laker greats. It's a big number. One's a lot.
5?
Close. They got 7.
7.
Down at Hard Rock, we have 2. We have Dan Marino and Don Shula. But yeah, they're having one for Kobe. Is going to be unveiled. I think it's tomorrow night.
And they're getting their first one over at the Kaseya Center.
Yeah, of Dwayne Wade, which is unbelievable.
Yeah,
but
I was surprised. I was very surprised by that when you mentioned that the other day.
He was there his whole career except at the end.
No, they didn't have one before that.
Well, they really haven't had anybody who really was just like iconic.
Guess not, huh?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, just to be like that. And Wade and Alonzo Mourning could have got one, maybe, but they didn't win the championship. But usually it correlates with championships. But the Lakers have 7. Yeah, they have Jerry West, I think Elgin Baylor. They got Shaq, I think. Will Chamberlain.
And all the legends that have gone through there. You
Chuck
almost think
Hearn.
that it would be more than that in a way, right?
Yeah, no, it's big to be a statue. I mean, but 7's a lot. I mean, the Lakers have 7. So I think, I believe it's tomorrow night. Also, the Lakers.
We have your statue out front here.
Oh,
obviously, that's the big one. That's the huge one. You want to talk about the huge statues in South Florida?
I don't even want to say they should, but they should have a statue for me. For what I've done for this company. My God, taking advantage of me in years. Don't get me started.
We call that the layup.
Anyway, Kobe's getting a statue. Well-deserved. And the Lakers are also going to wear special uniforms.
Oh, cool.
And for the big game, the line is 2 on your Hard Rock app. Remember, don't miss the action. Get in the action with the Hard Rock app. And the over-under is 47.5. And if you like Nick Saban, or maybe not, you got to get used to him on Saturdays. He's not going anywhere. You won't be able to see him on the sidelines, but you'll see him every Saturday morning because he's joining Game Day with the 4-letter network. So Nick Saban's going to be there. He's going to try his hand. Then again, he's just going to be one of the people on the panel. So he's not going to be announcing games and stuff like that. But I'm sure he's going to have a strong opinion. He is obviously the guru of college football, knows everything, ins and outs. We'll see how he does. And it's a panel of 4 or 5 guys, so he's not going to dominate in any shape. I told Franny and Jimmy earlier, I want to see what kind of signs are up there in the background of him and see what he says and how he does. But not surprised. And you know what? Probably Belichick's probably going to end up as a commentator too next year.
I would think that.
Yep.
I would.
Because
I put money on it.
Yeah, these are guys that have great knowledge and probably 2 of the icons of coaching in the last 20 years, no doubt. And that is your trifecta for lunchtime, Manja Manja.
Before the break, you had mentioned, Franny, that Sarah B had a couple of jokes that she had sent us, and they were from Saturday Night Live when they do the weekend update. So I was able to find them, and this is the one that she actually sent us just for you, Greek.
Nick Cannon revealed that he spends up to $200,000 every year taking all 12 of his children to Disneyland. That's how bad condoms feel.
Wow.
That's pretty damn good.
Now
that's a heavy number.
That's pretty good.
Now, when Sarah sent that to me, she sent a link and it had, like a bunch of their different jokes. So I heard this one and I thought you might like this one too, Greek.
A gym teacher in Florida was arrested after he threw a basketball at a 6th grader and then elbowed him in the mouth, knocking out his front tooth. The teacher was forced to resign and return to the Golden State Warriors.
Good.
A little shot of Draymond.
A little bit.
Good.
Wow.
And of course, they had his picture up there when it happened.
Wow, that was brutal. My God. All right, Franny, the big love day, I believe, is next Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. Yes,
And
that makes sense.
I think you have a little bit of a couple things that you need for a perfect evening.
It was a survey that was done, and people were asking, what's going to make the perfect Valentine's Day for you? Now, we have the obvious things, the candy, the flowers, the stuff you think about, right, when it comes to Valentine's Day. And you can play along with us, 47142. What are the essential things you need? Oh,
good
sexy
music, right? Yeah,
going.
yeah, a little porn.
The essential elements.
No, what?
Maybe it's porn. Maybe it's porn for your Valentine's Day. Maybe that's essential. For the perfect date, this new survey reveals what are must. And these are the things that top the list. According to the poll. Yes, go ahead.
Significant other?
Might want a partner.
I mean, you can always have a good Valentine's Day with yourself.
I have.
Cheaper.
So with this, 8 in 10 respondents will be celebrating Valentine's Day. That's a
I know.
lot.
Yeah.
63% plan to go out, 20% plan just to stay home and enjoy Valentine's Day. But ideally, they think that the date should start with flowers or a small gift, and then being picked up from their home by their dates.
It's very nice.
Yeah, so we
Suppose you
don't
live
see
together.
that anymore. A lot of times now you meet each other there, but they want to get picked up old school way, right?
If you live together, what do you do? Pick them up in the back of the house?
Yeah. Here, I'll pull the car around front. honey.
It's a date night.
Definitely open the door if you're going to pick them up.
Yeah, have a little clash with somebody.
Really.
And the chair at the restaurant. If you want to see if a girl's been treated well, when you go out to dinner, hold the chair. If she walks right by it, go, great, this is going to be easy.
What?
They also say that a perfect date includes going out to dinner or a movie. People still enjoy going to movies, huh? At 33%. And they want to end with some romance.
Yeah.
It could just be a good night kiss.
Spin the bottle.
Or some alone time, what they call it with their date. We know what that means. As for the food,
Ceremonies.
As for the food involved, dessert tops the list, saying it's actually more important than the entree itself.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
On
but
Valentine's Day.
It's almost like the foreplay with sex.
Yeah, just like it.
They say, it's important for this specific holiday as a celebration. 58% say it is a non-negotiable for their date.
Ooh.
Dessert.
Damn. Really?
Yeah.
Wow, you get off cheap. So why don't we just get dessert and not get entrees?
Yeah,
So
really.
important.
Let's speed this thing up because I want to get to the end. We know what that is.
If it's so important to you, we'll just get dessert.
Specific sweets people want on Valentine's Day.
Chocolate.
Chocolate dipped strawberries.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, yeah.
Cheesecake is right behind that.
Really?
All right.
Chocolate mousse.
Moo.
Strawberry ice cream.
Chocolate mousse. Moo.
Moo,
He
yeah.
moos for chocolate mousse.
Yes, he does.
I've ordered
ladies,
that.
you only got 6 more days.
I ordered that one time in a restaurant. Guy's like, what do you want for dessert? I went, chocolate mousse.
And
it was a paid date, so it worked out.
Yeah.
So she had to laugh. She was like, that's hilarious.
I have to laugh at this.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Who hooked me up with this guy?
976, babe.
All right.
Does that still work?
Should try it.
No kidding.
43% of people would prefer a Valentine's Day gift that they can wear more than one that they can eat. How about both?
I was going to say, how about both?
How about both?
I'll bring a pair of red thong underwear.
The edible kind is obviously what they want. They want something they can wear more so than what they can eat, and that could be jewelry too. Anything that's what they rather have.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And then overall, which remember when we hear this because us, we're always like, God, that sounds so low, this number. But we have to think nationally. This is Americans, yes. Overall, people are going to spend an average of $114 going out on Valentine's Day, while the average stay-at-home date will only cost around $86.
So if you're staying home,
trying to save
what,
some
you paying
bucks.
for sex?
Yeah, what, you got to pay her this time now?
If you want to save $30, stay at home.
So if I go out, it's 114.
Well, no, they mean because like you go out, get a nice steak, and you make it at home.
Oh,
I mean, you still have to go purchase stuff.
I thought it was paying for sex.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I mean,
of course you
your
do.
world. It's always about paying for sex.
$86. That's a bargain. I mean, $2,000, J-Lo.
Well, we saw it's Doris's is doing
114?
something for Doris's Italian Market's doing something for like $50, $59. I'm sure Joseph's is too, but it's like 50 something bucks. You get 2 fillets, you get 2 lobster tails, you get cannolis, and
a business card for the divorce
and
lawyer.
a business, yep, and like a bottle of wine for $59.
That's
It's
great.
a whole little thing that they give you. You got to cook it and stuff.
That's great.
But
Yeah, it's awesome.
yeah, you got to make it.
Who's doing that?
Hey, honey. You know how to cook?
Luckily, I know. And that's the thing. My husband's like, well, we just do that at home. And I was like, so you mean I'm cooking for Valentine's Day? So that means I'm like every day.
Well, there goes that romance.
Yeah.
I think you should divorce him.
So like every day. No, but he's like, no, I'll cook this time. Like,
No, that's nice.
Yes.
I'd get rid of him.
You're just trying to swoop up and take him. I see what's going on here.
Hey,
I see
well,
what's happening.
How'd you find me out? What gave it away? All those dirty things I leave on your posts about him, about your man.
That's how
Get your hands off my man.
That's how I know.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved. Our big giveaway was earlier today, and Paul won 75-inch TV. He's going to pick it up tomorrow at Monroe's after 4. So congratulations to Paul. Now, you think he tells people who are coming to his party, I want a TV bigger? Or you think you keep that under the breast?
Under the breast?
Right under the breast.
I keep it under
That's
my
where I keep
right
my
one.
money, actually.
My
It's
right one.
where I keep those things.
Oh, yeah?
Under the breast.
No kidding.
Awesome.
Oh, good to know.
Yep.
Get mugged and hugged.
Plug it up. Let me know if you need, forget it. 877, I'm not saying anything. Give us a call. Maybe,
for a second there, the bat line just lit up. Hello, HR.
let us call us, whatever. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call for you guys. And remember, if you don't have plans for the big game, go to Monroe's. They are open indoors at 6 o'clock. And they'll have great food specials and drink specials all night long. And beautiful ladies to make the game always awesome, whether your team is winning or losing. It will not matter if you're over at Monroe's. 877-927-6969. Pawnbrokers, we were talking about that the other day, Jimmy, and they had a big thing going on about they have a couple Super Bowl rings they're trying to sell this week. Involved, obviously, it's in Vegas, and the Super Bowl's there. They have a ring from the Super Bowl 2007 from the Giants. It's going for $177,000.
What's that, huh?
Do you know whose ring it is?
They didn't say.
Didn't say? Okay.
They didn't say in the article I read. They have a couple of ones. They also have a Ram one that was recently, about 2 years ago.
You can keep that private, right? Like if you go in there and you are like a big name, but you're down and out and you got to sell it, can you just, right? Can you keep that
I'm sure if you ask them.
private?
Yeah,
Like, don't say who this belongs to because I don't want it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would. I would think that they would honor your request because, again, they're a national business. They're out there for years, and they don't want people to come out and say it. And maybe the guys don't want it. I do think, though, and I did see a couple of guys that I met. I think your names are inside.
Oh, okay.
Engraved.
Well, that's why I asked, because
I think the
I do
players'
believe they're identified. Now, are even like the staff members, are their names engraved?
That I don't know.
And that's where, because, I mean, chances are that ring is probably from like a coach or a staff member or somebody in the office, you would think, and not a player, or like, a bench rider.
Maybe. I don't know. And I still never found out, and I do bump into a lot of people, if the staff gets the same ring as the players. Never found that out. I know they get a ring.
Oh, I thought they did. I thought that was.
I thought they did too, but
yeah.
I don't know. Because my buddy Spiro from Greek Movement and Storage, when the Heat won, he got a championship ring. I remember from the Heat, and he works with that.
And I know some. I mean, I know somebody who, man, was it maybe just even works at whatever it was. It's Kaseya Center now.
Yeah.
And they got a ring.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's exactly the same ring is what I'm saying.
And it wasn't necessarily work specifically for the Heat or the Heat back office, but they worked there and they had an option to. This was years ago. And because I was like, what ring is that? I was like, and he said it was a championship ring for the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
And they only worked for the stadium.
I guess at the time it was AAA, probably.
Right.
Maybe certain workers have an option to purchase it. I don't know.
Right.
But I think the ring from 2007 was a player. I think they said that.
Okay.
And then the Ram was a couple years ago when the Rams won against Cincinnati, and that ring was stunning.
Right.
But yeah, they're trying to sell it, obviously, Super Bowl.
They are, but that's not a shot at you. But that's just, what they've going into. You want to have a good little fun look for anybody to just, do a Google search on the history of the Super Bowl rings to see what they were in Super Bowl I up till now.
Forget
it's just.
I saw it
night and day. It used to look like a class ring.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it used to look like. And then nowadays, they got it where the top comes off.
Yep.
That was Kansas City kind of started that tradition, I do believe, a couple years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, I think you're right, Kansas City. I know the Lakers did one, but when the last Super Bowl was down here in 2019, I went to the NFL Experience, and they had all the actual rings in cases.
Oh, they have okay, that's cool.
Oh, my God. Like, you want to say it. You're exactly right. It looks like a high school ring. Like the Packers.
That back then. Yeah,
It's a little green stem gem, and then that's it, in gold.
Yep.
It says world champions. And then as it got bigger and bigger, it was unbelievable. The NFL Experience goes on every year. It's something that, I highly recommend if you're out there. A couple of my friends, I told them to go. They have tons of stuff for the kids. I mean, you kick field goals, throw, and so much stuff, but it is so cool. All the different things. They have, stands. They have different things from stadiums, jerseys. But, yeah, the Super Bowl rings were one of the things I remember was the longest line that you had to wait to see because people wanted to check them out.
Right.
They have helmets of all the different teams when it was a couple years ago, all diamonds. You know what I mean? Like the helmets all diamonds with the logo. Unbelievable stuff that they had. Crazy stuff.
So they're encrusted in. They just took like a helmet and then made one with something you would see over in like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it was just crazy. Some of the stuff that
like they do on cars over there.
Yeah. Just unbelievable stuff that they had. But the footballs, they had all the footballs they showed you they used over years, different things, the logos, the jerseys, all stuff like that. They had a lot of guys like, mic'd up. You could put on your headphones and listen to the coaches.
Oh, okay. All right. I know what you mean. I've seen stuff like that in other museums.
Yeah, if you're a fan.
Cooperstown has something similar to that from way back when. It's been a long time since I've ever been to the Baseball Hall of Fame, but they had something similar to that. You could hear like old plays, from the
coaches.
days.
And one thing they thought that they had cool was that you give them your name and they announce you. I don't know how they did it with Roger Goodell, like you got drafted.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And then you walked up on stage and they gave you a jersey.
And with the number one pick of the something draft.
Whatever your team was.
The Miami
they had
Dolphins
all
picks.
Yeah, they had all the number one jerseys, and then they had it, and then the announcer came on, and they said,
that is cool.
It was cool.
Yeah.
And they had like a little fake stage. You walked up for the Buffalo Bills, number one pick, Jimmy. You come up there and different things. I mean, but for the kids, I highly recommend it. I mean, it's really good.
Did you see, and I know this is silly because I feel like it's been like this for a while now, but it just made the news because of a poll that was done that the majority of Americans consider football America's sports, not baseball. That was forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, it's changed for
and it was, and that's why I think, like, in my mind, football has been. But it's always been baseball, America's sport. But it's not huge, right? 53% of U.S. adults ranked football as America's sports, compared to only 27% who said baseball was.
Yeah, baseball's in trouble. They have been in trouble for years, and they're going to continue to decline. The biggest thing that's helping baseball is gambling. And same thing with golf with listeners and people viewing it because now they can bet on it.
Yeah.
And they also changed it now. You can bet half games.
Okay.
So kids, the young generation, they don't want to wait. Yeah. They just don't.
And big sample size, by the way. It was like 12,000 U.S. adults. This Pew Research Center that did it. So 53% football, baseball 27%, 8% of people basketball, soccer at 3%, and 3% racing. Yeah. And then a mere 1% said hockey is America's sport.
I mean, the biggest thing with the players, and even like Formula One, I think his name's Hamilton. I think I'm right with that. He's like the highest paid racer in Formula One, and he makes gazillions of dollars. And again, same thing with soccer. Like if you're not a soccer fan, you constantly hear their names because they make so much money. Baseball, like if you go up the average person, they could not even tell you probably 3 guys in baseball. 4 guys tops right now.
It's not as popular. You know, I mean, I always kind of looked at it from with baseball. I mean, that was like a slogan for them, right? You know, it's the American pastime,
and it was for years,
and it was very popular.
Apple pie,
apple pie and
Chevrolet,
it was like a slogan where. The most popular sport, though, clearly is football in this country.
Yeah,
no
football
doubt.
took over, I think,
doubt.
in the 70s.
But I still wouldn't call it America's sport or pastime. I still kind of, I don't know, that's the old traditional side of me.
Yeah.
That, as a slogan standpoint. But
yeah, baseball can
who's
fix
most
itself.
popular? No doubt.
It's not even close. I mean, you look at right now, for the World Series games, I think they get 8 or 9 million people.
Yeah.
They're calling for this game to break 120. I mean, the highest ever.
Yeah.
They said the highest ever was the Ravens and Niners, and that was 114. But they're thinking this game, if she comes, Taylor Swift, they're thinking over 120 million.
Yeah, because 110 was the average, right? Or something like that.
The biggest one was 114.
And so if the average is 110, I could see them thinking easily 120. I think it'll be higher than that, personally.
If it's a close game, yeah. But I think with her there in the element, they said the other day that 65% of younger women, they're up in ratings. Women 20, 20, and 30, which is a huge number.
You know what? Another element to her that is brought to it that I didn't even really think of until I read this one article this morning is how many fathers and daughters now are connecting with watching football.
Yeah.
There was a story that talked about a 49-year-old dude where his 10-year-old daughter, I mean, he'd watch football and the girls, they couldn't care less about it, right? And one day she was passing by the living room and he's watching football, and it happened to be when they showed Taylor, and the little girl was like, "Oh my God, is that Taylor Swift?" And then that, long story short, boom, she ended up becoming interested, and now she watches all the time, with her dad, and they've, it's become a bonding moment for them, and apparently that's been happening a lot, around the country. So, again, another fan base that you wouldn't even think of, young girls.
Yeah, well,
we know about the Swifties, like the older Swifties that go to the concerts and everything, but
65% though to be up from last year from 20 to 30 is a huge number, and not only in viewership but obviously in revenue and then buying stuff, which is millions and millions of people. That's why that rumor was floating out there that the Roger Goodell was going to pay for her gas to fly back from Tokyo. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Matter of fact, in this article, this is a direct quote from Roger Goodell. Having the Taylor Swift effect is also positive. A father to 2 Gen Zers, and he was referencing that was going on. He said at a press conference, it creates a buzz. It creates another group of young fans, particularly young women, that are interested in the NFL. So, yeah, he loves it.
Sure.
Of course he does.
Of course he does. Forget it.
It's money. I mean,
right.
They're exploiting the fact, and they're making millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yep. Ratings go up.
Yep.
And guess what? So do your ad prices. And so does your revenue, and so does everything else. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Friday, which means Thursday. We're going to come back with some Florida stories. What do we got, Franny?
Yes, we are. We have somebody who was finally found guilty for using those COVID funds, but I'm going to let you know exactly what she spent $2 million on. And then speaking of
Super
stealing
Bowl
money, how did you know?
Super Bowl ad.
Taylor Swift tickets?
Yeah, speaking of money, one guy used a bunch of his company's money to buy a certain something and hoping to strike rich. And then, did you know that there was an earthquake reported off of our coast?
No.
I will
Here
give you
in
those
Florida?
details when we get back on Real Radio 92.1.
You're listening to Real Radio, available everywhere you want to listen. Yeah, even there. On our free iHeartRadio app. Download it now. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Trouble-free ride along our Palm Beach Expressways. Not seeing a whole lot to slow you down on 95. Turnpike drive times are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach, and the big game is this Sunday, February 11th. Doors open at 6 o'clock, drink specials all night long, and food specials, and beautiful cheerleaders. And if your team's not winning on the scoreboard, guess what? You'll be winning on your scoreboard with the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach. It's the big game party at Monroe's and Palm Beach, and the sexiest cheerleaders in the world will be there. It's this Sunday, February 11th. The big game parties at Monroe's of Palm Beach. Hut, hut. Pets.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
How long has this garage door been broken? You know, you don't have to, move out and buy a new house just to get a garage door that works, right? We could just fix this one. If something is broken, you fix it. Faucet drips, fix it. Light bulb burns out, fix it. Dog's in heat, fix it. You figured you had to toss the whole thing in the recycling with your empty soup cans? Why are you not using an entire room in your house because of a lousy broken door? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians have the parts and experience to fix any garage door. Big, small, dented panel, rusty chain. We get your garage door working like new. You come home, drive right in, and snuggle up with that adorable litter of puppies you got. 'Cause I bet you didn't fix the dog either. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, and we'll come over and make it right. If you're lucky, the technician will take one of those puppies off your hands.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food and not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com.
Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. At Lowe's, save big when you buy in bulk. Save on bulk purchases of select insulation from green fiber and more. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at realradio921.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You guys are the best. You know what you remind me of? It's like Greek's the apple pie, Franny is the whipped cream, and Jimmy, you're the cherry on top.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yeah.
First day?
A little rusty, man. God, I was off yesterday.
One day.
It's excited to get back in a loop. You know what I mean?
What happened?
He cut in before he was supposed to.
Oh, nobody can hear that.
I know. It's fun, though.
Thanks for pointing it out.
But you do it all the time, bro.
He does it all the time.
funny.
First day. It's like riding a bike, G, man. Just one day. You were just off one day.
It was a tough emotional day for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't even tell you what I did yesterday. It was very emotional. It is the Penthouse. We're back, and I'm back. I had one day off yesterday, and you sort of forget things sometimes. But I'm back today, ready to go. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Yeah, some guys have a lot of luck.
You missed the talk back. It was nice.
Where?
Where?
Oh, here?
No. Actually, on the Gator this morning.
I didn't hear it.
Well, I know, because you missed it. You weren't in here.
Okay, so should I hear it now?
You know what you remind me of? It's like Greek's the apple pie, Franny is the whipped cream, and Jimmy, you're the cherry on top.
Aw, see, was that nice?
See, that was nice.
Yeah. And you love apple pie, so you should really enjoy that.
Yeah.
It's your favorite.
You know so much about me. I'm so impressed. I really am. I can't thank you enough.
Okay.
And I want to thank the Academy, and I want to thank my parents. But let's go to Franny right now for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
This Florida man took Get Off My Yard to a whole other level.
Get off my lawn.
This
is brutal.
Whole other level. This dude was upset because a couple kids who lived next door to him were playing basketball. And I guess the basketball just kept on hitting his fence. And he was like, oh, my God.
That would annoy you, too.
It is quite annoying.
No,
But you
I
go
don't,
over there and
I
you
don't know if I would do what this dude
No,
did.
and that's the thing. Yes, you go over and you say something, especially if you're trying to sit and have a nice, relaxing afternoon, and all you hear is thud. And so, yeah, you should just go over there and talk to the kids. Be like, hey, if you guys don't mind, could you play somewhere else or just quit hitting my fence? Whatever it is. But no. That's not what he thought to do. It looks like Dale Barnes thought the best thing to do was to walk over there and pull out his .22 Magnum revolver.
This is sad.
Yes. Well, first he did yell at the kids, and then he pulled out his gun and he shot their basketball.
They're probably
Just
devastated.
one time. Shot it one time. Deflates it. Puts the gun back in his pocket. Walks right back over to his porch. Sits back down.
Cracked open a beer.
Probably.
Sat back in his rocking chair.
You know what it is, too? When you're a kid, like I think back to my childhood, we played basketball in my backyard, and we had lights up there at night. And at 10 o'clock, my mother would always come out, like 9:30. You got to stop because people would call.
Right, sure.
But you're a kid. You're not, we're 12 years old.
You're just playing.
Yeah, we're just playing. What's the difference? And we used to get so mad. And the cops would come. You know what I mean? After 10 o'clock, they would be.
It's kind of late on a school night.
Yeah. Or even on weekends, they wanted 10 o'clock. It was done, and that was it. We had lights in the backyard. I had a basketball court back there. But I'm thinking, like, when you're a kid, you're just playing. And we used to get, like, who's calling on us? Like, we're not doing anything wrong. But again, you're hearing the ball bounce 10 o'clock, and now you're like, I don't want to hear it. But as a kid, you're not thinking you're doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
Yeah, man.
But shooting a basketball is a little ridiculous.
Yeah, and of course
that's
the kids.
taking it
Yes.
way.
And
Yes.
God forbid, like, if nothing happened, like a ricocheted the bullet, could
Oh,
hit it.
cool. Yeah,
Seriously. I mean, the guy should definitely do some time.
Well, and he did get arrested. So, of course, the kids went home, told their parents what happened, and then they called the cops. And, yes, that's why he is in the Florida, because most of the time you do get arrested at the end of these stories. And now he is being charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and child abuse. And that's for yelling at the kids and shooting their basketball. And then next up in your What the Florida, I posted this, RealRadio921.com. Did you know that there was an earthquake reported off of the coast of Florida, according to the U.S. Geological Survey? Not massive, but a 4.0 magnitude earthquake was reported about 100 miles off the coast of Florida. And this happened last night.
Ooh, that's scary.
And I thought it was Greek having sex. No, nobody
you
buying
can
it.
see the video.
Not at all. Maybe a 1.2.
Real Radio.
Not a 4.0.
Real Radio 921.com.
Or a half.
Yeah, this was off of the Florida Space Coast. Happened last night. So, yeah, it's just rare, and that's why it's on there. Very rare to happen.
How far away, really?
Mm-hmm.
I got to wear a chin strap.
They said about 80 people reported that they felt the impact of the quake.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, crazy, huh? No idea. And then, yes, we have a woman who used those COVID funds, as most people did, for stupid stuff. And when you don't go big like this, you're eventually going to get caught. $2 million she got in fraudulent COVID-19 relief funds. It was her and somebody else. But this woman, the reason why she's making the news is because she's going to spend more than 5 years in federal prison. She has been sentenced after pleading guilty to money laundering that nearly $2 million in fraudulent COVID-19 relief funds. So, yeah, she money laundered and Maritza and also
ton of money. $2 million.
Also did other things. Yes, she gambled. She got herself a Pomeranian.
Did she buy Rolls Royce or something?
She did a Cadillac Escalade, brand new, with all the bells and whistles. They said she had various cosmetic surgery procedures.
Oh, well, she looked good in jail.
Maybe she was trying to disguise herself just in case she got busted. Get a new one.
Oh, maybe.
Yes. And as I mentioned, she disguised her misuse of funds by laundering the loan proceeds through multiple unrelated businesses. So, yes, she has been busted. They're saying that her co-defendant, I don't know who it is, but they're thinking that he could face up to 20 years in federal prison.
Terrible.
She's only getting 5?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That makes no sense. She's getting 5. She did everything. He's getting 20.
I don't know his details. It's all about her. This is just a small little blurb.
Okay.
Javier Lasso Cabrera, who is the co-defendant in here, he probably got way more than that. I don't know.
Well,
But this is about her sentencing.
Must have done a lot more or bigger involvement with
Yes, this is her sentencing. And then, we have a guy who was taking money from the company he worked for. In fact, he was using the company credit card to purchase a certain something. And we are racking over $31,000 in scratch-offs.
But I don't understand what
$31,693. What?
Wait, and I know certain places, I think, Jimmy, you said it, you can use a credit card for lottery?
Debit.
Okay.
Has to be a debit card. They won't take a credit card, but
So
you can take a debit card.
I don't know. They're saying each card different numbers, so charges could be traced back to the employee who possessed a particular card. The owner went through the credit card statements to notice that Johnson's card was used to charge $31,693 between several convenience stores.
Could be a debit.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they're virtually the same, right? It's just what it's tied, the bank that it's tied to. It goes right to some sort of a funds, versus it just being credit.
Yeah.
But
So they said the owner also reviewed the tracking information of the company for the company vehicle he drove and determined that it correlated with the credit card charges.
Wow.
Deputies said when the owner confronted Johnson about the credit card charges, he admitted to using the card to purchase lottery tickets and scratchers. The stores didn't have any surveillance video to share, but according to authorities, a manager at one of the locations confirmed that he frequently drove the work truck to that store and made purchases like that.
Bada bing.
But it's crazy, right? Because they even say the manager told investigators Johnson used credit card to purchase scratch-off tickets.
There's plenty of paper trail for it.
Yeah, but the credit card aspect, too.
Yeah.
Surprising. Yeah. Here in Florida.
Okay. I don't know. It's the only thing that I've seen, like outside of most places that say cash only.
Yeah, well,
right?
Publix, you can't use
The only
credit card.
one that I've known on is it's not credit. It's specifically a debit card.
Debit,
so.
that we've heard of, too.
Yeah.
And that is your with the Florida.
Last week I was at Publix. Some guy in front of me wanted to use his card. She goes, "We don't accept."
No,
card."
no, I don't think Publix does. We've gone through.
Winn-Dixie, we've
Winn-Dixie
heard.
was one.
Special K.
7-Eleven. Special K.
Whatever it is.
Circle K.
Whatever.
Whatever. They're lucky I'm even
cares,
saying their name.
Right?
Jimmy, we got somebody at home.
We do. We got a buddy Chris checking in with us, and he has his numbers for his boxes, and I think he wants to share them with us. Chris, welcome to the Penthouse. What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, everybody? Jimmy, Franny, how are you, everybody?
Hey, Chris.
What's going on?
Doing great, bud. Doing great.
Greek, I got you never knew this, but I actually have two boxes. So
Oh, wow.
I'll explain the second one.
Okay. I'm always impressed when somebody has two boxes.
Me too.
The second one I share.
Oh, that's nice. So you probably hope that one doesn't win.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I get, well, hold on. My box is 49ers 2 and Kansas City 8.
Oh, that's a good score.
So it's a little bit of a stretch, but anything
18?
I've seen in the past.
38-32. Could happen.
Yeah, final. Yeah, final.
Yeah.
Final, right. Oh, sure. I'll take the final, sure.
28.
So years ago, when this pool started back in '97, my dad used to play cards with a bunch of guys, and they have a box called 4 cards.
Okay.
And it was the 4 friends, and they each put a quarter in. So it was $300 a box. They each put $75 in. Well, about 3 or 4 years ago, my father said, I'm not sending him money anymore. I said, you're going to do that, and it's going to hit. So I took the quarter over.
Oh, okay.
So
keep the tradition alive.
So I took the quarter of the box over.
All right, nice.
So that number is a little better. It's 49ers 2, Kansas City 1. So either way.
All you need is one missed field goal and one missed extra point, and the whole pool system's off. Because then it's a different thing. But if they go for 2, you know what? Then teams can get an 8. So you never know. But it's always fun. And you know what? You have a chance to win a lot more money.
And you know what? So it's funny you say that because I never really thought of it until you just, I mean, in these playoffs this year, I've never seen more missed field goals than in the past, I don't know how many years.
Yeah, and then again, missed field goals, missed extra point, teams go for 2. It could change everything in the game.
Go for 2.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. There is a speculation the Chiefs said if they scored, they were going to go for 2 first time. Whether it happens or not, who knows?
Right.
I don't know, but that changes the whole thing.
Right.
With anything with gambling, it's at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You got to be lucky. That's it. I don't care what it is. You could study hours, numbers in a pool. It's just you're picking. That's it. And I love when people get a pool and they go, I got bad numbers. You don't know. You really don't know. Even double zero.
There are some numbers that are hard to come up with.
Yeah.
Five is a
bad.
tough one because then you got to a little bit better with 15, 35.
Well, anything with 7, you got a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's 7, 14, a 4, 21, 28, 35, the
0.
5. Yeah. 49, you never know.
So I was going to ask you a question. I mean, these guys are all in New York, probably most of them on the thing here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just going to ask you I'm going to look at who it is, just for fun and giggles. What do you think the final score is going to be?
I'm here.
He's thinking.
I don't really ever think about final scores. I'll go with 34-24, Chiefs.
Chiefs 34. 1 second. Let me see. Chiefs 34. 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he gets the reverse in the final. So it's a guy named Ronnie. So he would get the 10,000 final and the 2,000 reverse.
Well, that's good for Ronnie, but it don't do jack for me.
Who is this Ronnie guy?
We know what's important. And it ain't Ronnie.
Yeah, who cares about Ronnie? Who's Ronnie, the milkman? I don't care about Ronnie. No offense, you just start listening to the show.
We know what it's all about.
I got Ronnie. Who cares, Ronnie? I'm on Ronnie. Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino?
Anybody know?
Anybody? I got to hear that again because my friends were talking about it over the weekend. They said they were driving, and he goes, I had to pull over. My woman goes, I almost went to the bathroom.
I don't know if you heard this, Chris, but, well, here you go.
After the Penthouse, we got the Greek Zone today, talking to our bud buddy, Rob Vino.
A few minutes later.
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino? Anybody know?
Anybody know? I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino? I don't know.
Who's Rob Vino?
I'd be great if I was questioned by anybody with authority. I'd be like, what are you talking about? I don't even know.
I don't even know the guy. He's
What's
your
up?
brother. What? Oh, that's Steve.
Okay, that's different.
I didn't know you said Steve. I thought you said Steve.
Oh, iHeartMedia. Oh, I worked there. I didn't know. Oh, I was a little confused. I saw the heart. I thought we worked for the Red Cross. Well, I hope you win, Chris, because you deserve it. You're a good man and a good father. I have much respect for good parents, and I think that you are a great dad. So I hope you win again, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And Jimmy, I know you play around with the Hard Rock app.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Let me see. So I was calling in. I do the first quarter.
Okay.
Last night I had 2 first quarters.
Yeah, you told me you're winning those.
$10. Yeah, last night I had 2 first quarters for $10. I won $62.50.
Nice.
On a parlay.
All right.
On a parlay, yeah, two first quarter.
So why don't you bring us sandwiches today? You won $60 last night, you baller.
Cheap bitch.
Yeah, you're going up
Aren't you
again
glad-
like Ronnie, the file Ronnie. What does that do for us?
Aren't you glad you called?
Rob.
Who's Chris? Chris who?
Chris who? Chris Kringle? If you're going to share good news, bring us a sandwich. Maybe if you'll call it for Joseph, something.
Yeah, come on. The kid's starving over here.
I mean, come on. I'm losing weight every day. Come on. What are you doing over here?
A little bowl of penne, something.
Yeah, a little penne, bow tie pasta with lobster. Anybody?
Bow tie?
A bow tie.
Oh.
Bow tie. I like bow tie pasta if anybody cares. Probably not.
Nope.
Brady just shakes her head.
might as well own it. We're going to hear words put in our mouth.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Where you watching the game, Chris?
Home. My like I said, I don't know. Remember, I told you my dad moved down from Philly like in September.
Oh yeah, I know. How's that working out? Is that nice? Your dad's around?
Good. It's very nice. The boys, he sees the boys, and the cold weather. He watches it on TV now. To us, we get into the 60s here, whatever. But He's loving it. It's so much better for him. He's 78.
God bless him.
God bless him.
Yeah, so he loves to see it at the Woes friends and family up there freezing their ass off. He gets joy out of that. Hey, it's freezing up there.
Look at those guys, suckers shoveling that snow.
Oh, yeah. You hear people say it all the time. Yeah. Like they get so much enjoyment watching the weather. Oh, great. They're getting
I love
crushed.
watching people shovel snow on my TV in Florida.
Well, glad he's thriving here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, well, enjoy the game. I hope you win your pool.
Thank you.
If the Chiefs win, I'm not coming to work Monday, all right?
All right, we'll go out for lunch. Promise.
No, I don't know about going to lunch.
Yeah. He doesn't want to be seen with you or anything. I don't know where you got that from. Aren't you glad you called, buddy?
I love you, Chris. You're the best. Stay out of trouble, my friend. Stop the bone.
All right. Talk to you guys soon. Love you.
Love you too. 877-927-6969. Call us if you love us. Let us know how much you love us. And is your love growing? That's something you should always ask if you're in a relationship every day. Wake up in the morning and say, hey, is your love growing for me or are we still the same? Should love grow, do you think, or just stay the same? Franny?
I think it's good if it does.
That's great if it does.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jim?
I like a fungus.
Okay. Didn't see that. That's why I wear a catcher's mask sometimes.
Yeah, of course. You know, I think it just it evolves, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I kind of look at it from a that, but it can be. You could say it grows because it gets bigger.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
My love has grown for you guys every day. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. 877, here we go.
I got rid of the buzzer sound effect on this page, so.
I think of drops every once in a while that people ask me when I'm out for you to play. And then, obviously I forget. But the one that I just remembered the other day, today, was that the one with Franny when I say, I don't know if you find it, where I tell her that I got a friend of mine that's going through a divorce, and she goes, "That's hilarious."
Yeah.
Because you made it. I was,
You were
made
like,
a
"That's
comment.
yeah." And my buddy goes, "I died." He goes, "I heard that."
It's pretty good. It's typical G.
Yeah, but your response is what is great about it. He goes, the way you respond, you go, "That's hilarious."
Let's see.
I know that means just because you got to know the titles or however you labeled them.
There's
it's gotta
so
be
many.
tough. I know there's so many of them.
There's thousands. But he was saying the other day, he goes, "Man, I heard that in the car." Because you just played it recently. Maybe it was on a lock room.
We played them on Saturday.
Yeah, I think on a lock room.
Played a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's got to be tough.
Yeah. There was a whole bunch you played. That was
I
not
got
a great story. I think it's hilarious, but I don't know. People would think it's
this
funny.
isn't
One of
it.
my buddies and his girl broke up recently.
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I got the
think this
story.
is hilarious. The story.
Funny.
Yeah.
Can we hear that again?
They broke up.
I got a great story. I think it's hilarious, but I don't know. People would think it's funny. One of my buddies and his girl broke up recently.
It's hilarious. He was a big Tennessee Vols fan.
Oh, great. He lost.
Eating dog food.
Oh, that's awesome. Jimmy just left the building. Thank God.
Not offended.
He shouldn't be. It'd be pretty damn interesting.
It is. You want to go?
No.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
That's why it works.
He decided to dive out of the second-story apartment window.
Oh, nice.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. Raining heavily here, so...
Good.
Good.
But I met Nutter's wife, and she was so nice. I was shocked.
I was shocked. I was absolutely stunned. She was a nice person.
Oh, my God.
My favorite.
Absolute favorite. Pretty good.
Everybody's got favorites, just like everything else in life. So I got a great story. I think it's hilarious, but I don't know. People would think it's funny. One of my buddies and his girl broke up recently.
It's hilarious.
I love it.
So nice.
Just a setup that you had. I think this is hilarious.
Oh, and we just had our good friend on.
You could stay at my house. We've got the pool and everything nice, relaxed. We can have a cigar.
Oh, well, that's a pretty good offer. I'll see what else I get.
See what else I get. Something else comes in, I'll probably take that.
Yep.
It's our good buddy Chris. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Only because he was up north.
Yeah. Right.
And if it was south, I probably would have took off.
Okay. If he lives in Boca, all right, I agree with Jimmy.
It is the Penthouse. Hope you guys are having a good day. Make friends with Paul because he was our grand prize winner. He won a 75-inch TV, compliments of Monroe's. Woo-wee. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is is the News Junkie.
Channel3000.com, which probably
sounds fake as hell, doesn't it?
Probably more of a local thing over there.
Tune into Channel 3000.
I've never had a cable box go that high. Channel 3000.
If you're a real son of a bitch, you're like, oh, God, channel up, channel up.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Trouble for your ride along our Palm Beach Expressway is not seeing a whole lot to slow you down on 95. Turnpike drive times are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Hayes the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Peace!
I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather Florida Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in a car accident in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast, call us to schedule a free consultation at one of our offices located in Palm Beach Gardens, Port St. Lucie, or Boca Raton. If you've been in an accident, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices: Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination, featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the West parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
At one of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner that's the hottest reservation on the planet.
Ah, yes, you're over here.
Saved for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, "You can borrow some of my tomato sauce." I'm like, "Oh no, I prefer the mustard."
Martha Stewart.
I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends.
And Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. He's so fun, and he says, "Fallons, good morning. Would you like to go race in the submarines?" You know, we're like, no thanks. We're happy in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How long has this garage door been broken? You know, you don't have to, move out and buy a new house just to get a garage door that works, right? We could just fix this one. If something is broken, you fix it. Faucet drips, fix it. Light bulb burns out, fix it. Dogs in heat, fix it. You figured you had to toss the whole thing in the recycling with your empty soup cans? Why are you not using an entire room in your house because of a lousy broken door? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians have the parts and experience to fix any garage door. Big, small, dented panel, rusty chain. We get your garage door working like new. You come home, drive right in, and snuggle up with that adorable litter of puppies you got. 'Cause I bet you didn't fix the dog either. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, and we'll come over and make it right. If you're lucky, the technician will take one of those puppies off your hands.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneummonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-919-3200. That's 800-919-3200. 800-919-3200.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Hi, it's Jimmy from the Penthouse, and when Greek and I want to stay ahead of the game, we put on the iHeart Radio app.
That's right. Breaking news on pop culture, sports, entertainment. You get it all once you download the iHeartRadio app. And the best part, it's free, baby.
Don't live in the past. Get the latest music, news, and opinions in real time, just like Real Radio, with the iHeartRadio app, free in your app store.
We stay connected by listening to the iHeartRadio app, and you can get it today. Pace!
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse. Today in the Greek Zone, we have Rob Vino. Don't ask who Rob Vino is.
Rob Vino? Who's Rob Vino? Anybody know?
Anybody?
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 Anybody know?
I love you two every day.
So good.
Rob Vino's going to join us from WagerTalk.com. My head was just not where it needed to be. I've said that before. Wow. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hi.
And hats off to our big winner, Ralph. I think that's his name.
Nope.
Wasn't
It was
it?
Ralph. Yeah, it's Ralph.
He actually texted at 47142.
Did he?
Paul did.
Nice. Oh, Paul.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
What he
you
say?
know, Ralph, Paul, whatever. He's like, hey, it's Paul, just won the TV. I'm telling everybody I won the TV on Real Radio. He
Good.
says, again, good spin. And he pulled out an oldie but a goodie, Francis. That's what I got on there.
Nice.
Great job there, Paul.
Yes.
Looking
yes.
forward to meeting you tomorrow.
And I reached out to him because we have somebody else who would like to gift him something for his party. So I said, listen, if you want, I can connect you guys. So you just let me know.
You are such a mensch. Would it be?
Wow. You know what that word means, right?
That's a compliment.
Okay.
In the Jewish culture.
What does it mean?
It means that you're a good person.
Well, because I have the bench on the bench. I thought that was like that's a Jewish, I thought it was some kind of religious thing.
I thought it was an insult.
I thought it was no. Yeah, I thought it was a religious person.
Okay.
Well,
Mensch
when you have the
means-
bench on the bench, that's a...
I mentioned the people I know who have said that to me many times. That's a compliment. You're a good person.
Oh,
You put
okay.
people together.
A person of integrity and honor.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you. A person... Oh, I thought you called me a mensch.
I did call you a mensch.
And then you take a bow.
Well, I've been called that.
Hold on, we'll get back there.
And when I said to George Washington when he came across to Delaware, I thought you guys never make it. Let's do a trifecta.
You know it's Christmas time.
I get extra for this. All right, the Miami Heat won last night, 116-104. They were laying 8.5 on your Hard Rock app. If you had the Heat, cha-ching. Guess who the hero was? Pretty simple, hero. He scored 22 points as the Heat won again. Sunday, they got a big game. They're taking on the Boston Celtics. So hopefully the Heat can get a big win on Sunday. Boston has the best record in the NBA. And to one of our listeners who emailed Jimmy, Alonzo Mourning did win the NBA championship 2006. I did forget that. I was thinking with LeBron and Wade when they won it. But 6 is when Shaq was on team, Dwayne Wade, and Alonzo Mourning, and they had a great team that year also. The NFL has got a big game on Sunday. Don't forget, and as of now, the line is still Niners 2, over-under is 47.5. And people are asking, is Taylor Swift going to be there, yes or no? I think she shows up. I think she's there to see her boy. And also, there's been a lot of people in Vegas. The wedding chapel has said, hey, come here, get married. We won't charge you. The brothels that are out in Nevada have said anybody who plays on the winning team, no charge. So they're trying to help some business.
So far, Taylor Swift and Travis have been offered Little White Wedding Chapel marriage. Also a THC wedding, like a marijuana, I think, one too, over in Vegas.
Right.
Yeah, they've been offered all kinds of stuff to get married out that way.
Get married and stoned.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, whatever floats your boat. And Nick Saban is joining Four Little Network for College Game Day. That was announced yesterday. Saban, one of the best coaches ever in college football. I think he has 7 titles, 6 with Alabama, 1 with LSU. He's going to be joining Game Day starting this season. So if you don't like Saban, maybe you don't want to watch Game Day anymore. But he's going to be on starting this season, with his opinion, thoughts, and obviously he's commenting on everybody, what's going on in college football. I have friends who are already counting the days to college football. That goes out to you, Mike. I know you're listening. He tells me every day how many days to college football. Unbelievable. What a sports fan. I mean, he's just like, oh, man, college football. I did on that. I'm like, what'd you say? And he knew the exact amount of days to the opening day. I'm like, man, football is just so much passion with people. And again, this week, not so much like maybe Monday, but midweek Sunday, they do say a lot of men get very depressed.
Monday,
There's no football. It really hits you next Sunday. Like last Sunday, a lot of guys were like, oh, man, what am I going to do? No games. The way the NFL also this year separated, you were getting games Saturday, Sunday, Monday for the wild card and division round, the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. So you're getting a game every night for the weekend. And, they have said men can tend to be a little bit next week. So women,
I mean, from Thanksgiving on, it's just almost like you can't get away from it. Between college and pro, all the bowl games, you throw all that in there. The fact that you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Thursday.
Yeah, I think for November 15th there was something I remember reading. There was going to be like games on the four-letter network or CBS or Fox, I think it was 62 days in a row or 52 days in a row. Some kind of a game.
Between college,
college
the bowl
bowls
games,
the
and
NFL,
yeah.
just it's crazy. So that is your last trifecta of the day, and the line is still 2. The Niners are favorite over the Chiefs, and the over-under is 47.5. We'll get into some props later today about scoring first touchdown. Go ahead, Jim.
Cool. Before that, we were joking about the drugs. Well, here's a guy that's not joking about it. In an apparent bid to drum up customers for his drug business, a Canadian man started handing out business cards with a small sample of cocaine attached to them.
What a dope.
He did. He had little baggies of cocaine with just a little sample size stapled to his business card.
How do you know?
Actually, I guess it was working out pretty good for a little while.
Sample before you buy.
Mm-hmm. According to cops, the guy's name is Syed Amir Razavi, I think. He's about 30 years old. He distributed the cards outside a casino in Calgary. Investigators learned of the cards in late December and launched a probe. It resulted in the February 3rd arrest of him. And he had a bunch of narcotics possession on him, so it was all on him, and trafficking charges. That's what they got him for. Police searched his car and home, and they yielded 50 little baggies of cocaine, a digital scale with drug residue, and about $1,280 in cash.
Real entrepreneur.
Cops also seized a box of business cards with the name Alex Lee on them, and then underneath it said driver, right? So that's what it was, his business was. So, he was released from custody earlier this week, and he is scheduled to be in court on February 26th. But I guess, you come up with whatever way to
just trying to
get your
drum
name
up
out
business there, Your Honor. You know what I mean? I always heard, bring him in with something, a freebie helps people.
Yeah.
And he hands the judge one. Would you like one?
Yeah, here, I got some more.
No, you can see, Your Honor, if you look at my business card, I am a driver.
And it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and I don't deal drugs. I mean, it's just like a little perk. Like remember years ago in Cracker Jacks, you get a toy.
You get a toy in the bottom. This is just like a Cracker Jack box with a toy on the bottom.
I'll take his case.
Step toy is cocaine. All right,
I'll take his case. I'll be coming. Your Honor, if you watch Cracker, first I'll say, Your Honor, do you like Cracker Jacks? I'll say yes.
You're like, what about crack?
I'll say this is where my client, I don't think is wrong, came up with the concept.
Well, that leads me to this. And earlier we had mentioned, and we didn't get back to it yet today, but they'll never go away, so we can keep doing them. Get to know the Penthouse questions. And that was one of them that was on here, kind of, was what is the best idea you ever had for a business? And while Greek and Franny are talking about that, I'll give you mine. And I don't want to say it was maybe an idea for a business, but the closest thing that I can remember is it back in like the early 90s and maybe into the mid 90s. Now, this is before there's anything known, like streaming services were not even known about. It wasn't even a thought. And I used to watch, like maybe on HBO, a movie would come up, or you turn a movie on, you see the guide, and you're like halfway through it, And I used to think, boy, I wonder if you could ever have some place so you could store all the movies and watch them on demand. And that, again, this was back in Blockbuster days, right? You wanted to see a movie, you went to Blockbuster, or HBO was just, really kind of kicking off. And I thought, wow, that'd be something else. I wonder if that could be done. Well, lo and behold, here we are today. Fast forward, 10 years or so is when it started. And then, of course, here we are. Everything's on demand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great one. There's no doubt about it. I remember when I was a kid, like 14, 15, it was common in Manhattan because I used to go in the city a lot with my dad, but I always used to say, like, why don't we have cabs around here? Because, we didn't have rides. And I used to hate asking my mom, and today there's Uber.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I used to always say that.
Sure, super smart, yeah.
I mean, it's just, where I lived, there wasn't, maybe there was a cab. I don't think there was ever a cab company in our town, but it used to be such a pain in the ass to ask for rides when you were a kid. Like, can you give me a ride? Can you give me a ride? And it was different then. We used to hitch around a little bit, but I used to think like, man, why can't there be someplace you just call and you get a ride?
Yeah, but I don't even know if that would be because even now with rideshare, with Ubers and stuff like that, you have to be a certain age, right? So I don't know if they'll pick up a kid.
I know parents, their kids pick
really?
All the time.
Oh, I thought they had a...
Yeah, you can set it up for that. What is it, Uber Kids or something?
Is that what it is? Is that, okay.
There's ways.
I thought you had to be at
now.
least 16 or something.
Maybe you do, and maybe they don't prove them or whatever. I know a couple of kids that were taking when they were 15 and 14 to the mall and stuff like that.
But you do make a good point, Franny. I mean, it's not something that you want for 5-year-old. But again, back then, you're right, because I know what you mean. I mean, especially I'm even further west than you were, and cabs, there's no such thing as a cab.
You went into the city, you were like, oh my God, there's a million cabs. Why don't we have them? So you could ask and everything. And then when I was involved in sports for years, my mom used to always pick me up, drop me off, pick me up, drop me off, and then
the way it was.
Yeah. You just that's
or
what you
walked. We used to walk a lot as kids.
Yeah.
Walk everywhere if our parents weren't around to drop us off.
I mean, Franny, did you ever have a business idea,
not
when you were younger? Like, if I sell this, sell my spit, something,
Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing mukbang videos and eating with my feet. How would that go?
Before it was a thing.
So I was going to combine feet pics with mukbang videos and instead eat with your feet, right?
Yep.
I thought that would make a lot of money.
Who would have known that 20 years later that would have taken off?
We're kicking ass.
I mean, I've had those food truck ideas, but I don't think they're like, mind blowing because there's food trucks out there. But I have a couple things, and I've told you guys inventions that I haven't mailed them to myself yet, so I don't want anybody to steal my ideas.
Okay.
I haven't mailed them to myself.
Don't bring it up.
Yes, but yeah, nothing that I was just like, man, I would have made so much money if I just would have went along with that and turned it into fruition. But yeah, there's so. Any other questions?
You want another one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll do another one on the list here. What is your favorite? What emoji do you use the most?
Gosh, I probably could just go through my phone and let you know.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, because when you're about to send an emoji, it's always the ones that are in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, typically, right?
Yep.
So for me, it's got to be the cry laughing emoji because I'm always, people are sending me memes and jokes and things like that. I'm sending them to Greek and he sends them back.
That's my first one. My first one right there. Because these are my stickers that I've created of my dog. But yeah, so this is where my emoji starts. I know it's hard to see, Jimmy, but my first one. Can't see it, my first one is the side crying emoji, laughing.
Right.
And then one that I use quite often is the cheers with champagne glasses.
Oh, okay.
I use that. And yep.
Well, there you go.
And then just the regular old smiley face and the kiss with the heart.
Okay.
Those are like my top. What about you, G-Man?
I would say the red heart. I'm not a big emoji.
Just the heart?
Red heart. Yeah, like somebody will say I love you, and I say I love you back, but I don't mean it, so I send the heart.
Okay.
But that's it. That's about. And maybe the sun with the shades on.
Yeah, you get that a lot, and it's not the sun.
What is it?
It's just a face.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
you always
not
think
the
it's the sun.
It's not?
No.
Oh.
It's like with your regular emojis, a smiley, kissy. It's just a face with sunglasses on.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the sun with shades on. Like
No.
my future's so bright, I got to wear shades.
No.
No. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop sending.
Takes a little something away from it.
See, because you see how it's with the other those aren't suns.
I thought
Those
they were
are-
all suns.
No, those are just faces.
Okay, let me show you a couple emojis I get from girls that I don't know what means now. Then maybe you could show me. I'm
All
like,
right,
what the hell is that?
Yeah, because if you look, there is actually you can type in whatever you want. Like if you want the sun, that's a sun, and that's a sun.
I thought there was a sun with shades.
No, there's a sun with a face on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was the sun.
He's
with-
thinking the regular old.
The regular one.
Yeah,
Okay, glasses.
the
Yep,
yellow.
I've seen that one. I just
the
passed by
yellow
that
round.
one.
You
Yep.
send it. Yeah, you send it a lot, G-Man. That's just a face.
Well,
Yep.
to me, it's like it's a happy.
All right,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, it's wearing shades.
And it
Happy
goes-
face and
it's wearing
it's a star just like you.
It's a. That's what he said. I always thought he said it because I just. Just being cool. And I thought that was his response. Instead of saying K or cool, I thought now you said that for cool.
Yeah, like,
Because
yeah,
it's emoji with shades on.
Actually, it just means I'm a bigger star than you.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, well, I get that from you all the time, so awesome.
What do you think about getting what do you think about getting a thumbs up? You guys like that, or do you think that that's a diss?
I don't mind it, and I know some kids think it as a diss, and it's easier, like with the iPhone, where you do the double tap and you have the option of thumbs up, thumbs down,
Okay.
Instead of the actual emoji itself. And sometimes it's easy to just double tap.
I wonder if
thumbs
it's
up.
more because of that, because of the iPhone. Because
Yeah.
again, I don't have an iPhone, so I don't.
Yeah.
I broke
have
up
it.
with somebody and they gave me thumbs up.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah. How'd that go? How'd that feel?
Right,
And
so-
then TG after
Amicable is what it sounds like, right? They both wanted to
it.
break
Yeah,
up.
TG after it. Thank God.
That was not for the Greek.
Thank God. If you get emoji and you don't know what it is, I was out the other night and there was this two gentlemen and he must have got one from a girl. I was sitting at a bar having dinner and he didn't know what it was. So he asked his friend. He goes, you know what this means? And he didn't know. So the girl came over. I think she was probably your age, like in her
Okay.
30s. And she came over and she's like, "You want me to help you?" And then she told the guy what it meant.
What?
I didn't hear what it meant, but she just told me.
But you don't remember what it was.
I was sitting next to them. He just goes, "You know what this means?"
I know, but you don't remember what the emoji was.
No,
You didn't see it.
I didn't
Got
see
it.
it.
You didn't actually see it.
But I just thought it was funny that he asked his friend didn't know, and then she heard him and she came over and she goes, she goes, "I'll tell you," and then she told him. But I didn't want to be like, "What was it?" My life sucks. I have nothing going on.
Yeah. Was there an eggplant involved? I know what that means.
But again, imagine if he. I think I've told this story. Did I tell this the other day to you guys? I don't know about Leo with these girls from France at Tattoo. He was talking to these girls at Tattoo.
so.
It was a nightclub, and he could speak French very well. It was one of the things that he had. He could speak a couple languages. So they were talking, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, and, a little smiling, but not much. And I finally said to him, "Well, what the hell's going on?"
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "They want $2,000 to go, for the rest of the night."
Oh, okay, so they're pros.
Got it.
They were nothing. They were just asking if they knew, like, we wanted to go out for drinks. They weren't pros. He goes, "I took a shot." He goes, "I owe my bookmaker $8,000. He goes, "I took a shot with you that you would pay." I said, he lied.
Oh.
He goes, "I
so
couldn't
he's trying
do
to put one over on you so
Yeah.
you'd pay for the whole night with the girls.
Yeah. He goes, "I couldn't do
Got
it."
it.
And because I said, "What the hell are they talking about? Like, you're going back and forth." And she was throwing her hands. I go, "What are you go?" He goes, "Yeah, they want $2,000." And I'm like, "I'm not giving them $2,000." It was like, I don't know what it was. It was 90s,
They weren't
whatever.
that hot.
Yeah, they weren't that hot. And then he said to me, he goes, "I'm kidding, Greek." He goes, "I owe my bookmaker $8,000. I was trying to beat you for $2,000. He goes, "But I don't think I could do it to you." I said, "Thanks, buddy. I love you."
That's why we're a good team.
That's right. That's why you should always learn a lot of different languages because you never know when you can get hammered.
Now that is good advice.
Yeah. One thing you can't do, I found this out. I don't play cards. You can't talk a different language you're playing cards. Man, I saw something almost break out one night.
Oh, I can believe it. I can believe it.
I don't play cards. I was just there picking up something, and boy, talk about getting out of the line of fire. It blew.
Yeah.
I never forgot it. And I was like, wow, what the hell's going on?
Like a couple, and somebody thought a couple guys were teaming up.
Yeah, they were speaking Russian. They were going back and forth, and this guy went nuts. He was, I was like, what's going on? I go, "Hey, I'm here to pick up an envelope. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm the pretty one leaving." Jimmy, great job as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greek. Thank you very much, Franny. Thank you for listening. And big congratulations again to Paul winning that big 75-inch TV for the big game.
Nice job.
Yeah, Paul, great. Congratulations on winning that 35-inch. Franny's here. Great job as always. Thanks for all your help.
Thank
you make
you.
every day enjoyable. A lot of times I wake up in the morning and I say, I just don't want to come in. And I think of you and I go, yes, I just want a Grammy.
Thank you guys, and of course, yes, and congratulations,
Jimmy.
to Miley Cyrus and G-Man. Jimmy, thank you for everything you do. Paul, congratulations. Congrats to everybody who was in the running for that television. But definitely congratulations to Paul. And we want you to win too, and you can win $1,000. We have a keyword coming your way. We call that Red Zone Revenue. Rover from Rover's Morning Glory will give you that keyword in about 10 minutes. Take it, enter it at realradio921.com, and you possibly could score $1,000. G-Man, do you have parting words?
Tomorrow's the weekend, getting ready for the Super Bowl. But Monday, we will give you the winner of the game and the score.
I promise.
So pay attention on Monday. Have a great day. We have the Greek Zone coming back in a couple minutes. We're going to get into some handicapping with the NBA, college, and Rob Vino is calling us.
Who's Rob Vino?
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino?
From WagerTalk.com.
Anybody?
Thank God it's a show. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace. After the Penthouse, we got the Greek Zone today, talking to our bud buddy, Rob Vino.
A few minutes later.
Rob Vino. Who's Rob Vino? Anybody know?
Station that all the other radio stations listen to. You're welcome. Real Radio 92.1. Real Radio wants you to score some Red Zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday.
Yeah!
season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Drive times along the Palm Beaches are up to speed. Checking the traffic cameras, we're moving along fine on 95 Turnpike, accident-free. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, and the big game is this Sunday, February 11th. Doors open at 6 o'clock, drink specials all night long, and food specials, and beautiful cheerleaders. And if your team's not winning on the scoreboard, guess what? You'll be winning on your scoreboard with the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach. It's the big game party at Monroe's at Palm Beach, and the sexiest cheerleaders in the world will be there. It's this Sunday, February 11th. The big game parties at Monroe's of Palm Beach. Hut, hut. Pets.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Don't believe me, believe the Better Business Bureau. 5 stars for GiveMeTheVin.com. The rest of them are 1 stars. America's best car buyer, GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
8 glorious weekends of merriment and mayhem. 12 stages with continuous entertainment and fun for the whole family. The Florida Renaissance Festival celebrates a different and exciting theme each and every weekend in February and in March at Quiet Waters Park in Deerfield Beach. Tickets available now at ren-fest.com. Sponsored in part by Comcast.
Mary Jane?
That's Dr. Mary Jane to you. MMJ Health provides medical marijuana cards. Qualify at mmjhealth.com and meet a Florida medical marijuana doctor at one of 9 locations from Boca Raton to Melbourne. Money back guaranteed.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no 2 people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some spirits and wine to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, Jackson Hewitt, yeah, from the rooftops. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at realradio921.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Yes, you're in the Greek Zone on the Thursday, getting ready for the big game on Real Radio 92.1. The Greek Zone is always presented by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. Lost wages, medical bills, property damage, wrongful death, and pain and suffering. That is the answer. If you have any serious injury, he can help you. Jimmy, good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon.
And as we looked at the Hard Rock app this morning, about an hour ago, it was still the Niners 2, and the over-under was 47.5 on the game. We're going to go to our Hard Rock app right now and check out the NBA tonight because there is a slate of games. And you got the Warriors and the Pacers. Pacers minus 5.5. And then also you have the Orlando Magic taking on the Spurs. And Magic are 10.5. You got Brooklyn. Where's Brooklyn at? Taking on Cleveland. Cleveland laying 7.5. And Brooklyn is home. Dallas and the Knicks. Going to be a good game. Kyrie Irving's back, and the Knicks are laying. Actually, Dallas is laying points. There might be some injuries on the Knicks tonight, so double check that if you're looking at that game. You got to watch that game. I don't know. Double check the injury report. Chicago, Memphis. Memphis has got still a ton of injuries. Chicago's laying 5.5. Minnesota and Milwaukee. Bucks only laying 1.5. Minnesota, one of the best teams in basketball, so check out that. Utah and Phoenix. Phoenix playing very good right now, 6.5 over Utah. Lakers getting 3.5 from Denver, the champs. Also today is the trade deadline, so there might be a lot of movement with some players. So check everything before you put a bet in. And then you got Detroit getting 6.5 over Portland, and they were a huge upset last night. Detroit ended up winning over at Sacramento. I think they were getting 14 points. So that is a huge situation there. When you got a team getting 14, they win outright, that's when you go, woo, rocking chair. I definitely got to see this and take it all in. And, 13.5 points, and you're underdog and you win the game outright, that's pretty impressive when you do that. That doesn't happen much in any kind of sport, to be honest with you. But it did happen last night in the NBA with the Detroit Pistons, who, like a lot of teams, are just not a good team this year in the NBA. And they had a losing streak of 19 games, which is crazy that they did that. But then they bounced out of it. 21, excuse me. All right, so we'll look on the Hard Rock app for player props and also play-by-play that we can do. Chiefs to score on the first drive, minus 105. No offensive score, minus 125. It shows you can bet on anything. Now, the Chiefs, traditionally, I think it was like 11 times they scored on the first drive. So that means either a field goal or a touchdown. You got the 49ers, no offensive score, minus 125, and offensive score, minus 105. So basically the same odds for both teams.
Even to piggyback on that, going back to the Chiefs' first drive, right? So you could also go right down to the fact of field goal attempt, plus 325. Punt, plus 125.
Wow.
Touchdown, plus 210. Turnover, plus 650. So they even break it down by that, right?
Well, that's pretty cool.
And so you can do the same thing for the 49ers. Chiefs to score on their first drive is no offensive score, minus 125. Offensive score, minus 105. And pretty much the same on the 49ers on those.
Also, you could bet a guy to score twice in a game. I mean, again, they have everything in props. There's over 600 pages. And if you go with the 49ers with McCaffrey, plus 175. Samuel, plus 700. George Kittle, plus 1,000. Scored twice. With the Chiefs, Pacheco, plus 400, scoring twice. Travis Kelce, plus 525. Rice, plus 750. Patrick Mahomes, if he scored twice, plus 2,500. Come on, Patrick, score twice for me. 2,500.
Some of them are even 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. McCaffrey's plus 600 to score 3 times.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Pacheco and Kelce are both. I'm sorry, because they're not the same. So Pacheco first, plus 2,000. Kelce, plus 3,000 to score 3 times.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
We did talk about passing yards. Well, we'll get into it again. Over-unders on both quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is 260.5 over or under. Brock Purdy is 247.5. So that's a little bit different. If you passing touchdowns, something that you can possibly think of. Brock Purdy, 1.5, minus 130. Under 1.5, plus 100. Mahomes, over 1.5, minus 160. So they're thinking Mahomes is going to throw at least 2. And I think, I don't know, I would have a 2.5, but still. And then under, plus 120.
Yeah. Again, throwing, he's usually in your goal to goal, he's a throwing guy.
Yep.
Versus a run, trying to punch it in himself, that type of thing. We were talking a little earlier today about the idea of, his scoring. Patrick Mahomes scoring is, the odds of that are kind of high because he's not really a running guy for a touchdown, right? He'll scramble, keep a play going, that type of a runner, but not as much for trying to get a touchdown, at least not compared to some other guys.
I like this one. Kansas City Chiefs defense or special teams to score a touchdown. I feel it in my bones, Chalus, plus 600. I mean, come on. Let's throw $100 on that. Come on, plus 600. No, 1,000. Let's see, San Francisco, 575. No is 975. So the Chiefs, pick 6 right off the bat. Boom.
How about you think Nick Bosa will have 2 sacks? Actually, 1. All he needs is 1 to go if you want the over-under on it.
Why, what is it, a half?
It's a half, yep.
I would take that. Over. Yeah, I would take that.
Over. Yeah, just 1. That's all he needs.
Yeah,
and you cash the ticket.
Yeah, again.
And I can see Nick Bosa having a sack.
Yeah, like we said, there's so many props out here. It's just crazy the stuff it's there that you could bet on, wager on, and just different things you could do. But Chiefs to score a first touchdown by a special team or a defense, I like that plus 600. It's pretty cool. Again, you put $100 down, you win 600. Not bad. They have total touchdowns. You could bet that too. Over 5.5 is plus 100. Under 5.5, minus 130. That's just sit back and smoke a cigar. 5 touchdowns. You're like, right, they got to score 6.
Defensive interceptions. They got a whole bunch here, and they're all at a half. So all you need is 1. Now, what it depends on is it'll change with the payout, right? So it's plus 600 for Ward for the 49ers. Gibson Sr., again, a half, but he's plus 650. So just to break it down, there's a bunch of them for the Chiefs. Let's say if Justin Reed gets an interception, it's plus 900.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ones that if you're checking, you could just lose your mind.
How about completions? Have we really touched on that one, between Purdy and Mahomes?
I like Purdy. It's over 20, right?
Yeah, it's 20.5 is the current line right now, playing and the over, and that's minus 130.
Yeah, I like
Chiefs
that.
is plus 100, but Mahomes would have to have 26 if you take the over in passing completions, not tries, but completions. Although passing attempts is also another one on there, and of course that number is jumping up quite a bit. 30.5 for Brock, and Patrick is at 36.5.
1 in 4 Americans, this is showing up here, which I think is a little number, says on the TV screen, channel CBS, says that will be bet on the Super Bowl. We read yesterday 55%. I'm not going
of people, of Americans?
Yeah, I don't believe
I
it.
think that number's higher.
Yeah, so do I. I definitely do. Just opinions.
Well, it's funny because these are surveys that are taken at different times,
Yeah.
and you don't, where are they taken? Are they taken across the nation? Are they, what's the pool? Because I've seen the numbers as much as 63%
Yeah, so
are
did I.
expected to be bet on the Super Bowl this year. So it's kind of, it's not really a decent science, and I don't know what the sample size is for those or what the criteria is. A lot of times when we think of it, especially you and your group, you really think more of Vegas or the Hard Rock app, right? Or your gentleman friend that you have that does it maybe the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
But the squares or just friendly bets amongst people. You can't calculate that.
No, there's no way. They think they can, but they can't.
No. Hey, estimate. It's an estimate, and it's a shot in the dark.
Yep. And they could be on the runway or they could be nowhere near the runway.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't think that they have a clue what they where it stands. To me personally, just from the sample size that I knew, an amount of people. There's going to be certain sections like today. Elon Musk and Mark Cuban usually make a bet, and they said we don't bet on sports. It's so unpredictable, but the stock market isn't. And they have, they're both in that gazillions of dollars, but they say sports is too risky for them. Everybody's different. There's always a lot of different things going on. Howard Stern said the other day, it was so funny that Taylor they should get engaged just to fake it to make somebody win $1 billion on the bets, stuff like that. But it's out there.
Those are the ones that always got me. It's the ones that somebody can influence the outcome of it. Especially those oddball prop bets that are out in Vegas and or even offshore, right?
Yeah.
How do you boy, that's so weird because it can be influenced and by people that aren't famous, hey, I don't have a lot of money. I could make a lot of money on this, and you wonder, wow, how do they do that? But
well, even situations where, people are watching people sing. You know what? You can bet on the over-under on the, the national anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got enough money. You get somebody in there timing it. You can figure that out. Usher, who's the special guest? By now or last week or the week.
Somebody knows.
You took the words down.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No.
Right.
But it's true. Somebody knows. Somebody knows, a handler or something like that. They had up there today the possibility. Even Sting was up there as a possibility. But somebody knows who's going to be on that stage. And, it could be anybody. It could be a driver. I got to pick up Sting today. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, he's there. You know what I mean? Like, somebody knows. So there are certain things, like you said, with prop bets that can be controlled. So you just never know.
And that's not an offshore bet, right? You can get that in Vegas, right? Who he might come out with on stage.
Yep.
Right? And some stagehand there.
Yeah. Oh, you never know. Yeah, you never know. Security.
Or do you think that they keep that secret?
I think they try to keep it as quiet as they can because it doesn't get out.
Right.
Obviously. And I don't think we ever hear who's going to come out to the last minute. But do I think certain people know? Yes. Yeah. I think the people who are running the Super Bowl know, obviously. I think the people who are working there know. For security, you have to know. So-and-so's coming in. He's not on gate, but we got to take care of him. So I think there are some people who definitely know. They're showing on TV right now, Channel 5, where they say $23 billion will be bet on the game. Is that a good estimate or not? I don't know. Legally, yeah, it might be right there, and it might go over. But I just, and also with the Super Bowl, Sunday is when a lot of big bets come in, and it's the hype too. You see it, and you're like, okay, I want to really bet this game, you know what I mean? Or I'm getting excited about it. So on Sunday, you see a lot of big things coming in where people bet different stuff, and they look at it and they say, hey, check it out. I want to be a part of this. I got to get some money. I got to get down on it. But in Florida, like I said, this is our first Super Bowl. It's legal, which is great. I never thought I would say this, but this is our first Super Bowl that it's legal in the state of Florida. And I'm sure Hard Rock's going to have and they are having a huge party. Obviously, they're having a big party and a lot going on. Monroe's and Palm Beach, we talked about that. We told you 6 o'clock is their party on Sunday night. Get there with drink specials and food specials all night long, and the beautiful ladies. And don't forget also, if your team's losing on the scoreboard, you'll be a winner at Monroe's. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. And if you have something to say, maybe there's something about the game you do. We wouldn't mind hearing about that. Or maybe there's something that you're like, hey, you know what? This is what I do every year. You have anything in tradition? Any one food that you like to have?
We usually get wings somewhere, somehow.
Okay.
One of the old standbys, you got to have them type thing. Between either that or we've always had pizza, one or the other, typically.
Yeah.
Stick with the tradition.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's certain things like Franny had a list the other day, and it was ice cream was on there. I was surprised about that. But maybe after the game for dessert.
Yeah, that is kind of strange.
A little odd. Mahomes going for his third title. He said this week that, you know what? He wants to chase Brady. And he's 28 years old. He says he thinks he can play to 40. It's nice, obviously. It's nice for him to say that. Whether or not he can do it, I don't know. It's going to depend on his health.
What do you think is a dynasty? How many wins do you have to have for a dynasty?
I would say, it matters in the amount of years. If we're talking 10. So,
is that it too? Is it the longevity? Right, that's got to play into it.
Yeah, I always thought so.
Yeah,
they started talking. You could name the teams in the early '60s. It was the Packers,
right?
And then the Steelers had 4. Miami, I think, was on the verge of it, but they went to 3 in a row, and then they won 2, and then they broke up because of the World Football League. I would say Dallas, 3. 3 is a lot in 5 years, 7 years. That's a lot.
Can you safely say that Dallas had 2 dynasties, the 70s and the 90s? Would that be fair, in your opinion? This is just opinion stuff.
Not the 70s, 90s, yeah.
No, you wouldn't say the 70s? Okay.
No, because they only won, I think they won 2, but it was over like an 8-year gap.
Right.
But I'm saying like when you win 2, 3 out of 5, something like that.
Right.
We have not had a back-to-back champion. And you got to look this up. My memory, 2003, 2004 was the last one. That was the Patriots.
Okay.
We haven't had. So in 20 years, there hasn't been anybody back. And the Chiefs are going for that, obviously. But there has been no back-to-back champions.
Right.
Another stat I saw when teams play in a rematch of the Super Bowl. This is a rematch. They played in 2019. The team that won the first time, it happened 4 times, also won the second time.
Oh, a trend, right? Okay.
Yeah, so 4 times it's happened in 58 years where 2 teams played. That teams played years later, whatever, next year, 10 years, whatever. And 4 times the first team did it, won. Dallas and Pittsburgh did it, where Dallas ended up beating Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh beat Dallas, excuse me.
Dallas and Buffalo.
Dallas
Buffalo.
beat
Buffalo twice.
Yeah, and there was a couple other ones, too. There was, I think, 4. There was 4.
Okay.
And they ended up beating them twice.
Interesting.
Yeah, the team won the first one, won the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Pittsburgh and Dallas. It was Dallas and Buffalo, and the other one is eluding me right now. And obviously the Chiefs.
49ers? They play anybody?
Yeah, the 49ers did. They beat the Bengals twice.
Bengals? Okay.
They beat the Bengals.
There you go.
The first one and the last one, and then the Chiefs in 2019 down here. And the worst thing about that Super Bowl I was at it was the freezing cold for us, not for other people, but it was freezing in the stands. I froze my ass off that night. Like, it felt like 50 degrees. But that was a good game. And that game, too, in the fourth quarter, the Chiefs ended up scoring 21 points the last 6 minutes. And Jimmy G had a guy wide open at the end of the game to make the Niners go up ahead, and he just missed him. So that was an interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
But the Chiefs scored 21 points at the end of the game. Like 6:18 left, and they scored 21 points. And the game ended up going over, too. That's why you never know with stuff. Like, people always think this or that, or this is what's going. It's, you play.
You don't know. Of course, you're playing it. Or some of it, you just take a little risk.
That's it.
I got a bet on here, right? That I put it in here just for craps and giggles. And I don't know how to pronounce his name, but on the let's see, Kyle Juszczyk. Is that how you say his name?
Who's it for?
Juszczyk.
Okay.
I put $5 on him to go over 2.5 yards, receiving yards.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck, I mean, it's just to have fun. I saw 2.5 yards. I'm like, all he's got to do is catch one.
Well, again, you have to realize, just like horse track, all the times, you've been with me a long time. How many times have we said a long shot comes in? They come in
every now and then.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Right.
So it happens. It could be somebody that's a long shot. Mahomes is 17.5 to 1 to score first touchdown. Could it happen? Most likely not. That's why it's 17 to 1. But maybe at the 11-yard line, he scrambles in and he gets in there.
Yep.
I mean, it just
goes
happens.
to throw a pass, and all of a sudden a lane opens up for him, and he runs it in.
Yep.
It's not the norm for him, but it can easily happen.
Yeah. If Lamar Jackson last week, that was more of the norm, but this isn't. But you never know. Like I said, that's why the games are there to play, and we have fun. You talk about things. Who's got the better defense? I'm going to go with the Chiefs right now, based on what the Niners played the last 2 weeks and their defense.
Okay.
Both games they should have lost. They went into the fourth quarter trailing by Detroit a lot, and Green Bay losing 21-14. The Chiefs, on the other hand, were winning in the fourth quarter against Buffalo, winning against fourth quarter against the Ravens, and winning against the Dolphins. And Kansas City also has had a lot of adjustments. In 3 games, they've only let up 10 points in the second half. That's a big thing.
That's pretty impressive right there.
I mean, 6 quarters, that's a low average. You know what I mean? When you look at it. So it's
and the guys are healthy. You're going into this game healthy too. So
Yep. The Niners have to get pressure on Mahomes. If they don't get pressure on Mahomes, it'll be a long day for them. It just will. And I don't think they'll be able to rush 4 against Mahomes. I just don't. He's too elusive and too quick. They got Bosa's one of the best ones. He's great. Obviously, they got a good front line, all pros a couple times, but I just think it'll be tough for him with Monroe. And the other thing that people are not talking about is the amount of confidence and also, the nerves. I mean, this is Mahomes' 3rd Super Bowl, fourth Super Bowl in 5 years.
Yeah, it's he's been down this road enough. Yep. Brock is new. It's all coming at him. He's being called looking like a bad person in life, and you got to wonder if something like, I know that doesn't seem like it might to you or me, but does that get in your head?
It could.
Little things like that, media day that holds over, he hasn't been there before. He's only been in the league 2 years, so, you got to wonder how much that pressure really sits on a kid like that.
Yeah, and some people it affects, some people it doesn't. Yeah. I think in the beginning of the game, you're going to see Brock Purdy throw a lot of short passes to Samuel, Kittles to get him loose, comfortable, stuff like that. I think they'll do what they do, well. They're going to run the ball. And if you have the Niners, if you got the Chiefs, vice versa. They score. Don't get nervous. You're going to see scoring. I just think a lot of people think it's not. I think it's going to be a high scoring game.
If it's a low scoring game, would you lean 49ers or Chiefs?
Niners.
I was thinking the same thing. In a high scoring game, you would probably lean Chiefs, right?
Yeah, to me, high scoring
is a shootout.
Yeah, anything in the late 20s. Is high scoring to me.
Upper 20s.
Yeah, I would say 26 and up.
Yeah.
I would look at it. Anything below 20, it's a little different because that means that to me that the Niners control the ball a little bit. The Chiefs have a tendency to control the ball, but they score on those 7-8 minute drives like they've done last week. And I just see the Niners, I also, the fourth quarter, you got to watch it when they watch the games. If it's a close game, they really dial it down with plays. They just, if you're winning, they just want to get out of there. Like, let's get the trophy and let's go. So that's why over-unders, if it's not a close game, it gets a little scary. Last year, it ended up going 38-35. That was the first one in like 5-6 years that went that high. But they were going back and forth. It's tennis. You hit, we got to hit. We got to do it. So, to me, the biggest thing is Andy Reid being there and Mahomes, 2 of the people who are a big factor on the game and the experience they have of being there.
And if it's a shootout, I trust Mahomes and I trust Andy Reid in Kansas City to be able to, take the ball with 35 seconds. They get it back, after San Fran scores a touchdown to go up by 1 or something, and they get that ball back and they can just drive down the field in, literally 17 seconds and be able to kick a field goal to win it or something.
Oh, he's got that capability.
They have done it so many times.
Yeah, I don't think enough said with the talking heads this week about the experience. I think it's huge for them, and it might not affect them.
Yeah, and you know what? That's something I have not seen either. Yep.
Nope.
It's even in my circles and small world and news that I watch too. Same thing. I have not seen a lot about that.
No, I'm surprised because again, you might not want to look at it, but it is experience. And Brock Purdy, this is the first time he's in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There's got to be some nerves there. And again, the weather's perfect. It's inside a dome. So field goals will go a little farther.
Yep.
Passes, it's great conditions. That's why I think there'll be some high scoring. I do like the Niners over 23.5 team total. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone. We talk about handicapping and sports betting. We'll get back. We'll come back with the NBA, look at everything again, talk to Rob Wiener from WagerTalk.com, and so much more. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday.
Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Olivia Culpo. Let me see a picture.
She's like,
jeez.
She's beautiful.
Man, how have I missed this girl?
Just a model. I don't know her from any movies or anything that I know of.
Oh, they got to put her in some.
I know a lot of football players have dated her in the past.
Oh, yeah?
I think she's a thing for ballers, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, my balls have a thing for her.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have another comfortable day, a mix of sun and clouds throughout the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 70s across the area. We have the chance for an isolated shower or two, only about a 10% chance. And as high pressure settles into our east, we will have a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this weekend.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, Jackson Hewitt, yeah, from the rooftops. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
The News Junkie is brought to you by Gordon and Partners. ForTheInjured.com, 561-333-3333.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's K-N-O-W pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations, Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. Tobacco-Free Florida's Group Quit service offers free virtual and in-person sessions at convenient times and locations. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. You are not alone. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home?
I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning and revolutionary online learning program that's changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by teachers and early childhood learning experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 7,000 learning activities and more than 650 lessons, it's the most comprehensive early learning site on earth.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
It's just endless what they can learn on ABC Mouse. I've always had to use 20 websites, and now I can just use one.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio, abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Enjoy your ride along the Palm Beaches. We are up to speed on the expressways. We're not seeing any major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on your commute. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance is making it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast.
I am so looking forward to that game.
NFL Total Access.
That's another mini storyline to watch.
NFL Now.
This could be the dangerous team.
And many more. The free iHeartRadio app in the NFL, getting you the insight and behind-the-scenes stories you need for the big game. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Now, was Popeye the cartoon where the guy asked for a hamburger and paid back Tuesday?
No.
I
When
thought
was
that was a.
Well,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Did he ever
that's
show?
in that cartoon.
Yes.
But that's not the character. What's that character's name?
No, it's not Popeye, but I'm saying, was it in
No,
that cartoon?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so, yeah. Wimpy.
Was that Wimpy?
Wimpy, yeah.
And who was Pluto?
Pluto?
was.
It's a dog in Disney.
No,
Oh, Pluto. He's the mean one. He's the one that Popeye's always fighting.
Yeah. Oh, he's the loan shark.
Yeah.
And he's
pretty
always
much.
trying to get olive oil.
Yeah,
He's always
yeah,
taking
he's
her.
trying to mac on
That
his,
was he
on his
like
woman.
kidnaps her.
Yeah.
Shark.
And then she goes on OnlyFans, and then Pluto, and then Popeye's cheating with Pluto's sister.
And then he wants to get a hamburger.
Yeah.
Did you know that olive oil actually came before Popeye?
Get the hell out of here.
No kidding.
Yep.
I'll pull my drapes back. That's crazy.
I was
let
waiting.
that joke out.
Did you see me stare at you when I said that? I was waiting for the jokes. I was waiting for the jokes.
There's that low-hanging fruit.
You know what?
Throw that right away.
High five to Popeye, because that's not normal.
That was Franny.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the early
You get a
days.
standing O for that one.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Get in the game. This is the Greek Zone.
Yes, you're back in the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Get ready for the big game on Sunday. Make your plans now. We had our big winner today, Paul, for a 75-inch TV. He's going to pick that up at Monroe's. And remember, if you don't have plans yet, you should make them and go to Monroe's Sunday night, the games. Doors open at 6 o'clock. Doesn't matter what's on the scoreboard. You'll be a winner if you get over to Monroe's with the beautiful ladies. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And we have our special guest calling us soon, Rob Vito.
Who's Rob Vito?
Rob Vito's going to call us from wagertalk.com. Him and I go back a long, long time. Great handicapper, like Teddy covers, Drew Martin. Also, our good buddy Kelly from the Visa Network, who's out in Vegas. I got a couple of my friends out there right now saying it is just crazy beyond belief. Little chilly, though. People do forget that you are in the desert. At night, it could get a little cold. CBS this morning was doing their show out there 7 o'clock, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning. It was a little chilly out there in Vegas. People just think it's sunshine. You're sitting by the pool, by the Bellagio fountains, and just, some South Florida weather. It's not that warm right now. Here's a guy who's always pretty hot with his wins and his picks in sports betting. Our good buddy, Rob Vino from wagertalk.com. Rob, how are you, buddy?
I am good today, Greek. How are you?
I'm good, hyped up like everybody else for the big game. And I think as a handicapper, it's one game for you guys. But a lot of people love to win the Super Bowl. People tend to bet more even though they shouldn't. I think prop bets have turned such a different perspective on the game and sports betting where it's just crazy the amount of things that you can bet. And what advice could you give somebody with prop bets? Because a lot of people just go crazy with them and then realize at the end of the day, they might have won the game but lost with prop bets.
Who does that?
Yeah.
It is crazy. I mean, again, it's the one game a year where I actually take the time to sit and scramble my brain and try and find a couple, but you're almost better off, Greek. I tell you the truth, to be an in-game bettor.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl, rather than go nuts with props, you can get a feel for what's happening. In-game always provides a ton of opportunity. If you miss one, there's another one coming somewhere in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. So I'm more apt to do that, but for this particular game, because it's what the clientele wants, you have to give them what they want. So I try to find my way around, but some of them are just so crazy you have to skip. I try to stick to the ones that are happening on the field at game time rather than, even the cross-sport ones. I mean, I used to try and get involved in these cross-sport ones, and they just require way too much to go right to hit one of those things.
I was looking at a lot of interesting stats with the Super Bowl going back to 67 when the Packers played, and they played the Chiefs in the first one, and the Packers won. And they had CBS had the show, Super Bowl, so did NBC, and they had, I believe, 9 cameras. And I read that on how many cameras would you bet are going to be there this Sunday? Just a rough guess.
Oh, my God, 9. I would say 300.
Wow, that's really high. They say 165 cameras. Wow. On the first one, there was 9.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Almost 20 times as many.
You know what I do find big? The viewership in 67, what do you think that was? Millions of people.
Oh, goodness, Greek. Let's guess, 20 million.
You got a guess?
Oh, me? I'll say much lower just because the amount of televisions out there, like 8.
I was surprised. It was one of the highest rated ones, 50 million in 67.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's high. I mean, they're estimated this one to be 120, but when I saw that, 50 million, based on what you just said, not as much, TVs and people.
Yeah, that type of thing.
Man, that was...
you didn't have like sports bars all over, that type of thing, right?
And sports 24/7. Yeah. So 50 million, huge. All right, Rob, that's enough of walking down memory lane because that's not going to help us pay the rent in March. And it is February. What are you looking at in the game? Any props or game that you can lean? Or also, what are you thinking in the NBA? I know last time we talked to you, wagertalk.com, you were crushing it in the NBA.
Yeah, the NBA's been good. The NFL playoffs have been good. Even college hoop last night was real good. That's been a good run as well. Let me go ahead and I'll give you one prop bet, Greek, that I actually used on a Wager Talk show yesterday that I played myself, but I think it makes a lot of sense
to
go ahead and play Marquez Valdez-Scantling's receiving yardage over 19 and a half yards. Just when you try and handicap how the game's going to go. San Francisco's had 2 weeks to get ready for what? They've heard nothing except they can't stop the run. So I think their primary focus defensively. And again, I'm not writing the defensive game plan for them, but you have to assume what they're going to do. A, stop the run. B, they just saw Travis Kelce get targeted 10 times and a half and catch 10 balls, 11 overall. 2, stop Travis Kelce. 3, all of a sudden, Rashee Rice is a weapon. He won't get doubled. He'll probably get singled with some help. And it leaves a guy like Scantling as the guy that you disregard. So I went back and just checked. You're going to get maybe 2 to 4 targets to Valdez Scantling in the game to get over 19 and a half yards. The way they throw the ball to him, either deep and intermediate or vertical deep, sometimes a wide receiver screen or something. It seems like you could get the 19 and a half yards up and over with one catch where he's concerned, which they did in the Buffalo game. He's been over this total the last 2, the divisional round and the championship round. And listening to Patrick Mahomes speak, these guys, when guys like him, when they get to the Super Bowl, they throw to the guys they trust.
Yep.
And the rest of you, Andy Reid will game plan for a pass here, a pass there to somebody else, but they're going to throw to who they trust. I think if Valdez Scantling is open, which he should be at a couple points in this game, he'll be targeted. So I thought 19 and a half was real low. I did play that. Somebody posed, in fact, our good pal Teddy Covers posed a question to me. He said, Rob, Kadarius Toney is probably going to suit up for this game. Does that bother you at all? Will it take anything away from Valdez Scantling? And I got to tell you the truth, I don't think it will. Mm-hmm. I know he caught a touchdown last year, right, and so did Sky Moore. Like I said, Andy Reid will draw something up for an individual player. But I don't know that Kadarius Toney steps in and takes any throws away from Valdez Scantling. Mahomes is that kind of quarterback, I don't think. And Toney tried to create a whole bunch of fireworks after the last game, so I don't know how welcome he is in the lineup anyway.
Yeah, I don't think that was good that he said that. Then he backtracked and he said, hey, I didn't say that, yada, yada, and just, whatever. I know a lot of people like to get involved sometimes with the first touchdown. That's another thing. And you were talking about Scantling, right, for the Chiefs that you think is over 19 and a half yards?
I do. And let me just say here real quick, just an oddball one that I looked at to your point about first touchdown scored. Mm-hmm. You get these head-to-head matchups, right? And one of them is George Kittle versus Travis Kelce, which one will score a touchdown or whatnot. And then I went and looked at this, really crazy, will the first touchdown scorer have an odd or even number jersey? Both of those tight ends wear odd numbers, 85 and 87.
Okay.
Mahomes wears 15 if Mahomes gets in. So I started thinking, you know what, there's a real possibility here that at minus 110, odd might be worth a shot. I don't know that I'll get there. Debo Samuel wears 19. I have all these numbers written down here. So I thought that maybe odd. If you really like to get into those far exotics, maybe odd to score the first touchdown is the right way to go.
Talking to our good buddy Rob Vino, wagertalk.com. So in the NBA tonight, anything stand out to you that you like, that you're looking at?
Cleveland stands out, Greek. It's the one I'm the most enthusiastic about. I played it 2 ways. I actually played Cleveland minus the 6.5, and then I played their team total over 115.5. Obviously, the Nets were active in the trade market earlier today. They send their starting point guard, Spencer Dinwiddie, packing. In that trade, the initial report was Dennis Smith Jr. was involved as well, but they pulled that back. So Dennis Smith Jr. is still in the Nets uniform. But then they traded Royce O'Neal. So you give them a look, and you see that they have 8 available bodies, 1 point guard in Dennis Smith Jr. I would venture to say that maybe Ben Simmons gets some minutes at point.
Yeah, he will.
But the bottom line here is Nicholas Claxton is on his own down low, and whenever I see a team that has a huge front line like this one does, Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, Cleveland probably dominates interior. Cleveland probably wins on the perimeter as well, with the Nets being down to 1 point guard, and of course you have Mitchell and Garland on the other side. Your concern is that Cleveland's on a back-to-back.
Yeah.
But with Cleveland, you've got quality depth. You got 10 guys that can go, and they dispersed the minutes pretty good the other night. The team I think they're the number 2 seed in the East right now. And you're always worried about these teams' interest in games, right? How interested will Cleveland be tonight? But when you can take another step forward to getting closer to that 2 seed, you come to play, and it's a team that's on a 15-1 streak anyway, straight up. Last thing I'll leave you with is during that 15-1 streak, they've been favored by 9 or less 10 times and covered 8 of them. So they're an 80% coverage during this 16-game span where they are tonight at -6.5. So I like the over 6.5, and I like the team total over 115.5 just because the Nets with only 8 bodies, I really don't know how they're going to stop this team from scoring. They've given up over 115.5 3 of the last 4. They're not a good defensive team to begin with.
Talking to Rob Vino from WidgetTalk.com. The other night I was looking at Carolina playing Clemson, and I like Clemson with the 6.5, 7, and only because they just came off a big game against Duke. They ended up winning. Didn't think they'd win, but thought they were cover. But we hear a lot about it in football more so. But in basketball, too, the game after big games or before a big game, these kids tend to look ahead sometimes. And you see it a lot of times where, you know what, they come out. And the other night, Clemson came out Tuesday and not really being North Carolina didn't come up ready for the game. And Clemson beat them outright, getting 6.5.
And how funny is that after they beat Duke, Armando Bacot, being interviewed, said, the ACC title runs through me.
Yeah.
And then they get beat by Clemson. It's typical college basketball, right, Greek? We've been around long enough to know that that's what happens the following game.
That was my point.
It didn't happen last.
Yeah. You got to do your homework. I mean, you definitely do have to do your homework. But, like traditionally, too, like last night, Gonzaga, again, big point spread, and they just blow teams out in their division. I mean, Gonzaga for years, always during the year, they do what they have to do. And then they get into the big dance, and they usually come up short. But a lot of this is, what you do every day, but I'm speaking to bettors too, is doing your homework and, realizing what's going on in these teams and who they play good against and bad. And also, like I said, with Carolina, just popped in my head, and I said, wow, they just beat Duke convincingly. And they get up for that game. And the other thing, those kids party a little. So then, 3 days later to get up again, it's tough.
No, it is. And to your point about Gonzaga, they were coming off of a loss to St. Mary's in the kennel.
Yeah.
So they were just as, twice as fired up. Mark Few wasn't going to let them relax for 40 minutes. So, the one part, I had to play last Saturday. I'll just share real quickly. I played Georgia against South Carolina. Georgia was at home off of a game against Alabama where they led at home by double digits with 10 minutes left and blew the game.
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina was off of a huge win in Knoxville against Tennessee, top 5 team, and now they're going to travel to Georgia. One team off a home loss, the other team off a crazy Cloud 9 road win, and situational college basketball tells you Georgia -1.5 is the play. It wasn't the play. South Carolina won. South Carolina's gone on to win another game since then. They have 20 wins, and all of a sudden you look up and realize South Carolina is a team that people need to keep their eye on, especially early in the NCAA tournament when they get there, because there's not a lot known about them. But, boy, Lamont Paris took over that job, and they're quite the defensive and rebounding team. So South Carolina is one I got my eye on right now.
One of the games I'm looking at Saturday is Ohio State. They played Indiana the other night, blowing them out at halftime, and then end up losing the game. And that's another one of those games that fit into the scenario where a team had a big lead and lost it, and then play again. And you know what? They're a little bit, their pencils are sharpened a little bit more, and they're ready to go out there because I think the coach gets on them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Ohio State's a young team.
Yeah.
Which is why stuff like that happens to them. They're going to be really, really good next year. They've got really good young players. That's just a tough league, right? That's a tough gauntlet to go through the Big Ten each and every night. I think we have Iowa and Penn State tonight, and Penn State's a team that absolutely transformed into this 94-foot Greyhound racehorse-style team playing Iowa. I think that total is like 160. Wouldn't expect a heck of a lot of defense there, but you'd expect a lot of scoring. It's interesting, too, real quick, Greek, I don't want to get on a tangent about individual teams, but the fact that Fran McCaffrey's Iowa team can't shoot threes this year, it's crazy. You expect that out of them, and their point totals have been – their win totals have decreased this year. Their point scoring has decreased a little bit this year because they can't shoot threes. Just wonder if Penn State can take advantage of that tonight and beat them at home.
Penn State's home tonight, correct?
They are +1. Yep.
Yeah, see, a lot of those games, the +1s, like you talk about, you look at, there's a lot of them Saturday. Kansas and was playing Obviously, Houston, that was a game where Kansas came out from the beginning to end, ended up winning. North Carolina and Duke, we talked about that. And there were some low point spreads in those games. And sometimes you see those low point spreads, you jump all over it, but then you realize, you got to be on the right side. Who's up for the game? Also, the college kids, playing on the road, it is tough for some of them.
Yeah, especially when you have, for instance, in the Pac-12, I guess they get to stay in the same state, but they get that Thursday to Saturday. I'll give you real quick another thing that's interesting where the University of Houston is concerned. Cincinnati, the teams that came from the AAC into the Big 12 this year, generally the AAC scheduling was not the same as Big 12. So when these teams like Houston, they played Texas on a Monday night, not this past Monday, but the Monday before, off of a Saturday game. It's the first time they've had to play Saturday to Monday in years because they weren't part of this conference. And they went out. It took overtime, but they did get past Texas in that game. But it's just something to look for where scheduling is concerned, that some of these teams aren't used to doing what they're doing. I know that, Houston makes the tournament every year and play every other game, kind of a little bit of a different scenario going through the gauntlet of a conference season, having to do that. So check those spots for Saturday, Monday inside the Big 12 here. Look for those AAC teams that might be going on the road on Monday.
UConn looks good again, winning Saturday. They look like they're ready to repeat. They're starting to hit all the right notions. And to me, might be the first team in a long time that repeated. They got a good front line. The coach is good. They got some kids with experience, and I think now they're just starting to hit their stride.
Yeah, they are something else. I mean, the play of Alex Caravan this year has been absolutely unbelievable. And, of course, Klingon sat the 7-3 kid, sat those few games, and once he came back, they destroyed Xavier by like 42 points. They're tough to play, Greek. You watch them, and they look every bit as good as they did last year. They've incorporated some really highly touted young guys into that lineup to go with the core, Newton, Caravan, and Klingon. So, I'm a UConn guy anyway, so I hope they do get the repeat. But Danny Hurley, I guess Bobby Hurley out in Tempe wishes he could have the same
success.
But Danny Hurley's got it rolling right now.
I want to talk one real question or email I got for you, and if you have a quick answer on it. Women's basketball this year is getting some juice with Clark at Iowa, obviously LSU, South Carolina undefeated. Are there lines on college basketball games for females?
You know what? They're very, very stray. I have a buddy, a colleague that works at WagerTalk.com who actually does play these things on a nightly basis through some offshore.
Okay.
I don't even know the name of it, but yeah, they're obscure to say the least until tournament time comes. Conference tournament time, you get a couple. You guys know NCAA tournament time, you get them all. But right now, they're just hard to find.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I'm glad for the girls. You know what? They're getting a lot of notoriety. Clark from Iowa, that girl's unbelievable what she could score. And then obviously with LSU, Reese, and then South Carolina undefeated this year. So they are getting some, and they're getting put on ESPN sometimes prime time. Last Saturday night they were on. Iowa was on. They talk about when Clark plays that the lines are hours down the road, of people waiting to get tickets, which is amazing for a female basketball player.
Yeah, and I guess if you're a fan of the women's game, what's great is that she's not going to the pros anytime soon because the NIL money for girls like her.
Oh, forget it. There's more.
Is so outrageous compared to WNBA money. But I wouldn't count out, and we'll get back to UConn here real quick. Coach Oriema's team.
Yeah.
Paige Beckers, who's been hurt, bad leg and knee injuries a couple of times during her career. But Paige Beckers is starting to round back into form. And she put on a show the other night where actually, Greek, there was a discussion. Which is the better player, Paige Beckers or Caitlin Clark? We see more of Caitlin Clark because she's not injured. And it's just funny to me that, those girls one comes from Iowa and one comes from Minnesota, and they may be the two best
players,
one-on-one players in college basketball right now. But Coach Oriema's got a really good squad that's flying a little bit under the radar right now because they haven't been, UConn, you expect 22-0. You don't expect it.
Yeah, you don't expect them to lose. Rob Vino, always good talking to you tonight. You're leaning toward Cleveland and in the NBA and a couple props that you did give us. Any plans for the big game? Where are you watching it?
I actually host a little neighborhood get-together here. I think I told you.
Nice, that's right.
You need to come to the Philly area.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Let's go.
Bring some cheesesteaks.
Yeah. We need to have some cheesesteaks and a couple of shots and win some cash. It's a good time, though. The neighbors do come by. And it's a good little squad here where I live in Pennsylvania. So, that's where we'll be, celebrating the day and watching the game.
All right, Rob, thanks for your time. Always count on you on Thursdays on the Greek Zone. I appreciate your time. Enjoy the game. I hope you win. And, again, Rob Vino, wagertalk.com. He's hot as a firecracker and a lot of great information if you're sports betting. And that's what you need when you sports bet. Rob, have a great week, buddy. Good luck in the game.
Thanks for having me, Greek. Have a good weekend. I'll talk to you next week.
You got it, pal. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Getting ready for the big game. Always sponsored by personal injury attorney Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. Can help you with lost wages, medical bills, property damage, wrongful debt, and pain and suffering. I got to go do a video today. That'll be on Instagram tomorrow with my Super Bowl pick with a Ferrari. Somebody's got to do it. Jimmy, have a great afternoon. Thank you for everything.
You too, pal. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Have a great afternoon. News Junkies are next. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station. Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or